Synopsis: Reborn into the world of Dragon Ball. No power? No background? Don't worry, the template system will give you the answer. Unbelievable luck, his very first draw turns out to be the legendary man himself. The strongest across dimensions, Gogeta. And it's even the Super Era version. What's that? You're saying it's the Cell Saga right now? Well, what if I told you I have 10 trillion power level in base form 1T that blow your mind? Wait, hold up, you're telling me. What's this situation with 21? Still acceptable. 18, turns out you have a sister now. No. Wait, where did these extra 6 universes come from? The Tournament of Power wasn't T enough. Now, it's a cross-time tournament, and the losing side's universe gets erased. Doesn't T matter because I have all your templates. Angel Cuss. My oh my. Be honest, are you an angel? Otherwise, how could you possess such pure angelic power? Dragon God Zalama. Are you kidding me? How do you have Dragon God power? Grand Zeno, yeah. Where did you get the power to erase things? Chapter 1, age 767. Earth, Orange Star City. At the entrance of a certain apartment, a 17-year-old young man slowly walked out. He was tall and upright, with a deep gaze. His hair stood in a messy, spiked arrangement, chaotic but still stylish, and a strand of bangs hung over his brow, adding a bit of charm. His appearance was strikingly similar to that of a certain invincible scion. He wore trendy casual wear, with a crossbody bag slung over his waist. On his chest, the emblem of Orange Star High School could be seen. Aishi, that was his name. He was a transmigrator. In his previous life, due to sheer dumb luck, he had died young, just 20 years old, and was reborn. At first, he thought had been reincarnated into the same world, but to his surprise, he awoke in an entirely new one. After a few years of living, he discovered this was the Dragon Ball world. Aishi was no stranger to Dragon Ball. It was his favorite anime in his past life. Now, he had fully adapted to this new identity and had lived peacefully for 17 years. Like in his previous life, he was an orphan, but this time, his circumstances were much better. At the age of 5, he awakened a system. The system was called the God-level template system. Its function was simple. He could draw character templates assigned by the system. Once bound, he would gain the character's abilities, power level, skills, bloodline, and more. Of all possible draws, Dragon Ball characters made up 90, with other dimensions comprising the remaining 10. In other words, it was easy to draw a useless template that offered little help. But Aishi was lucky. His very first draw gave him that invincible man, Gogeta. Just thinking about it, Aishi couldn't help but marvel at the power of the newbie gift pack. There were 2 types of templates, main and secondary. He could carry both types simultaneously. The main template was the first one he bound to himself. Once bound, it couldn't be removed unless he fully completed its unlock percentage. Only then could he draw another main template. The secondary template, however, could be equipped and unequipped freely. To draw a secondary template, he needed to reach at least 10 progress on the main template. That said, secondary templates were usually not great, often mediocre characters useful only for support. Currently, he had 2 templates, main template Gogeta and secondary template Kibito Kai. All in all, not bad at all. By his estimate, the Android saga was fast approaching. What was interesting was that he still hadn't met Goku or the main cast. The reason was simple: he didn't want to reveal himself too early. He wanted to wait until his strength was overwhelming before making contact. But by the looks of it, now seemed like a good time to make a splash and see the legendary waifu number 18 in the flesh. Thinking of this, Aishi couldn't help but grin. Had read more than a few works featuring that goddess. System, open personal attribute template. With that thought, a mechanical electronic voice echoed with a tone that felt both ethereal and pure. Attribute template generated successfully. As the system's voice fell, a blue and white rectangular frame suddenly appeared before Aishi, then transformed into a light screen visible only to him. Host, Aishi power level, 10 trillion bloodline, pure blood scion, top tier, skills, Bujitsu flight, key control, Shunkin ID, instant transmission, Healing, Kamehameha, Gallic H, Gallic Gun. Final Flash, Taken, Solar Flare. Slip Strike, Punisher. Main template, Gogeta. Super, Unlock Progress. 15, secondary template. Kibito Kai, unlocked. Looking at these god-tier stats, even Aishi couldn't help but chuckle. Absolutely absurd. Is this really a power level for the Cell Saga? At first, he thought this Gogeta was the Z-era version, but to his surprise, it was the Super-era Gogeta. He felt invincible, but he couldn't get too cocky. Some cockiness was fine. Stability is the key to long-term development. System, do you think I'm Gogeta's illegitimate son? Aishi said slowly. Sometimes he genuinely wondered, because he looked way too much like Gogeta. And with the Gogeta template, the resemblance only deepened. Not just the aura appearance, power, confidence, it was all the same. Ost, don't underestimate yourself. Don't you think you're more like the fusion of Gogeta and Vegeto? The system replied coolly. I know you're teasing me, but I actually really like that answer. Aishi smiled. Gogeta and Vegeto's fusion? What kind of monster would that be? He probably couldn't carry that weight, but he could carry the looks. The system didn't respond again, and Aishi didn't bother trying to keep the conversation going. Instead, he looked calmly into the distance. Whoosh! A breeze passed. Ace's calm eyes shifted to the right. Raising a hand slowly, he let a stream of ki brush past his fingers. So it's begun? Cell. Vegeta. Trunks ki. Interesting then, today would once again be a day of skipping school. Aishi mused to himself. After all, school was just a social tool. Go if he felt like it. Skip if he didn't. Then, Aishi slowly rose into the air, his clothing fluttering as a white aura of ki enveloped him. Boom! In the next instant, Aishi exploded with energy and shot off in a chosen direction. Meanwhile, Southern Sea, a vast ocean scattered with many small islands. But now, only one island remained. The rest had been destroyed by Cell. Boom! 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 Muffled bangs echoed through the air as two figures collided and flashed through the sky with overwhelming force. Each collision unleashed devastating shockwaves. The ground was pockmarked with craters. Sonic booms tore through the sky. Bang! A thunderous impact rang out. Vegeta's massive fist drove straight into Cell's stomach, punching deep with incredible force. Ugh! Cell spat out stomach acid, his limbs going stiff from the pain. Huh! Vegeta followed up with a vicious kick, his thick leg smashing into Cell's head. Still recovering from the last attack, Cell was hit like a bolt of lightning. This time, unguarded, he was sent crashing to the earth by the sheer impact. Boom! In an instant, the collision with the ground shook the area, forming a massive crater. Watching this, Trunks smiled slightly with joy. So this is the result of training in the hyperbolic time chamber? Father's power is insane. Cell doesn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, number 18 looked on in disbelief. Her delicate brows furrowed as she muttered in confusion, "No way. Vegeta, that guy couldn't even beat me the last time we fought. It's only been a day, and now he's beating the crap out of Cell." Chapter 2, battered by relentless blows, Cell had not given up. He slowly climbed out from the rubble, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Vegeta. How could this damn monkey's strength grow so fast? But Cell quickly calmed down. He could still fight. It was just pain. He could return the blows. After all, he carried the genes of so many powerful beings. The advantage was his. So Cell immediately exploded with ki, fists clenched, and rushed at Vegeta. Bang! Confident in his punch, Cell was stunned when Vegeta casually blocked it and then, with a smirk, landed another crushing blow. Ugh! Non impossible. Your strength isn't supposed to be like this. Are you really Vegeta? Holding his stomach, Cell staggered backward, eyes wide in disbelief as he spoke. Hearing this, Vegeta smirked. Then, under everyone's gaze, he slowly raised a thumb and pointed it at himself. With arrogant confidence and a grin, he said, "I am Super Vegeta." You gotta be kidding me. Unwilling to accept reality, Cell roared and lunged forward once again. Bang! Bang! Bang, the two began a new round of fierce combat. In the sky, the two figures collided over and over, accompanied by constant sonic booms and overwhelming force. High above, Krillin held the detonator in his hand, staring at the battle below in disbelief. This is insane. Vegeta's gotten this strong already? After a few moments of daze, he shook his head. No, I still have something important to do. At that moment, you're going to destroy 18, aren't you? A calm voice echoed beside him. Without thinking, Krillin blurted, yeah, I can't let Cell absorb 18. But it feels kind of wrong to do it to a stranger. A stranger? Aishi noted to himself, so this version of Krillin hadn't even met 18 yet. Patch applied no kiss. Even better, Krillin, only now realizing the presence behind him, spun around in shock. Who are you? His pupils trembled. He looked at the unfamiliar figure in disbelief. When had he appeared behind him? To show up so silently, this guy's strength must be terrifying. Krillin began to shake. Am I about to get clobbered again? Goku, save me. Aishi. Aishi made no effort to hide his identity. Then he glanced at the device in Krillin's hand and said lightly, give me that detonator. I need it. Krillin froze, quickly hiding it behind his back. No way. That's the only way to stop Cell from becoming complete. I can't give it to you. Don't worry. If you hand it to me, they'll take care of Cell for you. Aishi said calmly. Krillin blinked. That's some serious bragging. Even Goku wouldn't dare make such a promise, right? And this guy just shows up out of nowhere. Where does his confidence come from? Sizing him up, Krillin dismissed Aishi outright. He looked like a high schooler. Probably just learned how to fly somewhere. He couldn't be that strong. Well, all right then. Aishi shrugged, as if giving up. Just as Krillin began to breathe a sigh of relief, swish. In the next instant, the detonator vanished from Krillin's hand and appeared in Ace's. Thanks. Aishi waved and slowly descended. Watching Aishi fly off into the distance, Krillin felt as though something important had been stripped away from his life. Bang! Vegeta, that's enough. Fighting like this is meaningless. Cell, having taken hit after hit, finally couldn't hold back his frustration. Hearing that, Vegeta snorted and mocked him. You ugly freak. Don't tell me you want to surrender because you can't win? How cowardly, your genes disgust me. Veins bulged on Cell's forehead. This damn monkey had such a filthy mouth. Just wait until I become perfect, then you'll be the one begging. I'll make you kneel and sing for mercy. Humph. This is only my second form. I still have a perfect form. If you dare, let me reach it. Cell growled through clenched teeth. Father, no. We can't let him become perfect. From the sidelines, Trunks couldn't hold back anymore. He rushed forward and shouted. Cell glared at Trunks, you little snitch. But Vegeta didn't listen. In fact, he seemed intrigued. Oh, Cell, you say you can become perfect? Then fine, I'll allow it. But don't go crying when perfect you still gets wrecked by me. Cell's eyes lit up. Ha ha. Vegeta, you're a real man. They'll make sure your corpse stays intact. No way. Trunks quickly stepped in to stop them. Cell turned to Vegeta and gave him a look, see what I mean? Look at your kid. Trunks, stand down. Vegeta's brow furrowed, and he barked the order. No, father. I won't let you make this mistake. I'll defeat Cell myself. Trunks said firmly. Looks like your kid has no respect for you. Vegeta, Cell added fuel to the fire with a sneer. Trunks, don't make me fight you. Vegeta's voice was sharp with anger. If that's what it takes, then bring it on. Trunks stood his ground. He believed his father could still see reason. TCHU, Brad, don't think he'll hold back. Vegeta flared his aura and charged at Trunks. Trunks' pupils shrank. He's serious. He had no time to think. He had to power up and block the incoming strike. Both of them were in Super Saiyan 2, so their clash now was like two tanks ramming each other. Elsewhere from a hilltop, 18 pulled back her half-revealed face and let out a long breath. Her tense expression finally relaxed, a smile of relief forming. Phew, good. They're fighting each other now. Looks like they won't be coming after us. 16. We're safe. 16 nodded. Yes. We should keep hiding for a while. As long as we're not found, we should survive this crisis. Really? A calm voice spoke just then. Aishi descended from the sky, landing on the mountain in front of them. He casually played with the detonator in his hand, gazing at the two below. So this is 18, huh? After automatically filtering out 16, Aishi focused on 18. Not bad, even more beautiful than in the anime. Blonde hair, blue eyes, smooth, radiant skin, a tall and slim figure, perfectly proportioned. Far more vivid and perfect than the anime version. Who are you? 18's red, lips parted slightly. Her pretty face full of surprise. She was stunned. When did he get here? He and 16 hadn't even noticed him. How did things change so fast? Just a few days ago, the three of them were kicking Piccolo, punching Goku, capturing Vegeta, but today, everyone seemed stronger than ever. And now, a mysterious figure had appeared out of nowhere. Am Aishi a passing scion? Aishi smiled. Chapter 3, A Scion? 18's eyes narrowed slightly as her mind rapidly turned over the information. Aishi? A scion? She scanned her internal database, but none of the known scions matched this guy's profile. Could he have come from somewhere else? 18 didn't dare lower her guard. She stepped slightly back, leaning against the mountainside behind her. Then she asked again, so what do you want? Nothing much. Aishi replied with a small smile, casually flipping the control device in his hand. I just overheard you saying the crisis was over. But is it really? 18 frowned slightly. Beneath her cool and beautiful expression was a hint of tension. Her instincts screamed that this guy didn't come with good intentions. That device in his hand, could it be? Her eyes fixated on the controller Aishi held. It looked exactly like the one made by Dr. Gero, the one that could detonate the bomb inside her body, completely destroying her. If that happened, she wouldn't survive. Thinking about it, a sense of loss crept in. She hadn't even saved her brother yet, and now she was going to die? Seeing her fall into silence, Aishi said, no need to look so gloomy. I can help you. Huh? 18 raised her eyes, staring at him with suspicion. And right then, right in front of her eyes, Aishi crushed the controller in his hand. Her eyes lit up instantly, but just before she could celebrate, she blurted, You're not going to kill me. You're not worried Cell will absorb me and become perfect. Small matter. As long as I'm here, you don't need to worry. Aishi said with a gentle smile. 18 froze. What was that supposed to mean? They had just met. Why would he risk so much to protect her? She didn't understand it, but she was grateful. Why you should leave Cell is definitely not someone you can handle. Such kindness. Even now, she was concerned for him. Indeed, if it weren't for Dr. Gero's influence, 18 and 17 might not have been so cruel or cold. Their only goal had been to kill Goku. Don't worry, I'm very strong, Aishi said softly, smiling at her. Looking at that confident smile and remembering how he stood firm to protect her, 18 felt her face grow slightly red. After all, she was still just a girl with little experience of the world. She hadn't met many people. Romance was something unfamiliar to her. Now, she had met someone willing to protect her, even at the risk of his life. Her heart wavered. Even though she still thought Aishi couldn't possibly defeat Cell, she was moved. Of course, Aishi had no idea she was overthinking it this far. If he knew what was going through 18's mind, had probably dragged Cell into a training session for days. Suddenly, a blinding white light burst through the sky. A massive energy wave was forming in Cell's hand. Number 18, come out already. With a furious roar, he hurled it directly toward the island where Aishi and the others were. Boom! Damn! 18, Aishi, get close now, 16 shouted, preparing to take the full brunt of the attack. This was a full-force blast from second form Cell way beyond what they could block. Right? 18 turned to Aishi and cried, Come to me. He'll put up a barrier. No need, Aishi replied calmly, raising his hand. In that moment, he gathered a radiant, deep blue energy sphere and, under their watchful gaze, hurled it toward the sky. It flew straight for Cell's incoming blast. Boom! The two attacks collided instantly. In the very next moment, in full view of everyone present, the energy waves swelled and bloated on impact, releasing a searing heat that shattered the air, and then exploded. The blast was neutralized, and it had been just a casual attack. Everyone watching was stunned. 16 looked deeply at Aishi. There was no way he could win against this guy. Strong. Extremely strong. He had suspected it from the start when his scanners couldn't detect the U's power level. Now it was confirmed. As for 18, she stood dazed, staring at Aishi. He didn't lie to me? He really might be her salvation. Above them, Cell's eyes narrowed. This key unfamiliar. He was sure it wasn't from 16 or 18. So, then who's? Goku? Gohan? No, neither. His face twisted. I don't care who you are. If you get in the way of my perfect form, it'll kill you. With that thought, he shot downward like a missile, flying straight toward Aishi and the others. Meanwhile, by the shoreline, not far away, the fierce duel between Trunks and Vegeta suddenly came to a halt. This key, Trunks' face darkened as he turned toward the island. It was only there for a second, but it felt insanely strong. Vegeta also frowned. His expression was hard. He didn't recognize that key either. TCH. Who cares who it is if they want to fight? It'll answer. Vegeta snorted and flared up with golden energy before blasting toward the island. Zoom! Father! Wait! Trunks wanted to discuss a strategy first. They had no idea who this person was, friend or foe. But Vegeta was already gone. He had no choice but to follow. Back on the island, Cell had landed before Aishi and the others. The two sides stared each other down. From behind Aishi, 18 shrank back as Cell locked eyes on her, as greedy, intent on disguised. If he could absorb her, he would become perfect. If he could absorb her, he'd pay Vegeta back for all that humiliation. If he could absorb her, he'd be unstoppable. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His eyes glowed with anticipation. Ugh! 18 shuddered at his gaze. A chill crept up her spine. Cell's stare was disgusting. She absolutely could not let herself be absorbed. In her fear, her pale fingers unconsciously gripped the corner of Ace's shirt. She also leaned in, slightly unaware of what she was doing. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared. A small, unremarkable-looking energy blast shot towards Cell. Its speed was terrifying. No one had time to react. It was too fast, too sudden. Cell had no time to defend. Not that it would have mattered. He couldn't block it, even if he did. Boom! Then KRAKOM. The tiny energy ball detonated on impact. In an instant, thick smoke billowed out. Debris flew in all directions. The ground cracked and split apart. When the smoke finally cleared, Cell stood there in utter ruin, one foot barely holding him up. From a distance, he looked like half a corpse, half a body, half a leg, half a face. Blood poured from his mouth. His face twisted in agony. He was on the verge of collapse, like a dried-up tree. Ace's expression remained calm, and that was with him holding back. Cell, as long as I'm here, you won't touch 18. In a chapter 4, Forgua. Cell let out a pain scream. His face twisted in agony from the excruciating pain. As expected, a battle power of 10 trillion was just too ridiculous. At least for the Cell saga, it was already invincible. Aishi looked mildly surprised. He honestly hadn't expected that a casual energy blast from him would reduce Cell to such a state. Even he couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the Gogeta template. Nearby, both 18 and 16 gasped sharply. Their eyes widened in shock as they stared at Aishi. Too strong. This level of power was completely beyond their league. They had thought Vegeta was already invincible after the time chamber, but now there was someone even more overwhelming. 18's eyes sparkled as she stared directly at Aishi. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, 2 blazing golden auras descended from the sky. Moments later, Vegeta and Trunks arrived. They landed a short distance to Ace's side. Vegeta's brows were tightly furrowed. Cell's current miserable state, he saw it clearly. Turning to Aishi, his expression grew puzzled. He called out, "Hey, who are you?" Anyone who could beat Cell into this state had to be extremely powerful. Though not impossible, Vegeta believed he could do it too. Still, it was odd. He had absolutely no memory of someone this strong. Trunks was also sizing Aishi up. Completely unfamiliar. This person didn't exist in his future. Trunks frowned slightly, muttering in his mind, "Looks like this timeline has shifted." He should have expected as much. After all, Because of him, Uncle Goku had avoided the heart virus and survived. But judging by how Aishi was standing beside 18, he probably wasn't on their side. This was troublesome. Still, he and his father could each take one. Yes, both of them were fully confident they could handle the situation. Meanwhile, Ace's lips curled up with joy, because the system's voice had just sounded in his head. Ding! Detected interaction with Vegeta. Gogeta template progress increased by 15. Holy crap, that much? Aishi was stunned. Had been grinding like crazy all these years. If he had known that just meeting Vegeta would unlock this much progress, why the hell did he bother training so hard? Open my attribute panel. He spoke calmly in his mind. Host. Aishi power level. 500 trillion bloodline. Pure blood scion. Top tier. Skills. Bujitsu. Flight. Ki control. Kamehameha. Final flash. Ki. Clone technique. Comet crash. Ultimate Kamehameha main template. Gogeta Super. Unlock. 30. Secondary template. Kibito Kai. Unlocked. Not only had his battle power jumped from 10 trillion to 500 trillion, had also gained new skills. Clone technique. Ki. Those were skills only GT Gogeta had. But the most exciting part, Ultimate Kamehameha. This was huge. Even as he processed the system's update, Aishi didn't appear dazed like a fool in reality. He simply looked at Vegeta calmly and said, Aishi. At first, had been annoyed at Vegeta's bossy tone, but now, thanks to him unlocking 15 more progress, his gaze toward Vegeta was noticeably more friendly. Aishi? Vegeta frowned and repeated the name. He looked at Aishi. There was something vaguely familiar. So he asked again, You're a Scion? As the Prince of Scions, Vegeta was intimately familiar with their kind. And this Aishi guy looked and felt very Scion. As soon as Vegeta said that, everyone was stunned. Trunks exclaimed, A Scion? He glanced at Aishi again, and suddenly it clicked. That aura really did resemble a Scion's. It was just like theirs. 16 and 18 were equally surprised. 18's pretty brows furrowed in confusion. There's no record of Aishi in Dr. Gero's database. As much as she hated Gero, she couldn't deny his scientific brilliance. Everyone, even Goku, had been recorded. So how did Aishi slip through? Facing Vegeta's question, Aishi nodded. Yes. Vegeta scowled even more. No, that's not right. Other than me and Kakaroto's group, there shouldn't be any surviving Scions. Then he smirked. Well, if you really are a Scion, then you should be able to go Super Scion, right? He didn't quite believe Ace's claim, but he had to admit the key was very Scion-like. So instead of debating, why not just have him transform and prove it? Sure. Aishi nodded. Good. Then transform and fight me. Super Vegeta. Vegeta grinned, eager to throw hands. Before Aishi could even respond, Trunks stepped in urgently. Father, stop. We should deal with Cell first. Vegeta scowled. Trunks, what are you so afraid of? You've been nagging me non-stop. Cell's trash. I could beat him with one hand. But, out of my way. You're such a coward, no pride, as the prince's son. Vegeta snapped. Then he turned back to Aishi. Cool me. Transform into your strongest form and fight me. But then a jarring voice cut in. One filled with rage. Damn, you guys are seriously underestimating me. Everyone turned to look and saw that Cell had recovered using Piccolo's regenerative ability. Though his ki was significantly weakened, he still felt utterly humiliated. He was supposed to be the big bad, but no one here was even paying attention to him. Vegeta, you said you'd help me absorb 18. Cell turned to Vegeta pleadingly. It sounded like begging, but Cell had no other choice. He just needed to absorb 18 and he'd be perfect. Then, he'd settle the score with each and every one of them. Especially that bastard. He glared at Aishi, only to flinch at the calm, emotionless gaze staring back. He quickly looked away. Too composed. Too dangerous. Better hold back for now. Vegeta nodded with a cocky grin. Right? Let him absorb 18. Then the two of them can come meet together. Trunks' face twisted into a grimace. He could already tell Aishi was mysterious. His power was no joke, and Cell, as perfect, will be even more terrifying. Yet now they were both being thrown at him. What the hell is father thinking? All right, Vegeta, you're a real man. Cell's eyes lit up. Hold him off for me while I take care of that brat. He pointed straight at Aishi. In a chapter 5, Vegeta nodded, arms crossed. But he didn't move. He intended to observe first. As Cell's voice fell, he stopped suppressing his energy and let it explode. In an instant, a golden aura surged violently around him. Cell stomped down with his right foot. Boom! The ground cracked open beneath him. Using the recoil, Cell launched himself like a missile straight toward 18. After all, Vegeta had promised to hold off Aishi, so he had no reason to hesitate now. Seeing this, 18's face turned pale. She instinctively leaned into Aishi, clutching his arm tightly. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it the sweet scent of the girl beside him. Her soft touch pressed against his arm. So soft, so full. Aishi smirked faintly. Meanwhile, Cell's ki blazed as he closed the distance, gathering all his energy into one punch aimed at Aishi. Take this. He flipped midair, clenched his fist, and hurled it down with force. This was a terrifying, fast punch meant to kill. Aishi didn't move. His expression didn't even flinch. No dolce, no block. Cell sneered, arrogant brat. Let's see how you handle this. But just as his fist was about to connect WHOSH, a sudden sonic boom burst through the air. Boom! In that instant, Ace's fist pierced clean through Cell's chest, and the sheer force of the punch blasted Cell backward, flinging him into a nearby mountain. Crash! The impact crushed the entire mountainside, burying Cell under a landslide of rubble. From a distance, Vegeta, still watching atop another mountain, stood frozen. His pupils shrank. His voice trembled. At speed I couldn't even see it, and he sent Cell flying in one punch. Vegeta felt like he'd seen a ghost. What the hell was going on? If that guy was really a Saiyan, then why hadn't he transformed into a Super Saiyan? Don't tell me, doesn't need to go Super Saiyan to be this strong? Vegeta's face darkened. Haha, under the collapsed rocks. Cell grunted and pushed the debris off him. He staggered up, eyes full of terror as he stared at Aishi. This time once is chance. Twice is warning. 3 times? You're done. He understood now. This guy was on an entirely different level. A monster. That was the only word that fit. Cell trembled and stuttered. Who the hell are you? Aishi. A passing Scion. Aishi replied with a smile. A Scion? No imposible. There's no record of you in Dr. Gero's database. Where the hell did you come from? Cell was close to hysterical. He had been so close to absorbing 18 to reaching perfection. But now this guy had appeared out of nowhere to ruin everything. Damn it. Cell's face twisted in anger. He loved being in control, loved seeing humans tremble. But now, everything had spiraled out of control because of this one man. Vegeta, you said you helped me reach my perfect form. Then hurry up and stop that freak. Cell shouted toward Vegeta. Vegeta snorted. Are you giving orders to me, the prince? Oomph. You ugly freak. Just wait your turn. Then he looked at Aishi. I believe you're a Scion now. Obviously, no one this strong could be anything else. Aishi said nothing, only stared at Vegeta, waiting for him to finish. Aishi, huh? How about this? Let Cell absorb 18 and reach his perfect form. Then I'll kill him myself. And after that you and I will fight. The strongest versus the strongest. Vegeta grinned. He thought this idea was perfect. When Kakarot came out of the time chamber, he'd be in for a big surprise. But Aishi frowned. Then why don't you let Cell absorb Bulma instead? You're seriously saying that out loud? Vegeta froze. Then his face twisted in anger. Don't be ridiculous. Why not? Aishi asked flatly. Vegeta scoffed him. Because it's different, obviously. Bulma is off limits. I wouldn't just stand by and let her be absorbed. Aishi said calmly, right? So now you understand. If Cell wants to absorb 18, why should I just stand by either? His meaning couldn't be clearer. Vegeta paused. He wasn't stupid. Using his wife Bulma as an example, yeah. He got it now. After a moment of silence, Vegeta sighed. Fine. I won't interfere with Cell anymore. I'm done with that whole mess, but you still have to fight me afterward. Between Cell and Aishi had rather fight the Scion. So with that decision made, Vegeta betrayed Cell without hesitation. Aishi nodded, deal. Vegeta smirked, arms folded again, and stepped back. Everyone looked stunned. Weren't they about to fight just now? Now, they're all friendly? Trunks blinked, confused. He didn't get why his dad suddenly gave up on the whole perfect Cell thing. But he was glad. Now they could just finish off Cell for good. With that thought, Trunks even felt a little respect toward Aishi. He had thought the guy was an enemy. Turns out, he was willing to talk things out. Unfortunately, the only one who was now completely miserable was Cell. His face went dark. He glared at Vegeta in fury. Vegeta, you two-faced bastard. You made a deal. Oomph. You think you're in any position to negotiate? You're just a clown waiting to be slaughtered. Vegeta snorted coldly. Damn you. Cell clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. It was all Ace's fault. If not for him, Cell would have already been perfect. He had waited so long, so many years, just for this one moment. Now, all he could do was flee. Without thinking, Cell began to backpedal. Everyone noticed his intent. Just then 18 tugged on Ace's sleeve. Her cold but pleading face looked up at him. Aishi, can you save my brother? Ace's face remained calm. I can. At those words, 18 lit up. She was just about to thank him when she heard. So how are you going to thank me? She blinked, then raised her head to meet Ace's gaze. His eyes were strange, almost like a hunter looking at prey. She blushed, looking away quickly. She didn't really have anything she could offer him in return. After a moment, she looked up again and said softly, if you save my brother, I'll agree to anything. Her cheeks flushed red as she said it. Aishi smiled. You said it. No backing out. I want. 18 nodded firmly. End of chapter. Chapter 6:6. Then Ace's figure vanished on the spot. Only an afterimage remained. The next moment, he appeared right in front of Cell. Where do you think you're going? Aishi looked at Cell calmly. What? So fast. Cell's expression changed dramatically. He had appeared out of nowhere without a single sign. How is that different from a ghost? Why were you trying to do? Cell staggered backward, his body trembling as he spoke. Those two punches from Aishi had made him fully realize how small he truly was. He couldn't help but fear him. Was this what it meant to have his dream of invincibility shattered in just 2 punches? Obviously to kill you. Aishi replied coldly and then shot out like a blur. Sliding judgment. Boom! Boom! The next moment, Aishi appeared above Cell and delivered 2 powerful knee strikes directly to Cell's head. Thud! Thud! Too dull. Heavy sounds rang out. Cell's face caved in from the impact. His body was knocked backward uncontrollably. Then Aishi flashed again, appearing behind Cell. Bang! Another punch landed in Cell's waist, sinking deep into it. Ugh! Arg! How is this possible? Cell's pupils dilated wildly, while surging from his throat. His spine shattered. And that wasn't the end. Aishi kicked him flying, then instantly appeared above, clasped his hands together, and smashed Cell into the ground. Rumble. After this barrage, Cell could no longer hold out. An overwhelming nausea swept over his body. Blarg. His pupils shrank. Even his lips stretched unnaturally. A thick white liquid surged up his throat, and along with it, a figure came flying out. Número 17. The moment 17 was vomited out, Cell's energy plummeted drastically. His form reverted back to his first form. At this point, probably anyone present could easily beat him. Seeing that 17 had been retrieved, Aishi decided not to hold back anymore. He brought both hands to his waist in the shape of a blooming flower and muttered in a low voice. Kamehameha, Tourtel Destruction Wave, boom. And no, please don't. Il se rendait donc qu'il me. Cell looked in horror at the incoming Kamehameha. But soon as the energy wave collided, his voice faded. His figure disintegrated and vanished. Not far away, as so strong. Krillin looked on, stunned and terrified. He had seen the entire fight and was utterly shocked. There were no fancy techniques, just sheer stat crushing. This guy's power level was monstrous. Krillin patted his chest, thankful he hadn't provoked him earlier. Nearby Trunks was just as stunned. Aishi is insanely strong, and this is just his base form. He hadn't forgotten Aishi was a scion. He couldn't even imagine if Aishi transformed into a Super Saiyan. How strong would he become? Vegeta slowly snapped out of his shock, took a deep breath, and said, "I have to fight him." Trunks froze, then tried to dissuade him. "Dad, maybe don't?" "Ace is not someone we can handle," Vegeta snorted coldly. "Stupid boy. Have you no Saiyan pride? So what if he's strong? I, Super Vegeta, am not necessarily weaker." With that, Vegeta flew toward Aishi, leaving Trunks alone in silence. Meanwhile, Aishi had walked towards 17 after dealing with Cell. 17. Number 18 was shaking the unconscious 17 in panic. "Aishi, is he okay?" "Esfine. Just fainted. A bit of healing will fix it," Aishi replied. Saying that, he extended one hand towards 17. In 18's gaze, a warm green, healing light flowed out from his palm. In just a few seconds, 17 opened his eyes and sat up with one hand on the ground. He looked around in confusion. "That's great. Thank you, Aishi." Number 18 stepped forward and hugged Aishi tightly, full of gratitude. 17 was stunned, looking immediately at Aishi. Who was this guy? Everyone knew men and women weren't supposed to be so close. Unless they were dating? So this guy was brother-in-law. What the hell? What happened while he was being absorbed? How did he suddenly gain a brother-in-law? 17 was completely shocked, but he respected his sister's choice. "Hello. You are?" "Hello. I'm Aishi," Aishi replied with a smile. "Oh, I hope you'll treat my sister well," 17 said seriously. I will." Aishi nodded. Only then did 17 grin and smile. "Damn it. What are you two even talking about?" Number 18's face turned red as she yelled in embarrassment. 17, I was so worried about you. You heartless jerk. How dare you sell me out like this?" 17 looked startled and quickly flew away. "What did I do?" 18 chased after him, big mouth. As the two disappeared into the distance, Aishi turned to look at Vegeta. Vegeta stood with arms crossed, quietly watching him. "You really want to fight me?" Aishi asked once more. Of course. Use your full power. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." Vegeta scoffed. "Full power?" Aishi raised an eyebrow slightly. "His full power? Interesting. All right." Ace's gaze sharpened, and he clenched his fists tightly. A deep growl rose from his throat. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the rising aura. Whoosh! Golden ripples began to spread from Ace's feet, gradually rising into a glowing aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The jet-like golden flame shot skyward, piercing through the clouds. It was awe-inspiring. Ace's hair and eyebrows instantly turned gold. A brilliant, gleaming gold. His eyes sharpened, becoming even more piercing. An invisible pressure slowly spread around him, one filled with power and confidence. "Why, you're kidding, right?" Vegeta's pupils shrank, stumbling over his words. Unbelievable. That aura, it was like a vast ocean, and he was just a little boat that could be overturned at any moment. Strong. So strong. Elsewhere, Trunks and Krillin, watching from afar, were completely speechless. Krillin muttered, "He's too strong. I don't think even Goku could beat him. Where the hell did this Aishi come from?" Trunks nodded, his face tense. "Yeah, he's really strong. Just his aura alone makes it hard to breathe. I just hope he's not a bad guy." In a chapter 7-7, just as the two were still in shock, swoosh. A voice suddenly rang out. "Yo, Krillin, Trunks, you guys are here too." The voice made the two of them tense up, then they quickly turned around. Behind them stood three figures. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo. "You guys came out of the room of spirit in time?" Krillin and Trunks were overjoyed and hurried forward. "Yeah, we just got out not long ago," Son Goku said with a grin. We just found out what was going on here right after we came out. We were so shocked that we rushed over in a fresh set of training clothes." He stepped forward, his expression becoming serious as he looked toward where Aishi and Vegeta were. "By the way, who's that fighting Vegeta right now?" Piccolo mentioned he took care of Cell, but we only got a brief summary. We still don't know who he is. Goku asked curiously. Piccolo and Gohan also looked puzzled. Krillin and Trunks exchanged glances. Then Krillin took a step forward. Let me give you a rundown of what just happened. Krillin proceeded to summarize the entire sequence of events. After listening, the three finally understood the situation. Goku's expression showed faint excitement. So, Cell's death led to an even stronger person showing up, and he's a Scion Aishi. Oi. Goku. Krillin interrupted, exasperated. You're way too relaxed for someone who just heard about a monster like Aishi. Yeah, Goku-san, we're all worried he might be an enemy, Trunks quickly added. But Goku still didn't show any concern. Instead, he smiled and said, You guys are overthinking this. Clenching his fists excitedly, he said, Aishi is definitely a pure martial artist. I can't wait to exchange a few blows with him. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. What made him think Aishi was a pure martial artist? All right, stop worrying. If he's someone who's willing to talk and spar, that already proves he's not unreasonable. There's no need to assume he's an enemy. Piccolo said calmly. The fact that Aishi was sparring with Vegeta and not fighting to the death was proof that he could be reasoned with, or even recruited. Piccolo's right. Goku nodded with a smile. And I get the feeling he's kind of like me. I bet there's a lot I could learn from fighting him. Let's get closer. I want to see how much Vegeta improved after coming out of the time chamber with that. He began to float toward Aishi in Vegeta's direction. Seeing this, everyone quickly followed. Meanwhile, 17, who was being chased and pummeled by 18, suddenly stopped in midair. He looked toward Ace's location. His eyes widened. His pupils were full of disbelief. A moment later, he sucked in a sharp breath. What the hell? With utter disbelief in his voice, he muttered, Is my brother-in-law just OP? I finally get why I came out of Cell in one piece. Cell was probably killed by him. Still dazing off? Eat my fist, 17. At that moment, 18 caught up. Not daring to think further, 17 immediately flew off, shouting, Hey sis, don't you think you're reaching a bit high? Ace is that strong. Can you even keep up with him? You brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Who asked for your opinion? 18 roared angrily. Back to Ace's side, Vegeta had finally shaken off his shock, looking at Aishi with a serious gaze. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly and shouted, Huh. The next moment his body grew bulkier, muscles expanding. This was his current strongest form, commonly known as Super Vegeta. Aishi remained calm. Of course he knew this form. It was the second stage of the Super Saiyan form from the original story. This form had both strengths and weaknesses. But overall, the weaknesses outweighed the strengths. The reason was simple: this form indeed granted power far beyond regular Super Saiyan. But in exchange for that power, it lost the most important thing: speed. What use was power if you couldn't hit the target? Against a fast opponent, you're screwed. And this form also consumed a ton of stamina. It couldn't last long. That's why in the original story, the moment Goku developed this form, he abandoned it and instead pursued a more balanced, full-power version. Goku's martial arts talent truly was exceptional. This is my strongest form, take this. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Then his figure blasted forward toward Aishi. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, an intense battle erupted. But Aishi didn't fight back, he simply dodged with ease. On the mountainside, Goku shook his head as he watched. Krillin asked curiously, What is it, Goku? Vegeta's form has too many flaws. There's no way he can land a hit on Aishi. Goku said calmly, What do you mean? He sacrificed speed for power. Goku answered, upon hearing that, everyone suddenly understood. So that's what was wrong. Only Trunks remained silent. The form had taken pride and had just been dismissed outright by Goku. Damn it, bastard. Are you looking down on me? Vegeta growled, face darkening. Furious, he started swinging his fists even more wildly. Am not. But do you know why you can't hit me? Aishi said while retreating lightly. What? Vegeta gritted his teeth. First, our power gap is huge. Second, your speed is way too slow. Aishi answered calmly. TCH, I know I'm slow, but my strength's immense. Vegeta snorted coldly. It's useless. At this rate, your energy will burn out fast. Aishi said blandly. Then he rose into the air, looking at Vegeta, with a faint smile. Want to learn how to transform into Super Saiyan full power? Super Saiyan full power? Vegeta frowned in confusion. Didn't you notice? Your lust for battle is too strong. Your body coordination is all over the place. Your energy is unstable. You're failing to bring out even the base level speed and power of Super Saiyan. Your combat strategy? Totally absent. Aishi said plainly. Vegeta's face turned red with shame. His teeth clenched. Then he let out a cold snort. TCH. Of course, he was aware of his current condition. But to have it stated so bluntly still felt like a blow to his pride. End of chapter. Chapter 8-8 on the other side, Son Goku nodded repeatedly as he listened to Piccolo's analysis. His eyes lit up more and more. You're absolutely right. So that's Super Saiyan full power, huh? I was wondering what to call it. Beside him, Krillin was startled. Huh? Goku, are you saying? You've already mastered Super Saiyan full power. Hearing this, Goku scratched his head and chuckled. No, not yet. But I'm close. I've been staying in my Super Saiyan form constantly to figure it out. Gohan looked at his father with confusion. Hadn't he already mastered it? He clearly remembered that months ago in the Room of Spirit and time his dad had already figured it out. Now, he was already using full power. There's no way his dad hadn't reached it too. Was he just being humble? Meanwhile, Trunks was once again struck with realization. So this was the gap. He had once taken pride in his form, but now it seemed laughable. Back on Ace's side, after Ace's explanation, Vegeta was suddenly enlightened. But the battle's not over yet. Next, I'll use my full strength. Vegeta's mouth curved into a confident grin. He believed this move would at least make Aishi put in some effort. Oh, come to me then, Aishi smiled. Hearing this, Vegeta took a deep breath, then suddenly spread his arms wide and shouted. Final hum. A golden light condensed between his hands, with an overwhelming amount of energy rapidly building up. Flash. The next second, Vegeta unleashed his final flash with a roar. Boom! The massive energy beam tore through the air like a raging storm, bearing down on Aishi with destructive force, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Yet Ace's expression remained unchanged, utterly calm. Just before the energy made contact, Aishi made his move. He casually raised the back of his hand and swatted at the oncoming energy wave. Bang! Immediately before everyone's stunned eyes, Vegeta's full power attack was effortlessly swatted away by Aishi, redirected straight off Earth and into space. It gradually dissipated as a fading streak of light in the stars. Vegeta's face darkened, just deflected so casually. Goku's expression turned serious. He's strong. If it were me, I wouldn't dare try to take Vegeta's full power head on. And this guy just swatted it away like nothing. Krillin sighed. Monsters. They're all monsters. But this guy, he's a monster among monsters. Aishi looked up at Vegeta and calmly said, It's over. Then his figure vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage. The next moment, he appeared behind and above Vegeta. With his right hand flattened into a blade, he gathered a bit of energy and struck the back of Vegeta's neck. Vegeta hadn't even reacted yet. Thud! A heavy, dull sound echoed. Vegeta's eyes widened. A strange, indescribable sensation flooded his body. Was it painful? Not at all. He passed out instantly. No time to even feel pain. Yet his heart was filled with confusion. When did the other guy even get behind him? But more than that, he hated the fact that he couldn't even take a single hit. His energy dropped to the lowest level, his hair turned black, and his unconscious body began to fall. Father! Trunks quickly flew over and caught him. After the sparring ended, Goku and the others immediately approached. Goku smiled and greeted, Hi, I'm Son Goku. Piccolo stood with arms crossed and nodded. Piccolo. Gohan was polite. Hello, I'm Son Gohan. Pleased to meet you. Krillin scratched his bald head. I'm Krillin. Haha, we've met before. Each one introduced themselves to Aishi. Sensing their genuine goodwill, Aishi smiled back. Nice to meet you all. I'm Aishi, from West City. At the same time, ding. Host has made contact with protagonist Son Goku. Vegeta template unlock progress. 15. Ace's expression remained calm, but the corners of his lips lifted slightly. Huh, you're from West City? You live in the same city as Bulma? That's great. Can I spar with you sometime? Goku's eyes lit up. Of course. Aishi nodded. You're amazing. You beat Vegeta so easily. Goku complimented him openly. Not too bad. Aishi chuckled modestly. Goku suddenly turned serious. Right, I haven't thanked you yet. Thanks for defeating Cell. Honestly, that wasn't your responsibility. I was training in the time chamber and missed the chance. It must have been a lot of trouble. No witties. I've always lived on Earth. Defeating Cell was the right thing to do. Aishi replied. Everyone was surprised. Aishi asked curiously, what's wrong? You've been on Earth all this time? We never sensed your presence, before Krillin exclaimed. Yeah, normally with your level of power, if you ever released your aura, we would have noticed. Goku added in confusion. I prefer peace and quiet, Aishi replied casually. He couldn't exactly say he was afraid of dying, right? Everyone seemed to understand. Well, that's fine. At least we know you now. Krillin smiled. All right, Aishi next year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Want to join? Goku suddenly remembered and quickly asked. When is it? Aishi asked. He was actually interested in the World Martial Arts Tournament. It was one of the most iconic parts of the anime from his previous life. The tournament brought all the greatest fighters together. Next May. Goku smiled. He'll be there. Aishi replied casually. Awesome. He'll look for you then. Well, we'll be off now. Goku waved as he prepared to leave. Since the situation had been resolved, there was no need to stick around. Soon with him leading the way, the Z warriors all departed together. At the original location, watching their figures disappear into the distance, Aishi didn't stay long either and slowly flew off. But what no one knew was 1 kilometer away, hidden within a rocky cliff, a micro-sized robotic mayfly, just 2 nanometers in diameter, had recorded everything. Battle data, fully recorded target. Aishi. Evaluating strength, no upper limit. Gene acquisition, failed. Danger level, 10 stars. TCH. Where did this monster come from again? A crisp female voice spoke from inside the robot. West City. Inside Ace's apartment. After washing up, Aishi lay on the bed, resting with his eyes closed. Who knew how much time passed? Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a lone knock at the door. A slight smile tugged at Ace's lips. They came. Opening the door, Aishi saw a tall, coldly beautiful girl standing outside. Number 18. 18, it's so late. What's the matter? Aishi smiled. He stepped aside to let her in. 18 clutched the hem of her shirt tightly and slowly walked in. It's nothing. I just came to fulfill my promise. She whispered softly, her voice quiet. With her head lowered, Aishi couldn't see her expression clearly. Have a seat first. I'll get you some water. Aishi gently led her to the sofa and then went to pour water. Only after he walked away did 18 dare raise her head. At that moment, a faint blush painted her face. So embarrassing, what the heck was she doing? Shed wandered all the way to Ace's place in a daze. Yeah, she must have gotten lost under the room's light. Her golden bob-cut hair shone with a soft, radiant glow, adding even more elegance to her naturally cool and noble aura. She had shed her battle attire from earlier and, following her little brother's advice, changed into a simple, plain white blouse and white skirt. The outfit perfectly outlined her eye-catching chest, slim waist, and long white legs. She now truly looked like a youthful girl, fresh and beautiful, with a calm warmth. But the coolness on her face, tinged with blush and shyness, gave her an irresistible contrast. 18 looked around Ace's apartment with curiosity. Everything was tidy, clean, and warmly arranged, no visible dust. Seemed like Aishi was a neat freak. Just then, Aishi returned with 2 glasses of water. 18 immediately stood up and took the glass he offered. She took a gentle sip, then looked seriously at Aishi. Aishi, I came to fulfill my promise from earlier, in a chapter 99. Aishi, you saved me and my brother. I promised I'd do anything for you. Number 18's voice was calm, her expression cold, but her subtly trembling body showed her nervousness. Really? Aishi smiled. Really? Then come with me. Aishi stood up and slowly walked toward the stairs. Seeing this, number 18's heart tightened, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. So it was really going to happen? But she didn't hesitate. She stood up as well, lowered her head, and quietly followed Aishi. Unknowingly, they arrived at the bedroom. Aishi came to a stop. Thump! Number 18's soft body bumped right in his back with a light smack. Snapping back to her senses, number 18 immediately took a step back and hurriedly said, "Sorry." Why was she so distracted, even walking? "It's fine." Aishi chuckled. He walked to the bed and sat down, then patted the empty space beside him. Gistling for her seat. Seeing this, number 18 nervously stepped forward and slowly sat down. "Don't be nervous. Relax." Aishi gently patted her and spoke. "How do you plan to repay me?" Hearing this, number 18 paused. Why did he toss the question back to her? "I don't know." She shook her head lightly and whispered, "Do you like me?" Aishi suddenly asked. "Eh." Her face instantly turned red, flustered and overwhelmed. "I don't like me." Aishi pressed again. "No. Número 18 an ser hastili." Her voice carried panic and urgency, like a frightened rabbit. "So that means you do?" Aishi smiled. No." 18 looked away slightly and softly responded. "Charge." Aishi gently cupped her chin and brought her eyes to his. "I like you too." As soon as those words fell, number 18's face turned as red as steam, glowing with heat. "You like her too?" With the atmosphere built to this point, most people's emotions would overrule reason. Aishi didn't hesitate at all and leaned in. Her lips were soft and warm, with a faint floral scent. Number 18's pupils contracted, her eyes wide in surprise. After a long moment, the two finally parted. Number 18 was left breathless, caught off guard. Huff! She pushed Aishi away, half angrily said, "Aishi, have you kissed someone before?" Aishi gently stroked her cheek, locking eyes with her. "No." Number 18 squinted in suspicion. "Really?" Aishi nodded gently. Her skin was soft, warm like jade. Number 18 gazed into his eyes, saying nothing. In her eyes, Aishi saw his own reflection, her entire gaze filled with only him. Aishi could feel every nerve being teased and pulled by her. "Can I?" Number 18 bit her lip gently, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. With that, Aishi carried her up and walked out to the living room. Setting sail. No one knew how long had passed. Number 18 furrowed her brows, lips pressed tightly, clutching Aishi with all her strength. The next day, Aishi woke up early, preparing a nutritious breakfast. A faint smile played at his lips. Who said number 18 had unlimited stamina? She couldn't even last a single night. A while later, a slim silhouette slowly descended the stairs. Aishi looked over. No. 18 seemed well recovered, not as weak-kneed as one might expect. "Good morning, 18. "Good morning." She smiled softly and walked over. "You're up so early." Aishi chuckled. "Habit. Back when he had school, he always got up early." "Come eat." Number 18 sat down with curiosity, eyeing the food. "Tastes great. Your cooking is amazing." She smiled brightly, clearly surprised. "Adorable." Aishi walked over and picked her up gently. Aishi, what are you doing?" Número 18 blushed, started. Breakfast." Aishi replied calmly. What?" Breakfast a long time later, looking at the now asleep number 18. Aishi chuckled softly. Then he pulled out a set of white training clothes from the wardrobe with a black belt. Once dressed neatly, he quietly left the apartment. He had serious business to handle today. But as soon as he stepped outside, he sensed someone approaching rapidly. Son Goku. Whoosh. Son Goku gradually slowed down as he descended. His face lit up, and he waved from afar. Aishi. Seeing him land, Aishi looked confused. "What brings you here?" "Haha. I wanted to spar with you." Goku grinned. "Sure, but not now. I need to borrow the Dragon Balls." Aishi nodded. Perfect timing. He had been planning to go find him. "Dragon Balls? You got something urgent?" Goku looked puzzled. "Yeah, I want to remove the bombs inside number 18 and number 17. Aishi answered calmly. Goku finally understood, then nodded with a smile. "Of course. The Dragon Balls are at the lookout." After that, he asked with a slightly curious tone, "Did you marry that android, number 18? Who told you that?" Aishi blinked. "Who spread that?" "Haha, everyone's been saying it. I mean, you beat the crap out of Cell, just for her." Goku laughed. "Cut the crap, let's go to the lookout." Aishi was speechless. Are all Z fighters this nosy? And Goku, of all people, why are you so interested in gossip? That's way out of character. The two soared toward the lookout, chatting casually along the way. To be fair, son, Goku really had a friendly, likable personality. After that conversation, Aishi and Goku grew noticeably closer. In a chapter 1010, The Lookout. Come fort, Shenlong. Grant my wish. The 7 glowing Dragon Balls were neatly arranged. With a dramatic wave of his arm, Son Goku shouted into the sky. Hum! A mystical voice rang out. The Dragon Balls released a dazzling golden light, soaring into the heavens, piercing through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the once bright sky turned pitch black. The mighty form of Shenlong gradually manifested, a vast, sky-obscuring serpent coiled above, its imposing red eyes slowly casting their gaze upon the lookout. What wish do you seek this time? I can grant you 3, no matter what they are. Shenlong's voice was filled with majesty as he looked toward Goku. Hee. This time, Shenlong, it's not me making the wish. Goku smiled and turned to Aishi. Aishi, go ahead. Right? Aishi stepped forward, looking up at the great dragon. Please remove the bombs inside number 17 and number 18-0, and number 16 too. Since number 16 hadn't been repaired by Bulma in this timeline, might as well take care of it now. Upon hearing this, Shenlong fell silent for a moment. A red glow flashed through his eyes. A simple wish. Do you have any others? Aishi exchanged a glance with Goku. Goku then asked Aishi, got anything else in mind? Do you want the ability to breathe in space? Aishi suddenly offered, breathe in space? Goku paused, deep in thought. He had actually overlooked that detail. Despite the Scion's monstrous power, they still had critical weaknesses, and not being able to breathe in vacuum was one of them. After considering it, Goku realized how useful that ability would be. He remembered Namek. If he had been able to breathe in space back then, would he have even needed a spaceship? He could have just flown off after transforming into Super Saiyan. With that realization, Goku nodded at Aishi. That's a great idea. With their minds made up, the two made their wish to Shenlong. Your wishes have been granted. Farewell. Shenlong's voice echoed. Then, with a flash of light, his massive form dispersed into golden sparks. The 7 Dragon Balls scattered once more across Earth. The sky returned to its usual brightness. Aishi, that wish was genius. If we run into some unstoppable enemy next time, we can just drag them into space to fight. Goku laughed. Exactly. Scion flight speed already surpasses most ships. If one has enough stamina, they can travel freely through space. Aishi nodded. Mount Pozu, on a flat plain behind the Sun family home, Goku, Gohan, and Aishi slowly landed. Goku had invited Aishi over for a meal, and after eating, they came to the back mountain for a sparring session. Had also brought along his son. Gohan, hoping Gohan could gain some insight from watching Aishi and himself spar. Aishi, that Super Saiyan full power form you mentioned when fighting Vegeta, I think I've more or less mastered it. But I want to know, is there a form beyond Super Saiyan full power? Like something beyond a Super Saiyan 2? Goku said with genuine curiosity and a smile. You already have the answer, don't you? Aishi chuckled. Goku had already sensed the embryonic state of Super Saiyan 2. He just wanted confirmation. So it's real. I knew it. Goku's eyes lit up. Then he said something unexpected. Actually, if you hadn't stepped in, I wouldn't have fought Cell. My plan was for Gohan to defeat him. Back in a room of spirit and time, I saw his incredible potential and talent. When he gets angry, he might even surpass Super Saiyan. Off to the side, Gohan, who had been quietly listening, froze. Hearing that he was part of this plan surprised him. He scratched his head and smiled shyly. It's true. Gohan's potential is terrifying. With proper guidance, he'll definitely reach a level not even Super Saiyan God can ignore. Aishi nodded. Gohan's talent and potential were absolutely top tier. If he trained properly, it wouldn't be Jiren who'd suffer during the Tournament of Power, it would be the others. You think so too? Goku smiled. That's why I brought him with me today. Partly to let him witness your strength, and partly to ask if you'd teach him. Goku had long seen how gifted Gohan was. He didn't want to waste it. Right now, Gohan had just exited the room of spirit and time, and his combat instincts were still sharp. It was the perfect time for training. As for Waishi, that was obvious. Ace's martial arts mastery far exceeded his own, and he was a high schooler. The two would have more to talk about, and Chi-Chi wouldn't object. He'd just say Gohan was going to ace his place for tutoring. Whether that was academic or martial arts knowledge, well, that was up for interpretation. All he had to do was hand the kid over. I figured. Aishi nodded. Gohan can train under me, but he'll need to formally become my disciple. That's great. Goku was thrilled and turned to Gohan. Gohan, what do you think? He respected his son's choice. If Gohan refused, he wouldn't blame him. He was alive, that was enough. When the sky falls, someone else can hold it up. He just didn't want to see his son's potential go to waste. Hearing that, Gohan was stunned. He looked at his dad, then at Aishi. In his father's eyes, he saw expectation. In Ace's confidence and unmatched strength. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Aishi with determination. Sensei. He even moved to kneel, no need for that. Aishi stopped him with a smile and helped him up. Taking Gohan as his disciple, he was more than willing. Bright, powerful bloodline, diligent, polite, good-tempered, kind-hearted, loyal, there wasn't a single bad trait to pick at. With someone like him, there was no fear of betrayal. In a chapter 1111, thanks a lot, Aishi. Son Goku said solemnly. No need for that. Gohan's got great talent. I'm not losing anything. Aishi smiled. After that, the two chatted casually for a while before beginning their training. The gap in their strength was huge. Aishi didn't need any special techniques. He completely overwhelmed Goku with sheer stats alone. During the session, Aishi explained the method for breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, and even talked about Super Saiyan 3, which wasn't even in Goku's knowledge yet. What he heard left Goku utterly shocked. Then came a wave of unmatched excitement. Aishi, thank you so much. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3 with this theoretical support, I won't hit any walls. In just a few years, I can fully reach them. Goku said excitedly. Aishi naturally believed him. After all, Goku was always the first to explore and master new transformations. His martial arts talent was truly unrivaled. Actually, it's not that complicated. You just need to remember a few key points. First, your base battle power needs to be high enough. Second, train each form to full power. Third, your control over strength and emotion needs to be ultra-precise and stable. Fourth, emotional outburst rage at its peak. Master these four, and Super Saiyan 2 and 3 are totally possible. Aishi said calmly with a smile. Right. Goku grinned. Then, after sharing more knowledge, Aishi finally got ready to head home. Before leaving, he looked at Gohan. You don't need to train every day. Just come find me in West City on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Okay, sure show. Gohan nodded seriously. Aishi once again bid farewell to the Sun family and slowly flew in the direction of home. Back home. As soon as he opened the door, Aishi saw a stunning figure rushing toward him. Aishi, you're back. Number 18's face lit up with joy as she threw herself into his arms. Aishi, I have great news to tell you. Number 18 was in an excellent mood and spoke excitedly. Aishi gently stroked her hair. Don't get too excited. Take your time. Aishi, when I was showering today, I clearly felt that the explosive device stored in my body, it's gone. Number 18 said happily. I know. Huh? You knew? Number 18 was stunned. Then suddenly, she understood everything. Her delicate face looked pitiful, and a single tear slowly slid from the corner of her eye, sparkling. So it was you again. That feeling unprecedented. Number 18 hugged Aishi tightly, eyes filled with love that could practically take form. Aishi lowered his head. Her usually cold face now looked so pitiful, both cute and alluring. Too cute. He had to bully her a bit. A flame stirred in Aishi. Then, ignoring number 18's will. He wrapped his arms around her waist and picked her up. Then you'd better repay me properly. Huh? But you already did it. This morning, no one knew how much time passed. Aishi slowly sat up. There was a slight heaviness in his body. He opened his eyes. The environment around him seemed rather dim. Aishi frowned slightly and instinctively sat up. Then he reached out his hands. Shwa! Suddenly, number 18's brows furrowed tightly. Upon waking up, the first thing she saw wasn't the ceiling. 1 year later, May. A whole year had passed since the terrifying cell incident. Earth's people had already recovered from the panic and fear. Life had returned to normal. This year was a lively one, because this year marked the return of the Tenkaichi Budokai World Martial Arts Tournament, held once every 5 years. Many martial arts experts were drawn to it, all hoping to seize the opportunity. The event was broadcasted live on TV, with ratings reaching as high as 60. That's how prestigious the Tenkaichi Budokai was. West City. In a certain apartment, a figure descended from the sky. Son Gohan slowly landed from midair. After knocking on the door, it slowly opened. Seeing who it was, Gohan quickly greeted Shish's wife. Ah, Gohan. Número 18 Smail. She wore a plain white dress that stripped away any youthful awkwardness. Every move now exuded the charm of a mature woman. Her entire presence radiated a cool and elegant aura like a noble plum blossom. I came to find Shirsho. Dad said the Tenkaichi Budokai will be held tomorrow on a small island in the southern capital. He hopes Shirsho won't miss it. Gohan smiled. I know. We'll be there tomorrow. Número 18 Nadie Dientli. All right. Sorry for disturbing you. I need to inform the next house, so we'll head off now. Gohan politely said goodbye and flew away. Back in the living room, after hearing what number 18 said, Aishi couldn't help but get a little clingy with her again. Over the past year, he discovered number 18 had become even more charming. Her demands had grown, too. Of course, it was a good thing he was strong enough. Otherwise, there's no way he could keep up with her. For now, he was still the dominant one. Aishi sat beside number 18, enjoying her fragrance. Are you going to participate? Number 18 shook her head. They'll be cheering you on, so I won't go up myself. All right. Aishi nodded, then opened his mouth. Seeing that no. 18 smiled brightly and picked up a sweet fruit from the table, popping it into his mouth. Tasty? Delicious. Número 18 grinned mischievously. Of course it is. Guess what I added inside? Aishi was confused. Wait a second, wasn't that supposed to be his line? He looked up and saw number 18's smug little face. What did you put in it? Aishi played along and acted surprised. That fake panic face made number 18 even happier. Take that for teasing me every day. Cough. Actually, number 18 leaned in closer. She looked into Ace's eyes, wanting to see his surprise. But she miscalculated. Aishi didn't look surprised at all. He looked thrilled. That's awesome. Really great. Unforgettable taste. Number 18 had underestimated his shamelessness. So she got serious. I really put something in it. I'm really happy. You are the worst. Then I'll be the worst to the end. End of chapter. Chapter 12:12 the next day. Sunlight shone brightly, a soft ray slipping through the glass window and warming the room. In the living room, Aishi was having breakfast, replenishing his energy. Yesterday, number 18 had, under the pretense of helping Aishi win first place at the Tenkaichi Budokai, engaged in a friendly martial arts spar with him. Friendly, she claimed. But during the process, number 18 completely ignored martial virtue and used all sorts of dirty tricks. And because of her infinite energy source, even for Scion like him, it was hard to keep up. He had only managed to claim victory by transforming into Super Saiyan. This won't do. Absolutely won't do. At this rate, he was going to become nothing more than a plaything under number 18. Right? The Gogeta template progress should be over 50 by now. Right? As the thought came to him, Aishi quickly opened the system's personal template screen. Host, Aishi Battle Power, 500 trillion bloodline, Pure Blood Scion, top tier, skills, Bujitsu, flight, key control, Kamehameha Daibakahatsu, big explosion, 100x Super Kamehameha, Shenron's thunder. Resonant Explosion, Divine Punishment, Ki Beam, Glide Punishment, Clones. Main Template, Gogeta Super, Unlock Progress. 50, Subtemplate, Kibito, Unlocked. Since his farewell with Son Goku a year ago, the template progress had barely increased. Despite training for so long, it had only just broken through the 50 mark. A whole year, and it only climbed from 45 to 50. That showed just how hard it was to unlock. After consulting the system, the explanation was to speed up the unlocking progress of the main template. The host must participate in specific events related to the bound character. In short, what key events did Gogeta experience? Obviously, Evil Janemba, Broly, that kind of stuff. Looks like increasing the template progress is going to be a long-term goal. Aishi thought to himself. Then he muttered inwardly, System, use up all 4 subtemplate draws I've been saving. Had saved them long enough, it was time. All right. The system responded calmly. Then ding. Detected that the host's main template has reached 50 unlock. Beginning random draw of 4 subtemplates. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, 4 boxes descended from the sky in front of Aishi. Open them. White, red, and gold. Congratulations. You have drawn the following subtemplates. Mr. Satan, Tao Pai Pai, Unknown Template, Kaishin Shin. Seeing the 4 drawn templates, Ace's eyes lit up. Not only was there gold, there was even red. Though, the first 2, Mr. Satan, don't bye. Still, following the philosophy of digging gold from dirt, Aishi said, open up their ability details. Understood. The system responded. Then Mr. Satan combat ability. A single arm swing can reach a shocking stat of 137. At full burst, can dodge missiles. Durability. Can survive a punch from Perfect Cell and Mage Imbue. Wisdom Courage. Calm under pressure, even in the face of powerful foes. 70 survival rate. Charisma. While equipped, increases charm greatly. Can randomly cause bystanders to idolize you. After reading it, Aishi raised an eyebrow. Not bad, especially that charisma boost. Next, Tao Pai Pai skills. Super Dodonpa, Invisibility Technique, Dodon Whole Wave, Tongue Attack, Kiwall. Look what we have here, Tongue Attack, Super Dodonpa, Invisibility. Ace's lips curled up. Could have surprising effects in actual combat. Next, looking at the next one, Unknown Template. A red one, no less. Definitely not simple. Unknown skills. Hypnosis, Charm Hand, Kidney Boosting Technique, Time Stop, Critical Hit, Attack Speed. What the hell is this? Aishi was stunned. What kind of crazy stuff is this? He had a hunch, isn't this just some overpowered protagonist skill set? System, you really are something. Hypnosis. Eye contact for 5 seconds induces hypnosis. Note, only works on targets weaker than the host. Duration maxes out at 24 hours. Stronger targets can resist in seconds. Charm Hand. Your touch will deliver astonishing sensations to enemies. Kidney Boosting Technique. Mentally chant the mantra to boost kidney energy without upper limit. Can be used as MP Regen, Time Stop. Consume energy to stop time for the target. Note, energy cost scales with opponent's power. Critical Hit. Increases crit rate by 90. Every strike hits a fatal point. Reading through these, Ace's eyes gleamed. Most people might just abuse these powers randomly. But not him. He saw the strategic potential. In combat, imagine pulling out a Charm Hand mid-fight. Wouldn't that blow them up mentally? But of course, the most precious ability here was Time Stop. In the Dragon Ball world, time-based powers were absolutely broken. Even Hit, with just a time skip ability, became the top assassin in Universe 6. And now he had actual Time Stop? Totally busted. The only downside the system said energy consumption depended on the opponent's strength. So against gods of destruction or angels, it might be useless. Head get drained instantly. But against foes around his level or slightly stronger, it'd be devastatingly effective. As for the last one, Kaishin Shin, surely wouldn't be bad. And after checking his abilities, it was just as expected. Koishin Shin skills, Bukyuchu, Ki Blessed, Healing, Instant Transmission, Toptir, Telepathy, Krisishern. Planet Creation, Life Swap, Exchange your life for someone else's resurrection. These were excellent and totally worth using. Especially healing and instant transmission, absolute top tier. Better than Denda or Kibito's healing. And the instant transmission didn't even need key sensing, could go anywhere. As for life swap, Aishi figured he'd never use it. If it were others' lives for his, fine. But giving up his own life? No way. Him being alive was their greatest trump card. System, remove Kibito. Equip, unknown. Aishi said calmly in his mind. Confirmed. The system replied. Then Aishi immediately felt a surge of new powers awaken within him. Let's try time stop first. Aishi slowly closed his eyes. Zoosh. The next moment, a white, invisible aura expanded from within him, freezing everything around him. Aishi opened his eyes. At the moment, only his house had been stopped in time. His energy expenditure was minimal, almost unnoticeable. All right then, let's cover the entire Earth. Without hesitation, Aishi spread his ki to the limit. Zoosh! In an instant, the entire Earth was enveloped in a grayish aura, everything frozen. Now Aishi could feel it. His ki was starting to noticeably drain. Probably because of people like Goku. But it's acceptable. Still not that bad. I can maintain it for at least 8 minutes. Aishi muttered. Onward. He kept expanding his ki outward beyond Earth. Solar system. Small star clusters. Even at this point, the drain was barely felt. That meant there were no beings stronger than him in those areas. But when Ace's ki covered the entire North Galaxy, something happened. Zoosh! His ki plummeted instantly. He could now only maintain a time stop for a few seconds. Holy crap! That could only mean one thing: someone in the North Galaxy had a power close to or above his. Not daring to linger, Aishi immediately canceled the time stop. Fu's face was filled with surprise. If it were the South Galaxy, it'd be understandable, there's Broly over there. But this was the North Galaxy, bro. What the hell? Was there really someone that powerful here? Aishi frowned, completely puzzled. In a chapter 1313, Aishi, am ready. Let's go. Number 18's clear voice rang from upstairs. Aishi snapped out of his thoughts and replied, All right, I'm waiting on the first floor. Forget it. No need to dwell on it. The universe was huge. Encountering a few powerful beings was to be expected. No need to worry. It's not like he couldn't beat them. Aishi, let's go. Number 18 came down the stairs at a calm pace. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of perfectly toned, pearly white legs. Today, she wore a simple black dress, elegant and cool in aura. Her skin was naturally pale, and even without any makeup, her face remained stunningly beautiful and coldly alluring. Aishi walked over and pinched her cheek. So cute. Stop being a flirt. Let's go already. No. 18 swatted his hand away and rolled her eyes. Southern capital. On a small island today was the once every 5 years Tenkaichi Budokai World Martial Arts Tournament. Earth had gathered countless people, either registering to compete or coming to spectate. Jet planes and massive cruise ships were arriving one after another. Surrounded by scenic mountains and waters, this island was beautiful. The bustling crowds made it clear the tournament's popularity was still sky high. Registration area for the Tenkaichi Budokai. Goku and the others had gathered here. They hadn't seen each other in over a year, lots to catch up on. After greetings, Goku looked around in confusion. Huh? Where's Aishi? Krillin looked confused too. Yeah, didn't he say he'd be coming? Gohan scratched his head. No idea. I already told Shursho. Maybe he's not here yet. Oomph. Maybe he chickened out. Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted coldly. He too had been looking for Aishi from the moment he arrived, but still no sign of him. This past year, Vegeta had trained day and night. No one could understand the hardship he endured, all to avenge the humiliation of being knocked out by Aishi in one strike. Now, that he couldn't find him, how could he accept that? Ha, that's fine too. With him gone, I might just make it into the top 5. Krillin grinned cheerfully. What do you want top 5 for? Bulma asked, puzzled. When the prize money, and by baby formula, Krillin rubbed his non-existent nose with an awkward smile. Huh, that got everyone's attention. Goku was stunned, then exclaimed, Krillin, you have a kid now? Yup. Krillin nodded proudly. The kid's mom? Bulma was shocked. It had only been a year, right? Last time they met, you didn't even have a girlfriend. Now you've got a kid? Marin, Kiririn replied with a grin. Piccolo didn't understand earthling love affairs, but he had heard about Krillin's. Wasn't Marin his ex? Piccolo asked, confused. Weren't you dumped? Bulma added, yeah, wasn't she all about money? How'd you win her back with nothing? Yamcha, meanwhile, looked at Krillin with a complicated expression, a hint of pity in his eyes. Come on, Krillin, no matter how down bad we are, you can't raise someone else's kid. As the self-proclaimed romance expert, he felt he had to speak. Everyone knew Marin was gold-digging and flirty, and Krillin, not exactly rich or handsome. And this happened in just a year. That could only mean one thing: Krillin was raising someone else's child. Goku gasped. Krillin, are you raising someone else's kid? Listening to everyone's chatter, Krillin's face turned red with frustration. He glared at Yamcha. You're raising someone else's kid. I got her back with my charm, and the kid is mine. Just then, Bulma had an epiphany. Oh, I get it. That time you borrowed the dragon radar from me, you were going to use a wish on that, weren't you? That one sentence made everything click for the group. Yamcha laughed. So you used a Dragon Ball wish to get money. Respect. Bulma shook her head with regret. TCH, what a waste. If you needed money, just ask me. Why waste a whole wish? Krillin scratched his bald head, clearly embarrassed. Goku smiled. It's fine. It's just one Dragon Ball wish. If Krillin's happy, then it's all worth it. With that, everyone stopped teasing Krillin and genuinely congratulated him. Just then, Gohan looked in a certain direction. His eyes lit up. Shursho and Shish's wife. At the tournament entrance, Aishi and number 18 walked in calmly. Aishi greeted everyone with a smile. Goku was visibly thrilled. Aishi, you're finally here. I've gotten way stronger. This time I'm going to blow your mind. Vegeta, seeing Aishi at last, finally relaxed his furrowed brow. He stepped forward confidently. Kakarot and Aishi, you better be ready. This time I'll crush you both. No one's a match for me. Aishi just shook his head helplessly, not saying much. But in his heart, he thought, you two better get past Gohan first. After registering, the group headed to the waiting area. On the way, they encountered two unexpected visitors, Kaishin Shin and his attendant Kibito. When Aishi saw the two, he fell silent. Looks like Majin Buu had awakened early. Wasn't it supposed to be 6 years later? No matter. Things are different now. Majin Buu wouldn't be causing much trouble this time. Just like in the original story, when the two goofy gods appeared, Piccolo was instantly overwhelmed by their divine pressure, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. After putting on their mysterious act, the two vanished, leaving everyone bewildered. Piccolo, you okay? Were they really that scary? Goku asked, puzzled. They gave off the feeling of being supreme beings. Piccolo looked serious. Relax. Just a Kaishin. He can't do anything to you. Aishi said casually. Kaishin? Everyone looked confused. He's a god in charge of life and creation in the universe. Above the Grand Kai, but below the god of destruction. Aishi explained. That was a lot to take in. Everyone was still digesting the info. But Aishi didn't plan on going into detail. He just said, just remember those two are good guys. Just a bit dramatic. With that, everyone relaxed. As long as they weren't enemies. Goku stepped forward, curious. Aishi, what's a god of destruction? Vegeta quickly turned his head to listen. Where there is creation, there must be destruction. The god of destruction is responsible for destroying planets to maintain universal balance. Aishi explained calmly. Highest, everyone gasped. A god who destroys planets? Krillin looked worried. Wait, will we be destroyed too? Of course. As someone who knew the plot, Aishi was well aware Beerus would definitely come to Earth. That much was certain. As for whether Head destroy the planet, that would depend entirely on their strength. If they could beat Beerus, Earth would be safe. If not, Earth would be toast. Of course, that was the extreme case. In reality, Beerus might end up befriending them. He wasn't a stubborn god. Beerus could be reasoned with. If you fought him and gave him a good time, Head spare the planet. But Aishi didn't tell them that he wanted to scare them a bit. Make them train harder. Is the god of destruction that powerful? Vegeta asked, frowning, clearly displeased. Absolutely. Even if I go all out, I still can't beat him. Aishi said flatly. And that was the truth. to defeat Beerus. He'd need 100 unlocked Gogeta, and even then, it might not be enough. There was still a chance he'd lose. End of chapter. Chapter 1414. Beerus is such a patch monster. Aishi, well-versed in the Dragon Ball plot, knew this. Beerus would upgrade on the spot with every version update. His battle power just kept skyrocketing with no breaks. He never left a chance for anyone else to catch up. Son Goku's expression was grave. Hearing you say that, Aishi, we need to intensify our training, still competing. Vegeta snorted coldly, but inwardly, he was already thinking. He must increase the gravity chamber by another 500 times when he got back. If you don't die from the training, then you just train till death. Next up, it was time for the pairing draw. By draw number, Aishi drew number 10, and his opponent was a huge guy over 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide. The brute lit up when he saw Aishi, thinking victory was assured. He came forward to mock him. Aishi just shook his head. No point arguing with an idiot. At that moment, a surprised exclamation came from nearby. Aishi walked over to take a look. Son Goku drew number 1. Vegeta was number 2. Piccolo was 3. Krillin was 5. Well. The very first match, Son Goku versus Vegeta. The two men who didn't get to fight Aishi let out regretful sighs. Both of them had hoped to be matched against him. Son Goku laughed. Vegeta didn't expect to fight you in the first round. Vegeta's lips curled up. Kakarado. I didn't expect it either to face you this early. How fun. Don't get beaten by me right out the gate. This past year of training, it'll show you what kind of talent the Saiyan Prince has. Son Goku shook his head with a smile. Don't be so confident. Once we fight, you'll see him no slouch either. Then after the announcer gave a long opening speech, he finally called out the two names, signaling for both to step onto the stage. Without hesitation, the two walked directly up to the ring. After the referee's brief declaration, the battle officially began. Son Goku moved first. His eyes narrowed as he stomped hard with his right foot, launching forward using that burst of force. He flew at Vegeta with a straight charge, and Vegeta was the same. Both sides exploded toward each other bang. In an instant, the two figures collided atop the ring, fist against fist, like needlepoint meeting spearhead. Boom! The grid-shaped stage beneath their feet immediately cratered into a semicircle. And then the two engaged in a new round of close combat. Bang! 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 Two figures flashed through the sky, colliding again and again. Aishi, watching the entire scene, could see it clearly. Son Goku's strength far surpassed Vegeta's. Just from how easily Goku handled Vegeta's ferocious assaults, it was obvious Goku had a deeper understanding, greater battle power. Gradually, the fight grew more intense. What started as probing exchanges evolved into both unleashing their Super Saiyan forms. Kirin's expression was serious. Goku and Vegeta have gotten way stronger than they were a year ago. Piccolo nodded, face turning a little green. Are all Saiyans like this? Their power just keeps rising like it's nothing? Shin, the Supreme Kai, looked shaken. He had underestimated these people's strength. But perfect. Then Shin looked toward the group and said, everyone, no matter what happens later, I hope you'll lend me your aid. His gaze landed particularly on Aishi. As a Supreme Kai, he had sharp eyes. He could tell this group revolved around that man, and he couldn't gauge that man's strength either. Aishi nodded. All right, many thanks. A small smile appeared on Shin's lips, finally relaxing. Meanwhile, on the ring, the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta reached new heights. They were now transitioning from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku laughed. Didn't expect you to break into Super Saiyan 2 to Vegeta. Vegeta snorted. Kakarado, don't think this is all I've got. Son Goku's eyes narrowed slightly. Both of them had been guided by Aishi, so their thinking was surprisingly similar. If Super Saiyan 1 had full power, then Super Saiyan 2 must have it too, right? So Vegeta's lips curled upward as he clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He shouted furiously, "This is Super Saiyan 2 full power." Boom! With Vegeta's thunderous roar, a massive jet-like aura exploded around him. His hair instantly stood on end. Zzzt. Zzzt. Countless lightning bolts crackled around his body, producing sharp, buzzing sounds. His aura surged wildly, overwhelming even Son Gok in an instant. So strong. No wonder you're my Vegeta, Bulma shouted excitedly from the audience, unable to contain herself. Nearby, Chi-Chi scoffed. My Gok hasn't gone all out yet. Era, who knows? Bulma waved dismissively, clearly unbothered. TCH. Chi-Chi shouted, Gok, do your best. Bulma immediately followed. Vegeta, go for it. The two women exchanged glares. Then both folded their arms and rolled their eyes at each other. Era, I say, no need to argue at a time like this. Gok and Vegeta are both amazing, aren't they? Said Master Roshi with a cheerful grin. No one knew when he had slipped in between them, taking advantage. You old perv. The two women looked at each other, then smacked Roshi left and right on the head. Look down there. Number 18 said flatly. What is it? Chi-Chi and Bulma asked in confusion, following her gaze, and then they were shocked by what they saw. On the stage, two figures with an M on their foreheads had appeared. One held Vegeta, the other wielded a drill-like device. They were sucking Vegeta dry. Seeing this, Bulma nearly blacked out. This is what happens when you steal the spotlight. Why not suck Son Gok instead? Below the stage, Shin was trying to control Vegeta, but it wasn't stable. Vegeta was still struggling hard. Son Gok wanted to help, but Krillin and the others stopped him. Krillin shouted, Gok, let them drain him. You just hold Vegeta steady. Well explained, everything later. Upon hearing that, Son Gok looked at Aishi. After seeing him nod, he no longer hesitated. Vegeta, hold on for a bit. Vegeta had been fighting hard against the restraints, but when he saw Gok approaching, he suddenly gave up. Kakarado, stay back. If they want to suck, then suck all they want. Vegeta gritted his teeth, veins popping as he roared. You two faceless clowns, if you want this prince's energy, then take it all. With that, he stopped resisting and deliberately poured all his energy into the drain device. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. In an instant, the energy-absorbing device began to swell rapidly. The needle jumped straight to its max reading, but Vegeta didn't stop. He kept pouring in more power, going all out. At first, the two brothers looked delighted. Bring it on. The more the better. But gradually they realized something was off. Vegeta was going all in, burning through his own body to keep pouring in energy. The gauge needle was now going berserk. This is bad. We can't keep absorbing or the device will break. Spopovich looked grim. In a chapter 1515, pull out, go. Yama gave a grave look at Vegeta. Hearing this, Spopovich didn't hesitate and yanked out the energy extraction device. The two exchanged a glance. Not daring to linger a moment longer, whoosh. They erupted with energy and shot into the sky. Vegeta, are you all right? Goku rushed forward and helped him up, pulling out a Senzu bean to offer. Oof, don't eat it. Vegeta slapped the bean away and sneered. Then, with eyes filled with hostility, he glared at Shin. The Supreme Kai, you better explain things clearly. Otherwise, I don't care what kind of god you are, I'll kill you. Shin shivered. This walking disaster. Kibito wanted to argue, but was quickly pulled back by Shin. Shin immediately bowed his head and apologized. Vegeta-san, truly sorry. The situation is like this. He explained the events in full detail. Vegeta frowned. Babidi? TCH, just don't let me catch you. Everyone, we have to chase Spopovich and the others, destroy Majin Buu as soon as possible. Shin turned to the group. Hearing this, no one objected, and they followed immediately. Aishi exchanged a brief word with number 18 before flying off as well. On the way, Shin gave an intense and vivid explanation of Majin Buu's deeds. His expression could not be more serious. He painted Majin Buu as a terrifying being, but to his surprise, no one reacted with the expected fear. Except for Krillin, who looked worried. The others were either full of fighting spirit or just casually calm. You're not afraid? Shin finally couldn't hold back and asked. Goku smiled. Why should we be? Sounds like the perfect opportunity to see how scary this Majin Buu really is. Vegeta said coldly, "He dare to take my energy. They'll see if he has the guts to hold it." Shin was speechless. He turned toward the one who had been the quietest, yet most influential all along, Aishi. The leader of this group. Surely, he had the clearest sense of the bigger picture. "Aishi, what do you think?" Aishi said indifferently. "About what?" "About how terrifying Majin Buu is. Aren't you afraid?" "I just hope he's not afraid of me," Aishi said flatly. "Huh. Master's right. If Majin Buu doesn't run from us on sight, that'll take some nerve." Gohan laughed, his tone completely natural. It sounded arrogant, but Gohan didn't say it to show off. He was just a good kid speaking honestly. Shin was speechless again. All right, this group, not a single normal person among them. In the end, helpless to complain anymore, he turned to Piccolo. "Piccolo, you're their strategist. What do you think?" Piccolo hesitated a moment and said, "Steady progress is the key to long-term survival." Finally, a kindred spirit. Unknowingly, they arrived in a barren desert. "This is where the last traces of energy remain," Shin said. Krillin suddenly shouted, "They're up ahead." As soon as he spoke, everyone turned their gaze forward. They saw a strange structure protruding from the ground. A few people stood at its entrance. "Quick, hide," Shin shouted, trying to take cover behind some rocks. Everyone heard and prepared to hide. But Ace's calm voice spoke up. "No need to hide. They've already noticed us." He stood on a mountain slope, looking down from afar. "Huh? They've noticed us?" Shin was dumbfounded. Everyone stood up and looked. At that moment, just after receiving the energy device, Babidi flipped the script. He immediately began chanting. Boom! In the next instant, Spopovich and Yama's bodies exploded violently on the spot. Krillin's eyes widened in horror. What? He did that to his own men? Goku frowned. What a brutal guy. Shin nodded, his face also angry. Babidi is a demon through and through. Piccolo looked grim. What should we do now? Hiding's pointless. Let's go see for ourselves, Aishi said calmly. Then he floated forward. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, then followed immediately. The rest had no choice but to grit their teeth and go too. Below, Dabura bowed his head toward Babidi and said, Lord Babidi, looks like I want you to go find them. They're coming to us. Babidi froze for a second, then grinned evilly. Oh, how interesting. These people really have no fear of death. Fine then. Dabura, I order you to keep the strong ones alive and lure them onto the ship. As for the rest, kill them all. As you command, Lord Babidi, Dabura replied with utmost respect. Good. They'll go begin Majin Buu's resurrection. The rest is up to you. With that, Babidi jumped into the spaceship. Aishi slowly descended. He could have killed Babidi just now, but there was no need. Let him resurrect Majin Buu first, then die. Now, who should I kill first? Dabura grinned evilly, eyes sweeping over the group. Everyone froze with fear, shivering all over. You'll be first. A sudden voice cut him off. No one knew when Aishi had appeared right in front of him and was staring him down with an unreadable gaze. What? Kill me? Dabura looked like he just heard the funniest joke in the universe. In the greatest king of the demon realm, and you think you can kill me? Aishi gave a faint smile. Words were useless. Death would teach the lesson. Time stopped. Whoosh! In an instant, everything around him froze. The world turned dull gray. In the next second, Aishi formed a blade of energy in his hand. Shing, shing, shing. Time resumed. In that instant, chunks of flesh flew into the sky. Dabura was killed on the spot. Everyone present was stunned. Unbelievable. When did it happen? Who attacked? Goku's expression turned extremely serious. He hadn't even seen Aishi make a move. It just happened. Dabura turned to chunks in front of his eyes. Vegeta frowned deeply. For what he saw, Dabura had just finished bragging and then suddenly died right in front of Aishi. What the hell just happened? Krillin trembled, lips quivering. Hey Aishi, was that you? Yeah, so was Aishi. Goku's face showed deep shock. There could only be one explanation. Ace's speed was now beyond what they could perceive. Vegeta also thought the same. They simply couldn't keep up. None of them even considered the possibility that it wasn't speed. It was time. They all agreed on one thing. Aishi was just too fast, so fast, they couldn't even see it. End of chapter. Chapter 16:16 Son, Goku couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart anymore. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Aishi, what did you just do? He hadn't even finished speaking, and you already killed him. Piccolo stared intently at Aishi. After a moment of silence, he shared his thoughts. That guy who called himself the king of the demon realm for Babidi to leave him behind as a rearguard. He couldn't have been weak. I didn't expect him to be insta-killed by Aishi. Yeah, anyone left behind to stall for time surely wouldn't be some kind-hearted soul. And he claimed to be the king of the demon realm. Krillin nodded in agreement. Vegeta, however, furrowed his brow tightly. Aishi, you used some special technique just now, didn't you? He was certain of it. There's no way Aishi just used his speed to kill Dabura. That would be absurd. Among those present were himself and Kakarot, two peak Super Saiyan 2s. How could they not even catch a glimpse of Ace's movement? Everyone voiced their own thoughts. And without exception first, they all agreed that the king of the demon realm, Dabura, was definitely not weak. He was strong. After all, he was a demon realm king and Babidi's subordinate. Second, they all suspected Aishi had used some kind of secret technique. Facing everyone's questions, Aishi didn't shy away and gave a straightforward explanation about Tokitome, time stop. He had simply wanted to try out Tokitome in a real fight. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from the others. But once the group heard his explanation, their expressions grew even graver. Everyone's face was full of shock. What? Krillin was terrified. Time stop. Is that even something a human can do? I've never even had the concept of this before. Supreme Kai Shin looked completely dumbfounded. He even wondered if he was hallucinating. Time stop. I've never heard of such a thing. Could it be that the Supreme Kai has fallen behind the time Shin began to doubt reality itself? Supreme Kai-sama, should we be more discreet? Kibito's face looked grim. People from the lower world are terrifying. I want to go back to the sacred land. Discreet. Absolutely discreet. Speak nicely, be polite, no showing off. You don't say a word next. Shin nodded repeatedly and whispered to Kibito. Piccolo's green face turned pale. Upon hearing the concept of time stop, he too looked shaken. This ability is absolutely one of the most terrifying in existence. You have to understand, battles between experts are incredibly intense. Even 1 second can determine countless outcomes. Son Goku nodded with a serious expression. Piccolo's right. There are too many variables in a fight. A single second is enough for people like us to die hundreds, no, thousands of times. After speaking, Goku looked oddly relieved. Good thing Aishi is our friend, or we'd be toast. Krillin also looked grateful. Yeah, good thing Ace is not a bad guy. Otherwise, not one of us here could do anything to stop him. Gohan nodded with admiration in his eyes. As expected of my master, Aishi gave a light smile. No need to flatter. Let's go. By now, Babidi has probably revived Majin Buu. Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. Son Goku smiled. You're right. Let's head to the next battlefield. Babidi's a sly one. There's no way ahead, just let us go down peacefully. With that, the group all leapt into the spaceship. Left behind, Vegeta frowned, looking incredibly upset. What revenge? Revenge, my ass. As long as Aishi has time stop, he'd never be able to defeat him. After thinking it over to no avail, Vegeta gritted his teeth and growled. Tisich, who cares about time stop when I surpass Aishi? It'll shatter that damn time stop with one punch. With that thought, Vegeta felt motivated again, and jumped into the spaceship after them. Along the way, many of Babidi's subordinates appeared. They were under strict orders to stop the group at any cost, even death. But Aishi and the others treated them like small fry, mowing through them. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan took turns. Their advance was smooth and unchallenged. Babidi's minions began questioning reality after each encounter. Seeing these people was like seeing ghosts. At the same time, in the lowest level, this was Babidi's hideout and also the incubation chamber for Majin Buu's egg. Babidi stared at the projection sphere on the floor. His face grew darker by the second. Damn it, just who are these people? That bastard Supreme Kai actually recruited so many helpers. And that fool Dabura to get instantly killed like that, what a piece of trash. Babiti's face turned red with rage as he shouted, not daring to delay any longer. He quickly inserted the energy extractor taken from Spopovich into the massive egg containing Majin Buu. Excellent. Majin Buu, hurry up and come out. Kill all those damned fools. As he watched the extractor drain completely, Babiti's mood lifted, and he was ecstatic. Even after losing so many subordinates, he didn't care at all. As long as Majin Buu emerged, it was worth it. VMM. Then, under his expectant and tense gaze, the massive egg suddenly burst forth with an astonishing light. Whoosh! Whoosh! Next, pink smoke began spraying from inside the egg, flooding the entire chamber. Excellent. He looked up at the ceiling. Where the pink smoke was gathering, this was clearly a sign of Majin Buu's arrival. Vegeta and those fools really are my lucky stars. They helped gather the energy so quickly. This is perfect. Now just wait for my payback, Babidi sneered, especially emphasizing the word payback. So many of his men were killed. Of course, he wouldn't let it go. But just then a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Then you might not get the chance. Who's there? Babidi was startled and quickly looked toward the source of the voice. In the shadows, a tall figure slowly stepped out. It was a woman. I really should thank you, Babidi. As a reward, Majin Buu is mine. And you can go to hell. End of chapter. Chapter 1717. What? Why you? Who are you? Why did you come out of that spaceship? Babidi was utterly terrified, his stubby legs stumbling back in fear. He quickly hid behind the control panel. In the dim lighting, Babidi finally saw the figure clearly. It was a beautiful and intellectual-looking woman. She had long, wavy chestnut brown hair, slightly tousled yet still elegant, cascading naturally over her shoulders and back. Her hair reached down to her waist. Her skin was pale and smooth. Her cheeks carried a natural pinkish hue, radiating both health and softness. She had large, bright eyes with deep black pupils, gleaming with an air of wisdom and mystery. Beneath her high nose was a pair of rosy lips, slightly curled into a faint, confident smile. She wore a white lab coat reaching down to her knees, with casually rolled-up sleeves and collar adding to her poised and laid-back demeanor. Beneath the coat was a sleek black dress that hugged her curves perfectly. The hem of the dress stopped just above her knees, revealing her long, slender legs. Though her expression remained calm and composed, her presence exuded immense pressure on Babidi. She looked at him and spoke in a light, cold voice. Who I am isn't important. What matters is Majin Buu is mine now. Her voice was clear and elegant, carrying an unquestionable authority. Upon hearing this, Babidi immediately exploded with rage. What did you say? Majin Buu is absolutely not yours. His mine. Het 21 smirked and shook her head. Yours? Is his name written on him or something? You. Babidi was livid, pointing at 21, but unable to say a word in response. I don't have time to argue with you. They should be arriving soon. With that, 21 extended a slender, fair hand and slowly opened her palm. A small, exquisite gourd appeared in her hand. She pointed it toward the swirling smoke above. Absorb. With that whoosh, the still unformed pink smoke that was Majin Buu's body was suddenly sucked into the gourd. Under Babidi's shocked and disbelieving gaze, 21 calmly sealed the lid. Pop! She put the gourd away and gave Babidi a smile. It was a beautiful and charming smile, but full of hidden danger. Hey, race, a little gift for you. A purple energy blast gathered in her hand and was hurled at Babidi. As his eyes filled with hatred, 21 gracefully turned her back. Rumble! A massive explosion roared to life. The entire spaceship, buried deep underground, erupted violently, blasting countless stones into the sky. The sight was terrifying. At the same time, the others, still descending toward the lower levels, suddenly felt something. Their expressions changed. Krillin panicked. What was that? Aishi furrowed his brow. The spaceship just exploded. What? Supreme Kai Shin exclaimed. It's here. Vegeta gave a cold snort, then immediately powered up to defend. Run! Son Goku's face changed as he urgently told the others to get out of the way. He himself shot upward, fully powered, to block the incoming shockwave. When the smoke slowly dissipated, everyone finally saw what lay ahead. Babidi spaceship was completely gone. All that remained was an enormous, seemingly bottomless crater. Krillin looked utterly baffled. What the hell happened? Son Goku's expression was serious. Someone fired an energy blast down there. It blew up the entire spaceship. Supreme Kai Shin was in disbelief. Then what about Babidi and Majin Buu? No idea. Son Goku shook his head. He really didn't know. Everyone fell silent, frowning deeply. They were clearly all at a loss. Aishi stroked his chin, deep in thought. So the timeline has deviated from the original. Looking down at the smoking ruins, Aishi was a bit puzzled too. There were only a few who could destroy a spaceship like that. Dabura was taken out by him in one hit, so it definitely wasn't him. And just now, had clearly sensed both Babidi's and Majin Buu's ki. But now, they were completely gone. Could it be Majin Buu killed Babidi? But where would Majin Buu go afterward? That chubby guy doesn't exactly have high intelligence. Where could he even escape to? So Majin Buu was ruled out too. Then who was it? Someone who could suppress their ki completely and unleash such destructive power. Definitely not human. A god? Possible. But Aishi was more inclined to believe it was an android. At this stage, only androids would fit that criteria. Aishi, do you have any ideas? Piccolo had been watching Aishi closely. Seeing a subtle change in his expression, he figured Aishi must have figured something out. He quickly asked. Son Goku also perked up, turning to Aishi with a hopeful look. Yeah, Aishi, what do you think? Everyone turned to look at him. Aishi said calmly. Two possibilities. First, this explosion was caused by a god, but that's unlikely. Second, it was an android. That's my guess. Vegeta frowned. Why? Everyone looked confused. Gods? Androids? How did that come up? They didn't know much about gods, so they didn't bother speculating. But how did it point to androids? Wasn't the android issue resolved already? Weren't they all gone? Seeing their confusion, Aishi sighed and shook his head. Just now, you all felt Majin Buu's ki appear for a moment, right? Everyone nodded. But what did that have to do with anything? That means Babidi successfully revived Majin Buu. And since Babidi could control Buu, it couldn't have been either of them that did this. They're allies. But now, both of their ki are gone. So there's only one explanation. Both were taken out by third party. And someone whose ki we can't sense. That means either a god or an android. Only those two could hide from our perception. As for whether Majin Buu is dead, unclear. But Babidi? He's definitely toast. Aishi said flatly. Everyone suddenly understood. Son Goku looked stunned. Aishi, are you saying someone killed both Babidi and Majin Buu? Everyone gasped. Who could be that powerful? No way, Kakarot. You felt that ki earlier too, didn't you? You know how strong it was. Vegeta scowled and shook his head in denial. He couldn't believe it. That someone could do to Majin Buu what Aishi did to Dabura instantly. That was just absurd. Majin Buu's ki was stronger than his own. If someone could one-shot Buu, then what chance did any of them have? Goku, Vegeta has a point. Majin Buu isn't so easy to kill, especially not instantly. Supreme Kai Shin agreed. He had seen Majin Buu's terror firsthand. Son Goku scratched his head. I was just guessing anyway. Buu's ki did disappear. Though, end of chapter. Chapter 18:18 No. Picorostid. Whether Majin Buu is dead or not, we have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Assume Majin Buu is killed. Right, Krillin nodded. Goku makes a good point. If Buu isn't dead, then where's his ki? A Supreme Kai Shin immediately fell silent. Their reasoning wasn't wrong. So, what you're saying is, our enemy has shifted from Majin Buu to some unknown person? Gohan asked slowly. Yeah, that's how it looks right now. Goku nodded. This is bad. Krillin clutched his head. We couldn't beat one before, and now there's someone even scarier and sneakier. What if they ambush us? Everyone went quiet. You don't need to worry about that. If my guess about the android is right, the one who should worry is Goku. Aishi said flatly. The others blinked, then realized what he meant. They nodded. It made sense. Piccolo agreed. That's right. If it is an android, their first target would definitely be Goku. Everyone knew Goku destroyed the Red Ribbon Army. Ugh, Goku scratched his head. Why do people keep coming after me? Well, not necessarily just to kill Kakarot, Vegeta said coolly. Maybe their goal is simply to grow stronger. Whatever. Let's just live normally. Wait for them to make a move, then kill them, Aishi said calmly. True. Vegeta nodded. He thought so too. There's nothing more we can analyze now. Let's all go home. We'll regroup if we hear anything new. Aishi finished. With that, he flew off without looking back. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other. And then, one by one, they dispersed. Back at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Aishi returned home with number 18. Meanwhile, in an underground laboratory, a woman was typing rapidly in front of a computer. Okay, done. Android 21's lips curled up into a beautiful smile. Now I just need to extract Majin Buu's powers. To her left, a container suspended several wisps of pink smoke. It was none other than Majin Buu, but she had only released a small amount, just enough for research. The rest remained sealed inside the gourd. So interesting, Majin Buu's abilities are perfect for me. 21's expression turned to mild excitement. Infinite regeneration, extreme vitality, black magic, white magic, absorption, telekinesis. Without delay, 21 extracted Majin Buu cells and began merging them with her own. She had one goal: to devour Buu's cells with her own. That way, she could acquire his abilities without incorporating his genes. In essence, she'd still be herself. Her DNA and cells wouldn't mutate, but she would gain his powers. Like an immune response to a virus, once the body survives it, it produces antibodies. That's because the cells evolve after fighting the virus. She was using the same principle. Of course, she could directly implant Buu's cells too. That would also grant his powers, but at the cost of her genetics mutating. She didn't want that. Warning suddenly, a red alert flashed on the screen. It warned of cellular disruption. 21 showed no surprise. Majin Buu's cells easily overpowered her own. The power gap was simply too vast. Time to intervene, she said calmly. She input a command string. In an instant, 99 restraints were placed on Buu's cells. The once hyperactive cells instantly weakened. Then her own cells effortlessly devoured them. Ding! Congratulations. Master, your cells have successfully acquired Majin Buu's abilities. Beginning purification and debris filtering process. The computer chimed. 21 stepped toward the extraction chamber and patiently waited. Before long, the chamber door slowly opened. A vial containing a bright blue serum rested on the display stand. Gene composition. Android 21, 100. She picked up the serum and injected it into her body. Immediately, her ki skyrocketed. New powers and abilities flooded her mind. At the same time, her body underwent a dramatic transformation. Her once chestnut hair turned snow white, now silky yet wildly untamed. Dancing in the air and emitting a faint, eerie purple glow, brimming with ominous energy. Her ears became pointed. A long tail emerged from her back. Her facial features became sharper and more defined. Her eyes turned pitch black, with pupils glowing crimson. She now wore a black tube top and flowing white Hakama-style pants that highlighted her stunning figure. So strong, 21's eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by the surge of power erupting from her. Perfect. Let's test this on Majin Buu. With that, she exited the lab, pulled out the gourd, and released Majin Buu. VMM. The sky was instantly shrouded in a terrifying aura. Pink smoke billowed outward. Then the smoke began to converge, forming a humanoid figure, Majin Buu. VMM. As soon as Buu emerged, a dozen jets of white steam blasted from his head. It's you. Upon seeing 21, Majin Buu furiously pointed at her. Of course he recognized her. Before he could even form a body, last time Shed absorbed him. Without another word, he aimed the antenna on his head toward her and shouted, "Turn into chocolate." Whoosh! As the magic beam shot toward her, 21 smiled faintly. She lifted her right hand, effortlessly absorbed the beam, and launched a stronger one in return. Boom! Boo's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, he had already turned into a piece of chocolate. 21's eyebrow twitched slightly. Her beautiful brow furrowed. Why didn't you dodge? Restore. She looked at the chocolate and spoke lightly. Her cold, seductive voice echoed. She pointed her palm at Bu, releasing a flash of light. And just like that, Majin Bu returned to his original form. End of chapter. Chapter 1919. In the next instant, the chocolate radiated a burst of light, and Majin Bu reformed into his humanoid shape, leaping out. Now the look Majin Bu gave number 21 had changed completely. After putting some distance between them, he asked nervously, "Who are you?" "Number 21, she replied coolly. "Número 21? Majin Bu repeated the name. He didn't recognize it. "Why do you have my abilities?" Majin Bu asked warily. He didn't understand. Why did number 21 possess skills exactly like his, and yet was stronger? Because I'm a scientist, number 21 smiled slightly, speaking calmly. Scientist? Majin Bu looked confused. What was that? It's fine if you don't understand. You just need to fight me, then I'll spare you. Number 21's tone remained indifferent. She needed to test her own strength. Hearing her arrogant declaration of sparing him, Majin Bu immediately became enraged. Damn it, you're looking down on me too much. I'm angry now. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed sharply, slanting upward. Then, with fury, he clenched his fists, and the holes on his head emitted a loud buzz. White steam suddenly blasted out. Majin Bu's ki also surged dramatically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, surrounded by a blazing white aura erupting from his head, Majin Bu stomped the ground with force and launched himself forward, charging at number 21 like a bolt of lightning, incredibly fast. But number 21 didn't even blink, remaining calm and composed. Majin Bu appeared in front of her in an instant and threw out his fists at high speed. He might look bulky, but his movements were shockingly agile. His punches carried immense power, tearing through the air and creating sonic booms. But despite all this, he couldn't land a single hit. Number 21 moved like a phantom, effortlessly evading every strike. So elegant. Damn it. Majin Bu's face darkened, trembling with fury. He couldn't land a hit at all. Without thinking further, he retreated dozens of meters and raised both palms aimed directly at number 21. Buzz. The next second, countless energy blasts gathered in his hands and shot toward number 21 rapidly. Still expressionless, number 21 was immediately engulfed by the barrage. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose high into the air. Seeing this, Majin Bu's face lit up with glee. He burst out laughing, clutching his belly. Serves you right. Die. Haha, but just as he was basking in his triumph, a slender silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him. It was number 21. Despite being hit by such an enormous barrage of energy, she hadn't suffered a scratch. Not even her clothes had a speck of dust on them. Bang! Number 21 leaned forward, her small fist brimming with overwhelming power, and threw a single punch. Thud! With a deep, dull sound. Majin Bu's entire stomach was instantly blasted apart by the sheer force. Even number 21 looked slightly surprised. She hadn't expected that her current strength would be this overwhelming. One punch, and she had blown Majin Bu apart like that. However, she knew Majin Bu had regeneration. That kind of injury wasn't fatal. At most, it caused some pain. Nothing serious. Meanwhile, West City. Inside Ace's apartment. Just finishing a workout. Aishi was eating when he suddenly sensed a familiar key. Aishi frowned slightly. Majin Bolski? He's back. Normally, the stronger someone is, the more precise and far-reaching their key perception. Even if the opponents suppress their energy, heads still sense it. Wait, there's another key. Ace's expression shifted. This one felt unfamiliar, dark, and sinister. Rather than overthinking it, Aishi decided to check it out personally. Immediately afraid of missing anything again, Aishi began locking onto Majin Bu's location. Instant transmission. Flash. The next second, Only a fading afterimage remained in the room. Elsewhere, the battle between number 21 and Majin Buu had reached a fever pitch. Number 21's strength was overwhelming. To Majin Buu, it was a total dimensional crushing. Like Goku's 3 million against Frieza's 120 million back, then brutal and one-sided. Unfortunately, Majin Buu didn't have Kaiken, nor could he transform into a Super Saiyan. All he could do was keep taking hits. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. After being beaten again and again, Majin Buu finally snapped. Unable to match her strength, he became enraged beyond reason. Steam billowed from his head. Number 21 narrowed her crimson eyes slightly, brows furrowed. She sensed something unusual. An extremely evil ki was about to erupt from within Majin Buu. As expected, Majin Buu clutched his head in agony, and the holes on his head suddenly released streams of gray steam. A grayish energy burst out of him and soared into the sky, blanketing the heavens. That ki was pure evil, not a shred of kindness. Even No. 21 frowned slightly at it. After expelling the evil energy, Majin Buu's own ki dropped significantly. His round face twisted with pain, covered in sweat, and he gasped for breath. At the same time, on a nearby mountain, Aishi had arrived via instant transmission. Suppressing his ki completely, he looked toward the scene ahead. What's this? The moment he saw it, Ace's eyes widened in mild shock. As a diehard Dragon Ball fan, he naturally recognized the woman standing there. That was Android 21. But something felt off, even accounting for butterfly effects. She shouldn't exist in this timeline yet, right? After a while, getting nowhere with his thoughts, Aishi gave up. Who cares? Let's just treat it like a hidden quest. Then he carefully examined number 21. Long and wild white hair, dark eyes with crimson pupils, rosy lips, a wicked, seductive beauty. Her figure was flawless, curvy in all the right places. After her transformation, her skin turned a pale pink, giving her both a cute and charismatic aura. Number 21 looked at the wheezing Majin Buu below, parted her lips, and spoke in a crisp, cold, resonant voice. Majin Buu, what did you just do? She didn't get it, they were just sparring. Why had he suddenly gone off the rails? What she didn't know was Majin Buu's intelligence was low, and his temper like a child's. Being beaten repeatedly, he snapped. Majin Buu gritted his teeth. He came out. End of chapter. Chapter 2020 him? 21 narrowed her brows slightly. As expected, the mass of gray smoke in the sky, after swirling for a long time, suddenly condensed. In the blink of an eye, it formed into a humanoid figure. That person had an entirely black body, lean and tall. His aura was far stronger than Majin Buu's current one, and was filled with evil. Aishi glanced up, his expression unchanged. It was evil Majin Buu. How did they even manage to bring this thing out? Evil Buu, now hovering in the air, closed his eyes and took in the fresh air before curling his lips into a sinister smile. Then he suddenly spun in midair, head turning downward toward the ground. Before anyone could figure out what he was doing, boom. A tremendous sonic boom roared through the clouds. He shot down from the sky like a missile, aiming directly at 21. Oh, 21's expression flickered slightly. It was coming for her. But she didn't back down. Instead, a pink, jet-like energy flame surged from her body, overwhelmingly powerful. Purple lightning crackled strangely around her. At that moment, Evil Buu's punch slammed down, carrying immense force and air pressure. The speed of the strike was incredibly fast, but truth be told, it was still weaker than the Majin Buu from earlier. 21's expression remained calm. With a slight shift of her body, she easily dodged the attack, and silently assessed in her heart this one was at most pure evil. His strength and speed were far inferior to the earlier Majin Buu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Evil Buu didn't relent and launched a storm of vicious attacks. Like a torrential downpour, his fists flew, but 21 dodged them with ease. You're really not up to much. Her voice was cool and indifferent. Then, she suddenly kicked out, aiming for Evil Buu's head. Bang! Just one hit. Evil Boo's body distorted, his face crumpled and warped. The immense force sent him crashing hard into a nearby mountain. Rumble. The mountain was pulverized in an instant. 21's brow stayed calm. She didn't even follow up. She had only wanted to test how far her strength had come. And now, it seemed she had reached an entirely different tier of power, at least compared to the likes of Goku and Vegeta. As for Ace's true strength, she still didn't know, but likely wasn't far off either. She remembered watching the Cell games back then. It had terrified her. The guy named Aishi had left a deep psychological scar. She had sworn not to act recklessly until she became stronger. Back then, she had just been transformed into an android by Dr. Gero. But unlike others, Dr. Gero didn't assign her to combat roles. Instead, he had her remain in the shadows, continuing his research, to inherit his legacy. The reason was simple: her intelligence was extremely high. In the field of science, she might have even surpassed Dr. Gero. Thinking back on it, now, 21's beautiful face curled with scorn. That old man, Dr. Gero, even added another layer of control on me before he died, still dreaming of using preset commands to make me follow his will. How laughable. The first thing she did after waking up was delete every command Dr. Gero had implanted in her. Things like claiming to be his daughter, seeking revenge on Goku, killing all Earthlings, creating a terrifying android that would frighten the entire universe. All such garbage. Had she not been smarter than him, she might have fallen for it. Her origins were similar to 17 and 18. She had also been kidnapped and transformed into an android as a teenager. But fortunately, she was different from them. By long-term observation of Dr. Gero's work, his reports, drafts, and so on, she had secretly learned his technology. And when he started programming her, she deleted her own command line in advance. She even displayed her talent intentionally to attract his attention, gaining a few human rights. As a result, Dr. Gero came to trust 21 immensely. He even treated her like his own daughter. In the end, he never realized she would betray him. 21 never cared for that supposed affection, nor would she change her mind because of it. She only knew that her peaceful life had been destroyed by him. If it hadn't been for Dr. Gero, her parents wouldn't have died. Fanfic patch. So, when it came to backstabbing him, she didn't feel the slightest guilt. Things like exterminating humanity or seeking revenge, she wasn't interested. Now she desired only one thing: power. Only overwhelming strength could guarantee her survival and shield her from harm. That was her sole pursuit. Down below, Evil Bu staggered up from the rubble, covered in bruises and bleeding from the head. Just one blow from 21 had shattered his pride. His expression darkened. He couldn't win. Then his eyes narrowed, sweeping his gaze around until they suddenly lit up. Right? He still had Fat Bu. That's it. If he could absorb him, Fat Bu could retain control of the body as the dominant personality. So why couldn't he? He was going to reclaim dominance. Thinking that, he sprang forward excitedly, speed like lightning. His eagerness was evident. Fat Bu looked upset. Weren't you going to fight 21? Why did you come back to attack me? You don't even feel guilty, not daring to hesitate. Fat Bu clenched his fists and prepared to fight. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, Evil Bu and Fat Bu clashed fiercely. But it was clear to see Fat Bu was completely outmatched. Evil Bu had taken a loss against 21 naturally. He wanted to take it out on Fat Bu. And so began a one-sided beatdown. Elsewhere atop a mountain to the east, 21's lips twitched slightly. Her cute face filled with helplessness. Seriously? They're fighting each other now? This whole scene looked oddly familiar somehow. Nope, not me. Definitely not me. On a mountain to the west, Aishi had observed the entire scene. He now more or less understood what had happened. Combined with the recent destruction of Babidi spaceship, he had a theory. Most likely, it was 21's doing. Her goal must have been to gain Majin Boo's abilities. As for the current situation, even 21 probably hadn't expected this turn of events. Still, it was pretty entertaining. A faint smirk appeared on Ace's lips. He was mildly intrigued. As for danger, there wasn't any. Even if Evil Bu defeated Fat Bu and absorbed him becoming Super Bu, it still didn't matter. He wasn't a threat. As for 21, no need to worry about her either. He could tell her power was very high, but at most, she was on par with his top disciple, Gohan. Trying to challenge him? Still far too early. And if she ever became an enemy, well, he would simply show her the power of love and redemption. End of chapter. Chapter 21:21. Remember to use your power stones and review it for this FIC to be picked up. At the same time, Mount Paozu, Son Goku, who was doing chores in boredom, suddenly furrowed his brow. Another key appeared. There were now 3 in total. One of them he had sent back on Babiti's spaceship. It was Majin Buu's, but the other 2, one was a purely evil key, while the other was terrifyingly powerful and unfamiliar. I have to go check. If something happens, it'll be bad, Goku muttered slowly. Had noticed these key earlier, but Chi-Chi had been nearby, keeping a close eye on him. He couldn't leave until today's work was finished. He was helpless. He really couldn't sneak away. Originally, he thought Aishi and Vegeta would go handle it. But until now, he hadn't sensed either of their ki. He had no choice but to go himself. Kiki, I really have something urgent to deal with. They'll come back and finish these chores later. Right after saying that, he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished using Shunkan ID. Instant transmission, like he was fleeing. Goku. Chikai's voice seemed to pierce through dimensions and made Goku, who had just arrived at the battlefield, shiver from head to toe. Goku? Aishi raised his eyebrows slightly and looked behind him. This guy sure knew how to pick a spot. Head teleported right next to him. Nearby, Goku regained his composure. Upon seeing Aishi, he lit up with joy and quickly walked over. Aishi, I thought you hadn't come. Didn't expect you to be here already. What happened here? I sensed 3 powerful ki. Goku asked with a puzzled expression. Aishi nodded and told him everything he knew. Meanwhile, West City. Just a few minutes ago, Vegeta had just stepped out of the gravity chamber when he sensed those ki. His expression turned grim, tone unpleasant. Damn it, how is each one stronger than the last? TCH, I don't buy it. Can they really be that terrifying? With that, he shot up into the sky without even looking back, flying toward Aishi and the others. Similar scenes were playing out at Kame House and various hidden paradises. All the Z fighters who sensed the ki were now racing toward the battlefield. Back to Aishi, the battle between Skinny Bu and Fat Bu had entered a fever pitch. Goku whispered, Aishi, looks like Fat Bu can't beat Skinny Bu. After getting the explanation earlier, Goku knew that number 21 was standing atop the mountain. So he was being cautious, afraid of being noticed. Aishi nodded. Yeah. Goku asked, confused, why are those 2 fighting? Weren't they one being? Why not team up to fight? No. 21 who bullied them? That part he didn't get. They were on the same side, after all. Wouldn't it make more sense to gang up on number 21? Because Skinny Bu wants to absorb Fat Bu. That way he can take over the dominant personality. Until now, it was Fat Bu who had control. Aishi explained. Goku suddenly understood, his face turning serious. So that would make him even stronger. An evil persona taking control of the body. Aishi nodded again. Exactly. Goku asked, shouldn't we stop it? Aishi shook his head. No need. Someone will take care of it for us. He glanced over at number 21, standing on the other mountain. Hearing that, Goku finally nodded. Got it. Below, Fat Bu was now covered in wounds, looking incredibly battered. He had already used all his strongest techniques, but none of them worked on Skinny Bu. They were all effortlessly neutralized. At this point, he decided to go all out, turn into chocolate. Fat Bu shut his eyes and shouted, as the antenna on his head suddenly released a brilliant pink beam. Under Fat Bu's control, the beam slithered towards Skinny Bu like a ghostly wraith. Seeing this, Skinny Bu didn't look scared at all. Instead, his lips curled into an evil grin. He took a deep breath, shoo, then blew hard. The beam that was flying toward him was instantly blown back. Under Fat Bu's terrified gaze, it hit him instead. This time his opponent wasn't number 21, but the evil Skinny Bu. No one would restore him now. Skinny Bu picked up a large chunk of chocolate from the ground and casually took a big bite. What? Goku's face changed in shock. He actually ate Fat Bu. Aishi remained calm. As expected, on the eastern mountain, number 21 narrowed her eyes. It seemed this skinny Bu wasn't just evil, he was dangerously so. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, a humanoid figure began to take shape. It was a large, muscular, pink body. Super Bu. Shush. Right then, Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others finally arrived. Sensing the approaching Ki, Goku looked at Aishi. Vegeta and the others are here. Should we keep hiding? Aishi shook his head. No need. Release your Ki. Let them come. Hearing this, Goku stopped suppressing his Ki. A wave of white aura burst out from his body. In that instant, two pairs of eyes turned to look number 21 and Super Bu. Both looked visibly shocked. Goku? When did he arrive? What shocked number 21 even more was that it wasn't just Goku, Aishi was here too. When did both of them arrive? She hadn't sensed a thing. Shoo. At that moment, a few figures drew closer from the sky. Even before they were visible, white auras could be seen rushing toward them. Sensing Goku's Ki, Vegeta and the others flew straight over without hesitation. Soon everyone had assembled. Piccolo's lips curled into a slight smile. Goku, Aishi, so you were already here. Krillin nodded, exhaling in relief. Few you guys scared me. Good thing you're here. He hadn't been able to sense either Goku or Ace's Ki. He thought they hadn't come. That had made him nervous. Now that he saw them, he finally relaxed. Vegeta snorted coldly. TCH, you two instant transmission leeches. Kakarot, what happened? Everyone turned to look. Goku nodded and began explaining everything he knew. So hey race, basically what happened. Super Bu looked at Aishi and the others, then at number 21. That group isn't a threat. It'll kill this woman first. He glanced over at Ace's group casually, then shook his head. Trash. Not worth his attention. Head killed him later. But for now, Head killed the woman who humiliated him. He turned his head 180 degrees and slowly faced number 21. Super Bu smiled wickedly, his grin full of menace. He grinned at number 21, then clenched his fist tightly. The ground beneath his feet rippled with a wave of white energy. As Super Bu's power rose, that ripple exploded into a column of white flame. Shoo! In a flash, Super Bu's body shot forward like a lightning bolt toward No. 21. He was so fast that barely anyone present could even register his movement. Bang! Super Bu suddenly appeared right in front of number 21 and threw a vicious punch. It was powerful, heavy, and full of deadly force. But number 21 dodged it with ease. Her expression was calm, her face unmoved. Even if her opponent had transformed into the strongest form, Super Bu, she was still unfazed. After sidestepping the blow, she leaned forward and smashed her petite fist forward. Bang! A deep thud echoed out. Number 21's fist buried itself deep into Super Bu's gut, making his pupils contract and his body hunch over instantly. And she wasn't done yet. A barrage of heavy combination punches rained down, each hit thudding with explosive force. That alone showed the terrifying power behind them. Number 21 brought her hands together and slammed them down on the airborne Super Bu. Boom! Super Bu's eyes widened in disbelief as his body was nearly split in half. A powerful shockwave launched him violently into the ground. Rumble! A small hill shattered under the impact, and Super Bu was buried beneath rubble. Ugh! How is this possible? Super Bu crawled out of the rubble in misery. His face was ugly, blood dripping from his mouth, his body covered in injuries large and small. He was missing a lot of body parts, too. His expression was one of complete disbelief. He couldn't believe it was real. Why? Even with his evil personality dominating the body, he still couldn't defeat this woman. In a chapter 2222, remember, this is one of the fics that are in the pickup event. If you like it and want it to be picked up, review it and give it some power stones. Thanks for your support. Super Bu looked grim, but his eyes were still full of defiance as he stared at number 21. Damn it, that kind of attack was just a tickle. Don't get cocky. As he spoke, all the wounds and injuries left by number 21's barrage instantly vanished. Good as new. That was his ability, ultra-cellular regeneration. He looked smug as he eyed number 21. Didn't expect that, huh? I can regenerate. No matter how many times you hit me, it'll recover. Even if I'm reduced to just a head, it's useless. Ikenti. Up in the sky, number 21 listened to his arrogant declaration and slightly furrowed her elegant brows. What a stubborn idiot. If you can't win, you can't win. What's with the excuses? Sigh, but she didn't say anything more. She simply ignored the fool. Her gaze shifted to the western hillside, where Aishi and the others stood. After scanning the group, her eyes locked directly onto Aishi. Then her lips parted, and her cold voice carried across the battlefield with piercing clarity. What are you here for? Hearing this, Ace's expression shifted slightly. You know us. Number 21's mouth twitched. Even if she didn't know the others, how could she not recognize him? Yeah, I know you. Aishi remained calm and replied. But I'm not sure I remember you very well. Mind introducing yourself? No. 21 answered evenly, Im Android 21. Aishi nodded, and number 21 tilted her head slightly, looking at Aishi, a bit puzzled. That was the introduction. What more did he expect? She didn't get it. Down below, Aishi happened to meet her confused expression and felt a slight shift in his demeanor. Right now, number 21 with that cold and proud face, showing such a puzzled look, actually seemed kind of cute. Aishi chuckled, never mind. While Aishi and number 21 were speaking nearby, Krillin leaned toward Goku. His eyes filled with concern. Goku, she's not going to attack us, right? His face was a little tense. Who wouldn't be? Number 21's oppressive aura was overwhelming, on par with Aishi. Goku shook his head. I don't know either. Krillin sighed in defeat. That so Vegeta, however, looked clearly displeased. Kakarot, just what kind of mess did you create when you destroyed the Red Ribbon Army? These guys are like cockroaches. No matter how many you kill, they keep crawling back. If it were me, I'd have wiped them out completely. He was pissed. If it had been up to him, he'd have rooted them out to the last cell. No chance of revenge. Now that he knew this woman was also an android, Vegeta's face clearly changed. Unpleasant. Even though he didn't know much about Kakarot's childhood, he was familiar with some of his legendary exploits. Back then, Kakarot and his wife Bulma traveled the world collecting Dragon Balls. They went through a lot, including the Red Ribbon Army arc. No one really knew what Kakarot had done then, but the survivors of the Red Ribbon Army had turned into mad dogs, forever chasing after them. Just last year, he thought the android incident had been wrapped up, and now another one showed up this year. Unreal. Ah, Vegeta, don't get so worked up. It's a long story, but I didn't really have a choice back then. Goku scratched his head awkwardly. All these enemies really did seem to be coming after him. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. TCH, shut it. This is all because you're too soft. Piccolo stayed quiet, his gaze moving between Aishi and number 21, clearly comparing their strength. Truth be told, watching the fight between No. 21 and Majin Buu gave him a sense of deja vu. It felt like watching Aishi fight. No surprise. Aishi's overwhelming, invincible presence had etched itself into his mind. Now, seeing someone just as powerful, he couldn't quite make sense of it. In the sky, number 21 gave a slight nod after hearing Ace's question. All right. Then she said no more. That was it. Okay then. Aishi continued, what's your stance? Are you like Dr. Gero here to kill Son Goku? Upon hearing that, number 21's expression remained unchanged. Her beautiful face calm. I don't have a stance. I'm just an ordinary person. As for killing Son Goku like Dr. Gero, sorry. I won't do anything for Gero. And besides, Goku has no grudge against me. I have no reason to kill him. At that, everyone was stunned. What? She's not going to kill him? Even Aishi was briefly taken aback. What was going on? But clearly this was a good thing. It meant No. 21 was someone they could talk to. Goku stepped forward with a grateful smile. Thanks. If you're trying to kill me, I have a real headache. Number 21 nodded silently. But her gaze remained fixed on Aishi. There was something behind that looked something unclear. Damn it. Bastards, this is pissing me off. Everyone you dares to ignore me. Down below, Super Bu crossed his arms and lightly tapped his biceps with his fingertips, trying to distract himself. But soon, his expression twisted. His patience was rapidly running out, his eyes burned with fury as he glared at number 21, then shifted to Aishi and the others. "They'll make you pay, I'll show you what happens when you ignore me." With that, he shot high into the sky. At the same time, he looked down at Ace's group and sneered. "I don't know who you people are, where you came from, or what you're doing here, but none of that matters anymore." His grin widened into a sinister smile. "Because of that woman, every last one of you must die." As the words fell, Super Bu suddenly raised his right hand above his head, and in the next moment, he opened his palm. Wham! In an instant, a blinding and eerie violet light engulfed his entire body. At the center of his palm, a dangerous energy began to quietly form. Super Bu's voice turned cold, radiating waves of dark malice. End of chapter. Chapter 23. Remember, this is one of the fics that are in the pickup event. If you like it and want it to be picked up, review it and get it some power stones. Thanks for your support. This attack carried all of Super Bu's energy. A horrifying, indescribable aura surrounded him. An overwhelming fear, like standing at the gates of hell, crept into the hearts of Krillin, Piccolo, and the others. Even Vegeta's brows furrowed into a tight knot, and cold sweat was visible on his forehead. Goku's expression turned grave. He's planning to use all his energy in one blast to wipe us out. Krillin's lips trembled. "Goku, think of something." He didn't want to die yet. But Aishi remained calm, his expression unshaken. Number 21 narrowed her eyes. So, he really wanted to kill everyone all at once? There was a faint, cold smile on her lips. Her face, though composed, was frosty. So this was how he wanted to play it, blaming everything on her and forcing a sinner's label onto her. To put it bluntly, he just couldn't handle losing. Number 21 looked at the group and calmly said, "Relax. Since he says it's all because of me, then he'll be the one to take care of it." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. They even thought they'd misheard her. Before they could ask, a strange pink glow blanketed the battlefield. Countless deadly energy blasts began condensing in Super Bu's palm, and they rained down toward the group. Goku's face changed. This is bad. He was about to power up and block, but at that moment, number 21 extended a slender, fair hand and slowly opened her palm. Then the terrifying pink energy in the sky, like dust being sucked into a vacuum, veered straight toward her. And in the blink of an eye, all of the energy blasts were absorbed effortlessly. What? Everyone was stunned by the sight. Only Vegeta seemed to realize something, and his eyes lit up. That's the ability of number 19 and No. 20. Hearing that, everyone suddenly understood. They weren't unfamiliar with the technique. In fact, they recognized it. At that moment, Super Bu finally lost his composure. His face twisted in disbelief. He never imagined his full power strike wouldn't even scratch anyone, not even a bug. Damn it. What was that ability? Super Bu's face darkened. "What did you just do?" Number 21 said coolly. "Isn't it obvious? I absorbed your energy." Super Bu ground his teeth. "Disgusting technique." Number 21 didn't reply, just looked at him like an idiot. "You really have the nerve to call someone else disgusting?" Super Bu couldn't take it anymore. His face twisted in fury. He roared out, "Quit playing dumb. Take this." He raised both hands above his head, gathering all the energy in his body. In a flash, he formed a world-ending energy bomb that darkened the entire sky. Its aura was terrifying beyond measure, overflowing with murderous intent. It looked like it could erase everything. Seeing this, everyone's faces changed. If Super Bu just wanted to kill them earlier this time, he was planning to destroy the entire planet along with them. Under this attack, Goku and Vegeta instantly transformed into full-power Super Saiyan 2. Both took martial stances, their energy soaring, ready to counter the incoming strike. Number 21's expression turned serious. Pink jets of ki flared around her. Majin Bu roared and shouted, "Vanish along with the planet." Rumble. As soon as he said it, the world-ending energy blast plunged down, bringing a crushing wave of pressure. It made everyone tremble. Just as number 21 was about to move, a figure stepped forward from her side. Aishi raised his hand calmly towards Super Bu. Number 21 turned to look. You're going to act? Aishi smiled. To erase Majin Bu. Number 21 shook her head. No need. I started this, it'll end it. Aishi responded flatly, annoying. As he spoke, a burst of blue light appeared in his palm. A deep, indescribable aura swept out, far more terrifying than Super Bu's. Number 21 froze at his words. Being called annoying, she was definitely pissed. But before she could retort, she saw the energy ball in Ace's hand. And the moment she got a clear look at it, her brows furrowed sharply. That power! An overwhelming sense of pressure surged. Wait, why am I even feeling pressure from him? She narrowed her eyes, locking them on Aishi. She was already this strong, and yet, she still felt like Ace's ki surpassed hers. That could only mean one thing: Aishi was still not weaker than her. Número 21 hesitative. Then quietly took a step back, standing behind him. Meanwhile, the massive, world-destroying energy bomb descended from the sky. Without hesitation, Aishi threw his blue energy blast upward. It shot toward the massive bomb like a comet. From above, Super Bu was expecting number 21 to retaliate. But when he saw some random brat take the shot, instead his face twisted with mockery. He sneered. You think that puny little energy ball is going to cancel out my attack? Kid, you must be dreaming. But the next second, he witnessed a scene that he would never forget. Ace's seemingly harmless energy blast collided with Super Bu's massive bomb, and instead of being swallowed in the instant of collision, a terrifying heat erupted. The critical threshold shattered instantly. A blinding white light engulfed the sky, and the earth shook violently. Rumble! A massive mushroom cloud exploded into the heavens, gray smoke spreading in all directions. It canceled it out. Everyone was in utter shock. Super Bu's pupils dilated, and he could barely speak. How is this possible? His ultimate move was wiped out with a single shot. He thought he was dreaming. Nothing else could explain such an absurd scene. Down below, the group was equally stunned. Goku's face turned grim, his eyes on Aishi filled with renewed awe. He had thought that after a year had caught up to Aishi, but it turned out Aishi was still so far ahead, he couldn't even see his back. Goku narrowed his eyes. All he could do now was hope his hidden Super Saiyan 3 form might stand a chance to his right. Vegeta's face was dark. If the last time was about time-stopping tricks against Ibura, then this was pure strength. No excuses. Vegeta clenched his teeth. Had he not worked hard enough? No, he had. Head shed blood and sweat no one else could understand. And still he couldn't catch up to him? End of chapter. Chapter 24. Beside Aishi no. 21's delicate face was serious, her beautiful eyes staring intently at him. Just how strong is this guy? Ace's expression shifted slightly, sensing a gaze locked on him. He turned his head slightly. What's wrong? Scared now? Number 21 was briefly stunned, then met his eyes head-on. Her expression didn't change. No. Really? Aishi asked. Número 21 nadi fermity. Really? She definitely wasn't scared. Aishi didn't press it. Instead, he looked towards Super Bu. At this point, Super Bu had already recovered from the earlier shock. His eyes were locked on Aishi. After a moment, his expression turned heavy. Who are you? Aishi looked at him and answered flatly, Aishi. Aishi? Super Bu repeated the name, and his face darkened slightly. Things had gotten to this point. If he still couldn't recognize the reality of the situation, that would be beyond foolish. Super Bu wasn't stupid, quite the opposite, in fact. He believed he was powerful and intelligent. From his perspective, there were now two towering obstacles he couldn't overcome. Number 21 and the newly arrived Aishi. Both times he had clashed with them, he lost, utterly. After a moment of silence, the grim look on his face eased slightly. Then, turning to the others, he suddenly said, You win. I surrender. Those words stunned everyone present. Surrendered? Krillin's face lit up. Surrendered? That's great. That means we don't have to keep fighting, right? He was clearly thrilled. For someone like him, not fighting was the best-case scenario. But Piccolo shook his head, his voice cold and low. You're Too naive. Majin Buu isn't someone who surrenders that easily. Like a bucket of ice water, those words instantly extinguished Krillin's hope. Goku looked toward Aishi. Aishi, are we still fighting? It was obvious Goku was already thinking of sparing him. To him, as long as someone didn't commit an unforgivable crime, they could be spared. Just like when he let Frieza go on Namek. Goku was kind-hearted. If someone surrendered, he'd give them the chance to walk away. Before Aishi could respond, Vegeta let out a cold snort. Kakarot, enough with your goody-goody attitude. Can't you change that naive personality of yours? Majin Buu is clearly the type who'll never change. How can you spare him? Goku replied, but Vegeta cut him off. But what? Did you already forget that he tried to destroy Earth just now? Oomph. That last attack, tell me. Were you 100% sure you could have blocked it? Goku, that shut him up. He couldn't deny it. If not for Aishi, he would have been in serious trouble. Even Super Saiyan 3 might not have saved him. He had nothing to say. Everyone turned to Aishi, waiting for his response. Even number 21 looked toward him. Krillin, nervous after hearing the other's analysis, quickly said to Aishi, Aishi, don't let him off. Piccolo's right, there's no way that guy surrendered so easily. At that moment, Super Buu gave Krillin a fierce glare. This little bald one talks too much. Just wait, he's going to get it later. Just then, Aishi gave a faint smile and said calmly, I can let you go. Everyone froze. Even Goku was surprised. After Vegeta's scolding, he had deeply reflected, had realized maybe he had been too naive. But Aishi, why was he listening to him? No. 21's brows furrowed slightly. She didn't get it either. You're really not going to kill Majin Buu now? What if he comes back for revenge? Super Buu, upon hearing Ace's words, lit up. A flicker of cunning flashed through his eyes. Got him. That's great. You're a good person. I swear I won't destroy Earth anymore. But mid-sentence, Aishi frowned and shook his head. I wasn't finished. What are you getting excited for? Super Buu's expression shifted. A flash of frustration appeared, but was quickly suppressed. Go on, say it. Aishi said calmly. I can let you go, but you'll have to fight me. Win, and I'll let you go. Super Buu, WTF? If I could beat you, would I even need your mercy? I'd have wiped you all out by now. He had 1,000 swear words bottled up, but on the surface, he forced a smile. That's not fair. Aishi frowned. What's unfair? Super Buu replied, I can't beat you. Pick someone else. Hearing that, Aishi raised an eyebrow. Sure. Super Buu's face lit up again, only to immediately hear Aishi continue. We'll give you 3 choices. Pick whoever you like. The smile on Super Buu's face could no longer be contained. This idiot, ha ha ha. He was already rejoicing inside. Victory was his. Other than Aishi and number 21, who else here could fight him? Who even qualifies? Super Buu's lips curled upward, his eyes full of smug confidence. Come on. Come on. Once you send someone up, it'll absorb them and become even stronger. Then it'll crush all of you. Ahem, go ahead, name the 3. Over on Ace's side, everyone looked confused. Krillin stepped forward. Aishi, have you thought about who you're picking? Piccolo asked coolly. Aishi, you're not joking, right? Picking 3 for him to choose from among us. Only me, Krillin, Vegeta, and Goku are combatants. Krillin's out of the question head. Just be cannon fodder. Krillin's face stiffened, and he looked aggrievedly at Piccolo. But Piccolo ignored him and continued. As for me, I don't stand a chance either. If you have to pick 3 besides me, Goku, and Vegeta, I can't think of anyone else. At that, he paused, then added coldly, even among the 3 of us, if we're being honest, only Goku might stand a chance. The rest of us would probably end up like Krillin. Cannon fodder, another hit for Krillin. Hearing this, Vegeta couldn't hold it in anymore. His brow twitched. Hey, speak for yourself. Don't lump me in with you. What makes Kakarot so much stronger than me? He glared at Goku. Kakarot, you think you're stronger than me? If they just said he couldn't beat Super Buu, he could accept it, but using it as a chance to praise Kakarot? He wasn't having it. Goku scratched his head. WHYD, this turned into me getting dragged in. Vegeta, calm down. Of course you're strong. Vegeta frowned and didn't say it outright, But he muttered, "Kakarot, guess I did hold back at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Should have just finished you off." Goku. End of chapter. Chapter 2525. Aishi chuckled and shook his head. "All right, calm down. I'm not going to screw you guys over." He glanced at Piccolo. "Piccolo, you're still being too cautious. Even if all three of you went up together, Majin Buu would have kicked you to death with one strike." Piccolo. Super Buu couldn't hide his grin. Things weren't looking good for them. Look at them. Just picking someone was like asking them to swallow a turd. Victory was his. With that thought, Super Buu pressed him again. "Well, done yet? Picking a fighter shouldn't take that long, right?" Hearing this, Aishi slowly turned his eyes to him. "Done." That single word instantly drew everyone's attention. They all held their breath, waiting. Super Buu said, "Then hurry up." "Who are the three?" Aishi gave a calm smile. "Número 21, Vegito, Son Gohan." As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned. "No." 21's expression shifted slightly. Then she turned to look at Aishi, remaining silent. Noticing her gaze, Aishi turned his head and met her eyes. Number 21's tone was neutral. "Am I yours to command?" Aishi smiled. "Come on, do me a favor." Hearing that, Number 21 quietly stared at him for a few seconds, then said nothing. That silence was as good as agreement. Piccolo, stunned, stepped forward. "Aishi, you're not joking, right? Gohan. You actually picked Gohan." Goku also looked over slowly, eyes narrowing slightly. Aishi wasn't someone reckless. He wouldn't make a brainless decision, which meant there could only be one reason. His expression lit with pride. So in just 1 year, Gohan had already surpassed his old man. Goku straightened up. A good teacher really was everything. Looking at Aishi, a thought popped into his mind. Would it be weird if both father and son had the same master? Goku hesitated. Maybe it broke some kind of martial artist tradition. But then he thought harder. Who cares? There's no such rule. Whoever can teach you is your master. Didn't Master Roshi have low battle power? But he still deserved to be his teacher. It was perfectly valid. All right, decision made. After this, he'll ask to become Ace's student too. Aishi, in response to Piccolo, replied calmly, "Gohan is strong, stronger than any of you." Piccolo's face turned serious. "But his opponent is Majin Buu," Aishi said lightly. "Gohan is stronger than Majin Buu. I know he's my student." Piccolo. At this point, he had nothing left to say. After all, Aishi was Gohan's master. Piccolo let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Vegeta looked confused. Had heard Veg and thought it meant him. Scared the hell out of him. "Vegeto?" he asked, puzzled. "Who's that? Could it be someone from his race?" Aishi replied, "It's the fusion of you and Goku." "What?" Vegeta's eyes widened. Even Goku shouted in surprise, "Fusion?" Aishi nodded. "MHM, you'll know soon enough." Then he turned to Super Buu. "Well, have you decided who to choose?" Super Buu fell silent for a moment, then said, "Vegeto." He hadn't missed a word of that conversation. "Número 21? Yeah, right head just been beaten to a pulp by her. Picking her would be suicide. And Gohan? Even worse. Ace's disciple? No way he was choosing that monster. So after weighing it all, he picked the one he assumed was weakest. Right? Goku and Vegeta? Those two losers? He could beat them one punch each. Fusion or not. They wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. This is a guaranteed win. Super Buu was thrilled with his own brilliance. Victory was assured. "Oh, Vegeto. Perfect." Ace's lips curved upward. "Congratulations, you just picked the strongest one." Among the three options, he chose the most powerful. Goku and Vegeta both looked confused. "Us?" Aishi looked at them. "Give me a second." And then his figure vanished on the spot. Super Buu's eyes lit up. This isn't a chance. He started to take a step forward, then quickly stopped himself. No. If I make a move now, he'll die for sure. Hold back." Sure enough, the next moment, Aishi reappeared. He glanced calmly at Super Buu. "Try any funny business again, and he'll fight you myself." Super Buu gave a sheepish laugh and quickly nodded. In Ace's hands were two strange earrings, glimmering with a divine aura. Shoo! He tossed the earrings, and Goku and Vegeta each caught one. Goku asked curiously, "What are these?" "Hot era earrings," Aishi replied. "They do something?" Goku asked, confused. They just look like regular earrings. Aishi answered calmly, of course they do. You each wear one left and right, and you'll fuse. Vegeta's brows had been furrowed this entire time. Fusion? Him and Kakarot. No way. Is there no other way? Vegeta asked, glaring at Aishi. I don't want to fuse with Kakarot. Goku looked a little down, casting a pitiful glance at Vegeta. Aishi said coldly, don't you want to see how strong I really am? At those words, the two of them instantly perked up. Of course they wanted to. If you beat him fused, then you'll get a chance to fight me. Goku grinned. Let's do it. Vegeta, let's fuse. He couldn't wait to test Ace's strength. With that, he eagerly moved to put the earring on his right ear. Shut up, Kakarot. Vegeta growled through clenched teeth. But deep down, he didn't want to test Ace's limits too. Screw it. He grabbed the earring and clipped it to his left ear. The moment both earrings were in place, everyone stared as a blinding white light burst out, spreading in every direction. Shoo! In the next moment, Goku and Vegeta's bodies floated uncontrollably, then collided together. Whom! A radiant rainbow light erupted, and a terrifying aura surged through the air. Jo! Scared ya! A voice echoed from within the glow. Everyone turned to look where Goku and Vegeta once stood. Their forms had vanished. In their place stood a man with an intense presence and stunning appearance. Vegeto. He wore an orange, sleeveless vest over a deep blue turtle school GI, with a blue sash tied at his waist. He sported Vegeta's gloves. His hair stood upright like Vegeta's, but with two loose bangs flowing down, giving him a cool, confident look. End of chapter. Chapter 2626, 500 Power Stones bonus. Everyone was stunned by the sight of Vegeto. Piccolo's expression was solemn. So strong Vegeto slightly curved his lips, slowly turning to Aishi. 1 hour until we split. Aishi nodded. Yeah. Vegeto chuckled and nodded. Then we have 59 minutes to fight. Those words stunned everyone present. Vegeto looked at Majin Buu. Because dealing with you will only take 1 minute. Majin Buu's face turned grim. How arrogant. Let's see if you can still talk like that later. Vegeto smiled, then threw a punch. Whoosh. In an instant, a tyrannical blast of wind from his fist swept toward Majin Buu. With a single whoosh, the punch smashed Majin Buu's face wide open. Majin Buu was stunned, but quickly used his supercell regeneration to recover. He narrowed his eyes. You've got some skill, Vegeto replied flatly. Cut the crap. I'm not here to listen to your nonsense. Take this. Majin Buu. His expression darkened so arrogant. Without another word, Vegeto clenched his fists tightly, eyes becoming sharply focused. For once, he looked truly serious. Aishi smiled lightly. Looks like Vegeto was finally getting serious for him. Without wasting breath, Vegeto's white aura erupted from beneath his feet and surged upward. Whoosh! He stomped down hard with his right foot. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, shattering into countless branches. Vegeto shot forth like a cannon, so fast that everyone was left in shock. Bang! Before Majin Buu could even react, Vegeto's fist, packed with incredible force, struck straight into the right side of his face. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. Majin Buu's head was pulverized by that one punch. Down below, number 21 narrowed his eyes. This guy's strength was no longer below his own. Piccolo and Krillin were visibly shocked, but also excited. Vegeto's overwhelming power was good news for them. Aishi, however, remained expressionless. This Vegeto was indeed strong. His normal combat power had to be in the trillions. Back to Vegeto. After Majin Buu's head was blown off, he quickly regenerated using his supercell abilities. He looked terrified. What the hell are you? Vegeto raised a brow. A monster? Compared to me, you look more like a monster. I mean, I don't look like that, do I? Verbal fatality. Majin Buu trembled in rage. How dare you insult me? Vegeto smirked. What, mad? Then he raised his right hand and motioned, if you're so upset, come hit me. Majin Buu couldn't hold it anymore. He clenched both fists tightly veins bulging. Damn it! He extended both hands, and his arms suddenly turned into goo. Then, under his control, blobs of flesh launched themselves at Vegeto. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, those blobs acted like slime, clinging onto Vegeto. But the next moment, Vegeto let out a deep growl. The blobs of flesh clinging to him were instantly vaporized by the powerful aura erupting from his body. Majin Buu's expression changed. Impossible. Vegeto smiled, then launched several energy blasts. Zing, zing, zing. Boom, boom, boom. A wave of thick smoke burst in all directions, a giant mushroom cloud rising into the air. Vegeto raised his right hand and called out softly. The next moment, all the black smoke that had engulfed Majin Buu was swept away by a fierce gust of wind, completely dissipating. And Majin Buu himself was blown thousands of meters away by the forceful airflow. Once the smoke cleared, everyone could finally see Majin Buu's miserable state. Half his body was missing, and he was covered in injuries. Majin Buu stared in horror. Damn, how are you this strong? Vegeto replied coolly, normally. I might toy with you a bit, but not today. Too bad for you. I want to fight Aishi, so you'll have to die. As Vegeto finished speaking, he leapt up again, ready to attack, but at that moment Majin Buu suddenly laughed. My target was never you. Its Majin Buu's gaze shifted toward Aishi and the others. And then behind Aishi, number 21, Krillin, and Piccolo, pink blobs of flesh began wriggling out and suddenly pounced. Whoosh! Vegeto's face changed. In the next moment, right before his eyes, Aishi and the others were completely engulfed by the flesh blobs. Majin Buu couldn't hide his excitement anymore, the corners of his mouth twitching from glee. He had done it. He succeeded. He looked at the blobs. Return to me. Whoosh! Instantly, the flesh blobs reattached to Majin Buu's body and disappeared. Ha 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 ha! His plan worked. Majin Buu burst into maniacal laughter. Invincible. Vegeto frowned slightly. There's no way Aishi would get caught that easily. There could only be one explanation and act. Sure enough, before Majin Buu could celebrate, for even half a minute his body suddenly exploded. A massive hole tore open across his stomach. Aishi emerged, dragging Fat Buu in one hand and the others in the other. He flew right out from inside Majin Buu's body. Upon seeing this, Vegeto grinned. Good. That's the Aishi he knew. With Fat Buu gone, Majin Buu's expression turned ashen. But there was nothing he could do. He froze with a blank look for a moment, and then his entire body began to transform drastically. The large, muscular frame shrank rapidly. His pupils turned blood red. Though his power weakened, it became far more sinister. This was Kid Buu. After a moment of silence, Kid Buu's lips curled into a terrifying smile. Kyakia, he suddenly lunged, a terrifying burst of explosive power erupting from him. He charged straight at Vegeto below. Vegeto didn't flinch and punched upward. Boom! A thunderous impact. Half of Kid Buu's body was blown away in an instant. But as if feeling no pain, he regenerated and charged again. Kid Buu's face twisted with madness, mindlessly driven by destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeto's expression remained calm as he blasted him apart over and over again. Slowly, Kid Buu's regeneration slowed, and fear began to creep into his eyes. He stopped charging blindly and instead raised one palm skyward, pointing a finger to the sky. Whoa! The next moment, a pink energy sphere formed, growing rapidly in size. His face contorted with madness. He was about to launch it when whoosh! A golden energy blade pierced straight through him. The energy sphere instantly dissipated. Vegeto said calmly, I indulged you long enough. Good thing there's still plenty of time left. Those words marked Vegeto's killing intent. Sure enough, in the next instant, Vegeto placed both hands at his waist in a flower bud stance. Blue light burst forth, an immense aura surged from his palms. Kamehameha, Aka. The energy beam, carrying an unstoppable force, annihilated everything in its path. Kid Buu is completely vaporized. Body and soul. End of chapter. Chapter 27:27. Few after destroying Kid Buu, Vegito raised the corner of his mouth in a subtle smile. Everyone who saw this scene had joy written all over their faces. Krillin exclaimed in delight, "Awesome! We won! We actually took down Majin Buu! That's great!" Piccolo wore a look of relief. Yeah, finally. It's over, but as soon as he said that, his tone paused, and his face grew a bit serious. But a more terrifying battle is coming. A more terrifying battle? Krillin's expression froze. Then suddenly, it hit him hard. Wasn't that referring to Aishi and Vegito? Krillin grew tense. Piccolo, who do you think will win between them? Piccolo lowered his head, pondered for a moment, then shook it. I don't know either. If Aishi gave him the impression of invincibility, then Vegito felt like a man whose confidence radiated from the inside out. His aura was powerful and unshakably confident. That was the sense of someone fully aware of their own strength. Vegito's confidence came from one simple fact. He was strong, invincible. So, when two such overwhelmingly confident people fought, who would win? No one knew, because they hadn't started yet. Krillin's eyes lit up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. We probably won't see a battle like this ever again. Piccolo nodded, also visibly expectant. Indeed. Back on Ace's side, number 21 hadn't been absorbed after all. But seeing Aishi willingly getting absorbed, she had thought she'd go along too. Who would have thought? Once inside, Aishi bulldozed his way with Kika, Energy Wave. He blasted through several of Buu's organs. Then, upon finding Fat Buu, he even blasted a big hole through his stomach. Number 21 looked quietly at Aishi, thinking to herself, this guy is way too dangerous. She swore to herself she'd never spy on him again. Aishi felt someone watching him. When he turned around, he found number 21 staring calmly at him, not at all like someone sneaking peeks. Aishi narrowed his eyes slightly. No mistake, she had been staring at him. Thinking about it, he realized she hadn't taken her eyes off him all day. Aishi was sure of it. Number 21 definitely didn't know him well. Then why had she been watching him the whole time? He thought about it for a while, but got nowhere. So Aishi decisively dropped the thought. Right now, what mattered was his fight with Vegito. He really wanted to see what kind of man was this invincible legend. Vegito slowly descended from the sky. Then he looked at Aishi with a faint smile, standing tall, radiating supreme confidence. Vegito smiled. Looks like I broke my promise. I said I'd finish Majin Buu in 1 minute, but it still took a while. Aishi nodded, understandable. Must be your genetics. Vegito, what's that supposed to mean? Aishi calmly said, I mean you were showboating. You could have finished him instantly, but chose to drag it out. Vegito was speechless. I thought I was already fast. Aishi smiled. I'm not criticizing. In fact, it's a good thing. You managed to save Majin Buu in the process. Vegito nodded with a laugh. That Fat Buu? I didn't interact with him much, but if you're willing to save him, then he must be redeemable. Aishi nodded. He's not inherently evil. With a little guidance, he can become a decent person. After their brief exchange, the two prepared a battle. Vegito smiled confidently. Aishi, come on. Show me your full power. Aishi raised an eyebrow. So arrogant? Aishi didn't say much. He just nodded. Then he stepped down with his right foot. The ground instantly split open, fissuring in all directions. His body launched forward like a thunderbolt, appearing in front of Vegito in the blink of an eye. Ace's fist clenched, his body leaned forward, and he unleashed a fierce, overwhelming punch. Straight toward Vegito's gut. Vegito's pupils shrank. So fast. In a split second, Vegito raised both arms to cross in front of his chest, trying to block the attack. But he was still a step too slow. Just as he raised his arms, Ace's thunderous punch landed. Boom! A heavy impact echoed out. Ace's fist smashed directly into Vegito's stomach, sinking in deeply. Vegito's face changed, pain surged through him. That punch was clearly brutal. Vegito's eyes hardened. Ignoring the pain, he clenched his right fist. He gathered all the power in his body into that strike. Vegito launched a straight punch toward Ace's face. but just before it landed, a hand blocked it. Ace's right hand gripped Vegeto's fist, then suddenly pulled back with great force. Then with his left hand, Aishi grabbed Vegeto's wrist. With both hands holding Vegeto, Aishi started spinning like a whirlwind. He spun so fast that after images formed around him. After dozens of rotations, Aishi released his grip with a loud swing. Whoosh! Vegeto's body shot out like a missile, flying several kilometers before crashing through a few mountains, finally coming to a halt. Vegeto crawled out from a pile of rubble, brushing dust off his clothes. His face was full of excitement. So strong. Aishi, you really didn't disappoint me. Staring at Aishi, Vegeto grinned, his face glowing with battle lust. You're really strong. Now it's time I got serious. Aishi remained expressionless, staring calmly at Vegeto. Vegeto slowly closed his eyes. A beat later, his eyes flew open, fists clenched, veins bulging from his forehead. Then a deep, powerful roar exploded from his throat. A ripple burst from under his feet like water spreading outwards, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Next, those gentle ripples expanded violently, spreading in all directions. Even the surrounding grass, trees, and air trembled violently from his transformation. Then Vegeto's hair and eyebrows instantly turned to shining gold. His pupils transformed from black to emerald green, exuding a sharp and overwhelming aura. This is Super Vegeto. As the words fell, boom, a golden, flame-like aura erupted straight into the sky. In that moment, Vegeto's power skyrocketed at insane speed. His unbeatable aura swept out like a storm. In a chapter 28, shoo, shoo, shoo. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the onlookers could no longer be controlled. Piccolo's face was grave. Vegeto has transformed into a Super Saiyan. What unbelievable power! He was utterly shocked. Could this kind of energy really come from a human being? Krillin nodded. Yeah, I can't feel any upper limit at all. It's like a mountain that stretches endlessly. Absurd. On the other side, no. 21's beautiful face was serious. She had to admit it. The fused warrior formed by Son Goku and Vegeta was indeed unimaginably powerful. At least, for what she could see right now, she definitely wouldn't be able to beat Vegeto. Thinking this, number 21's eyes shifted slightly, and she couldn't help but glance at Aishi. Compared to Vegeto, you're even more mysterious. Just how strong are you? After transforming into a Super Saiyan, that confident aura returned to Vegeto's face. He slightly curled his lips into a smile. Aishi, from here on out, you'd better be careful. Aishi remained calm, his expression unchanged. Bring it on. Vegeto grinned, clenched his right fist tightly, and then suddenly opened his palm. Vim. Suddenly, 5 dazzling golden beams shot from his fingertips, radiating in all directions. Gofdama, 5-finger energy blast. Boom! Vegeto stomped the ground hard, blasting forward like a golden comet cloaked in energy. His speed was so fast it couldn't be tracked with the naked eye. He aimed his 5 fingers at Aishi, and 5 energy blasts fired out. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Aishi watched the incoming attacks calmly, not dodging, letting them hit him directly. In the next moment, rumble. A towering mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Clearly, despite the small size of the Gofdama, the energy it contained was immense. Vegeto narrowed his eyes, watching the thick smoke. Ace's aura had disappeared. Of course, he didn't believe such an attack could defeat Aishi. So the moment he sensed Ace's ki vanish, his expression turned serious. He stayed on high alert, wary of Aishi suddenly appearing. However, at that moment, a voice rang out behind him. Looking for me? Vegeto's body froze. Almost the moment Ace's fist swung toward him, he teleported away. Swoosh! Ace's brow raised. His punch missed. Not bad. Your reaction speed is impressive. I'm right here. Vegeto's loud voice came from behind. He appeared behind Aishi, his right hand clenched tightly. A terrifying fist packed with explosive force. shot toward Ace's face like a meteor crashing down. Aishi reacted quickly, tilting his head slightly to the left. He easily dodged the blow. But it wasn't over yet. Vegetto followed with both fists, his strikes fierce, brutal, and fast. His fist wind formed an impenetrable wall, sealing off all Ace's escape routes, forcing him into pure defense. Shoo! 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 Ace's eyes remained calm as he faced the ferocious assault. He showed no signs of panic. Instead, he effortlessly evaded each attack. It was worth noting Vegetto's power and speed were both extremely high. Aishi could feel Vegetto had pushed the strength and speed of the Super Saiyan form to the absolute limit. His combat instinct was also top tier. Every punch was fierce, decisive, without hesitation. But why couldn't he land a single blow on Aishi? Simple. Absolute power gap. Ace's base combat power was already at 500 trillion. And even now, with Vegetto transformed into a Super Saiyan, he still hadn't crossed the trillion mark. How could he win? Realizing his attacks were futile, Vegetto decisively stopped wasting energy. He took a few steps back, expression serious. Your base power is insanely strong. Aishi nodded. Exactly. That's why base combat strength is always the most important. Vegetto nodded in understanding. You'll remember that. Then he took a deep breath. Who next? Vegetto's expression relaxed a little. He smiled. Aishi, next I'll be fighting you with all I've got. Aishi replied, all the better. Let's do this. Vegetto took a deep breath. I'm not very used to this form, might need a little time. Aishi nodded. He'll wait. Hearing this, Vegetto smiled. Then his expression hardened. He clenched both fists tightly. A deep and guttural roar erupted from his throat. H-A-A-A. Vegetto's face twisted with intensity, his ki skyrocketing. This time he held nothing back. After all, chances to come out like this were rare, especially for a battle with someone like Aishi. He had to treasure the opportunity. Before long, Vegetto was engulfed in blinding golden light, surrounded by crackling lightning that sizzled loudly, terrifying to behold. At the same time, his eyebrows vanished under the pressure of the transformation. His hair extended backward, flowing down like a golden waterfall all the way to his waist. This was unmistakably Super Saiyan 3. His ki skyrocketed, soaring past the trillion mark in an instant. Aishi narrowed his eyes. Now Vegetto's combat power was finally equal to his own. Now that the power gap was gone, it would come down to technique and combat instinct. Ace's expression grew slightly excited. Vegetto let out a long breath and said, Aishi, this is the form that surpasses Super Saiyan 2, commonly known as Super Saiyan 3. Aishi nodded. I know. Vegetto smiled and added, this form has a lot of drawbacks. I always feel like something's missing, like I'm constantly leaking energy. Aishi raised an eyebrow. He already noticed the flaw of his Super Saiyan 3. Of course, noticing it wasn't surprising, but realizing what was missing was what made it impressive. As for that, Aishi wasn't entirely sure. But one plausible explanation was Saiyan tails store energy. The reason Super Saiyan 3 constantly leaks power could be because the tail is missing. He found this theory fairly convincing. After all, the tail is part of a Saiyan's body, an obvious symbol of their identity. Remove it, and wouldn't that be like losing a vital component? Then Aishi slowly said, I'm not completely sure, but I suspect the reason Super Saiyan 3 leaks energy is because of the missing tail. Vegetto was surprised. The tail? He paused for a moment, then chuckled. Forget it. They'll leave that question to them after I defuse. My time is limited. Let's fight first. Aishi nodded. Cool, me. The two of them slowly got into their martial arts stances, their auras compressed, ready to explode. End of chapter. Chapter 2929. Boom. In the next instant, two figures shot out simultaneously, their speed so fast that only afterimages remained. Neither hesitated, colliding head-on without reservation. The two clashed violently. Vegetto's body was agile. He flew swiftly to Ace's front, leaning forward with his body, his fist clenched tightly as he threw a powerful punch aimed straight at Ace's face. Facing this fierce and rapid strike, Ace's expression didn't change. He calmly tilted his head to the side, easily dodging the attack. At the same time, his body slightly curved and his right fist slammed hard toward Vegetto's stomach. Bang! Just as the punch was about to hit, Vegetto's left hand suddenly swept across and blocked the blow, firmly catching Ace's fist. With his right punch halted, Aishi followed up instantly with his left fist. He aimed it straight at Vegetto's face. Swoosh! Vegetto's expression changed slightly. Too fast. Ace's assault was extremely aggressive, giving him no time to react. There was no time to dodge. He had no choice but to teleport. So, without hesitation, Vegetto used Shunkan ID, instant transmission, to avoid the blow. Aishi remained expressionless and vanished from where he stood as well, pursuing instantly. Bang! 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 Moments later, the sky echoed with the sound of two fists colliding, booming like thunder across the heavens. With their combat strength so close, neither could gain the upper hand. All they could do was clash through pure technique, trying to find a weakness, but both were martial artists with maxed-out talent. Neither would expose even the tiniest opening. Bang! Their fists collided again, and both were knocked back. Vegetto's expression was thrilled, and he praised without holding back. Aishi, as expected of you. After fighting so long, I haven't seen even a single opening. Aishi smiled. You don't need to flatter me. You haven't shown one either, have you? After this round of mutual compliments, Vegetto suddenly rushed forward, condensing an energy blast in his hand. As he neared Aishi, he threw it hard. However, in the next moment, Aishi waved his hand. Vim! A blue energy shield appeared in front of him, blocking the incoming energy blast. It had no effect at all. Punisher shield. Seeing this, Vegetto swung his hand once more. Then a 5-meter-long energy blade formed in his grasp. He raised the blade and slashed fiercely at Aishi. Rumbly! Where the blade swept, space was instantly slashed by dense energy waves. Even the air seemed to split apart. Ace's pupils shrank. He immediately used Shunkan ID to dodge. But just as he reappeared, boom, Aishi sensed something. His expression changed, and he quickly turned back and raised a Punisher shield again. Boom! From above, Vegetto had launched a massive explosion with both palms directed at Aishi. The destructive force was monstrous. In less than a second, the shield was shattered. But that brief moment was enough. Aishi gathered twin blue energy spheres in his palms. Shimpan, Divine Judgment. He raised his hands toward Vegetto. In the next instant, countless blue beams shot from his hands, clashing against Vegetto's explosive energy. The two forces collided fiercely and exploded. Boom! Thick smoke spread across the land, and a towering mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. The ground fractured completely, splitting into countless cracks. Boom! Lava could vaguely be seen bubbling up from below the surface. Shoo! Shoo! Almost simultaneously, both stopped their energy clashes and launched themselves at each other again. This was the moment after a direct energy clash. Both were at their weakest and most vulnerable to ambush. But they had the exact same thought in the sky. The two clashed again, bodies tangling in fierce combat. Bang! 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 The sound of their fists echoed so violently, it felt like the whole earth was trembling. Elsewhere, Krillin gulped and trembled. T2 terrifying. I can't see a thing. Piccolo's brow was soaked in sweat, fear obvious on his face. He was pale green. After a long silence, he finally said gravely, "This fight, it's without question the most terrifying I've ever witnessed. Whether it's the energy blasts or the battle of techniques, both are at the absolute pinnacle." On number 21's side, her beautiful face was pale, her eyes filled with gravity. Compared to Majin Buu, this level of battle, this is the real strength. She had underestimated Aishi. And the fusion warrior, why are they so strong? She couldn't figure out. Looking at Aishi, no. 21 furrowed her delicate brows. To be honest, at the start, she had planned to get Ace's cells. But after a few encounters, She had completely given up on that idea. With Majin Buu's abilities and her overwhelming strength over Fat Bu, she thought she lacked nothing. She even wanted to challenge Aishi. But after witnessing this battle, she realized just how insignificant she was. Number 21's expression grew serious. This proves there's always someone stronger out there. The road to strength is long. I must never get arrogant again. Thank goodness she hadn't shamelessly challenged Aishi just now. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know how she lost. Back to Aishi and Vegeto. Their fight had reached a fever pitch. Both of their martial arts uniforms were torn, the outer layers long gone, only their undershirts remained. Boom! Their fists collided again, and the two separated quickly. Vegeto took a deep breath. Then he said slowly, Aishi, I'm going to use everything I have left. He knew his time was running out. Aishi nodded. Bring it. The moment he finished speaking, the two simultaneously assumed identical stances. Both placed their hands at their waists in the shape of a blooming flower. In an instant, brilliant blue light erupted, and an overwhelming aura surged out. Final Kamehameha. Boom! Vegeto on the left, Aishi on the right both launched their Sash Kamehameha, Final Kamehameha, at the same time. Two massive beams of energy surged with destructive force, carrying unmatched, unstoppable might, and collided. Neither would give in, each pushing the beam toward the other with all their strength. However, just as the standoff dragged on a sudden flash, Vegeto split into two figures, one left, one right. The energy wave just barely skimmed between them and blasted straight ahead. The two were shocked. They had almost died right there. Seeing this, Aishi slowly lowered his hands, the energy dissipating into sparkling stardust. He smiled faintly. This was, without a doubt, the most satisfying battle he had ever fought. Vegeto was truly powerful. Honestly, Vegeto's battle experience was no joke. If Broly got stronger the more he fought because his power increased endlessly, then Vegeto's strength came from his monstrous talent for combat. Into Chapter 30:30. After the battle ended, Son Goku and Vegeta slowly flew toward Aishi, and Piccolo and Krillin, who had been watching from the mountain, quickly flew over as well. Everyone gathered together. Number 21 didn't approach. She simply watched from a distance. Now back to her normal form, she was the pale-skinned, long-legged, beautiful, and intelligent scientist once again. She didn't join the group's conversation and instead remained quietly observant. Meanwhile, the first thing Son Goku said as he arrived near Aishi was, Aishi, you're really strong. Even Super Saiyan 3 Vegeto couldn't defeat you. His expression was peaceful. Losing to Aishi wasn't something to be ashamed of. On the contrary, he had gained a lot from this. Vegeto was the fusion of him and Vegeta. All the battle experience from this fight would be perfectly returned to the two of them after they defused. Vegeta clenched his fist and looked at Aishi. Aishi, don't get too cocky. Even though this fight only happened after I fused with Kakarot, now I understand what level your strength is at. It'll double my training. Next time, it'll surpass you without needing Kakarot. Vegeta's tone was firm and slightly bitter, but it was also a declaration of challenge. While he was frustrated and unhappy about losing this time, he wasn't angry. In fact, he was happy. Rather than being crushed without understanding anything, rather than being taken out with one punch, it felt much better to clearly understand the opponent's strength and ability. It made him feel even more motivated. Aishi was no longer an insurmountable mountain. Aishi smiled. He'll be waiting. Krillin chuckled. Aishi, I think as long as you're around, no matter what enemy shows up, it'll be useless. They won't be able to beat you. Aishi shook his head with a laugh. C'est impossible. I've already told you. The gods of destruction are beings I can't defeat. Not to mention angels and others. Piccolo nodded. His voice calm. True. We can't underestimate others. He paused for a moment and then slowly said, I've decided to go into seclusion for a while. Goku looked puzzled. Why, Piccolo? Piccolo's expression was calm. I've fallen too far behind you all. Standing beside you makes me feel like a caveman, everyone. Krillin protested. If you're a caveman, doesn't that make me a paramecium? Piccolo didn't respond. He simply said, "Anyway, they'll be in seclusion for a while until I find a path of my own." With that, he turned and left without looking back. Goku sighed. The guy Piccolo Vegeta folded his arms. Pointless. In front of Science, other races will never rise again. Goku. Krillin. Goku frowned. Vegeta, that's not a nice thing to say. We can't look down on others. Didn't you hear what Aishi said about the gods of destruction? Scions aren't invincible. Vegeta's expression darkened. Kakarot, don't forget. You're a Scion too. Then his words paused. His face became even uglier. I haven't even dealt with you yet. Kakarot, tell me honestly, where did Super Saiyan 3 come from? Why didn't you use it when you fought me? Goku stiffened and scratched his head awkwardly. Well, maybe it's something only Vegeta can do. Bullshit. Vegeta cut him off coldly. We share battle experience and abilities. I know everything. Goku, Aishi said calmly. All right, since there's nothing else, let's call it a day. Hearing that the others stopped arguing and nodded in agreement. Just then, Goku looked toward Aishi and said with a smile, Aishi, I want to ask you something. That immediately drew Vegeta's attention. What trick is Kakarot up to now? Aishi looked slightly puzzled. Go ahead. Goku grinned. Can I train with you for a while? Vegeta's eyes widened. Kakarot? What do you mean? Goku laughed. Ace is really strong. I want to learn from him. Vegeta clenched his brow, his face dark with anger. Oh, so that's how it is? He had just declared his challenge to Aishi. There's no way he could tag along now, right? Learning Ace's techniques and receiving his training and then turning around to fight him? That'd be like biting the hand that feeds you. But soon, Aishi spoke, and to Vegeta's delight, his frown relaxed, his mood greatly improving. Aishi shook his head. No, I only take one disciple. Goku looked disappointed. Ah, Kakarot, stop looking for shortcuts. True martial arts must be discovered on your own. That's the true path. Vegeta laughed smugly. Aishi added calmly, but I can find an even stronger teacher for you. Hearing this, Vegeta froze. Goku's eyes lit up. Who? Aishi answered lightly. You'll find out soon enough. Then, without another word, he prepared to leave. But at that moment, a voice suddenly came through. Goku, something terrible has happened. It's urgent. The voice was full of panic and urgency. Goku looked confused. Huh? King Kai. It was indeed King Kai's voice. Now, he was drenched in cold sweat. It's me, Goku. Goku asked, what's wrong, King Kai? You sound frantic. What's the emergency? Hearing this, Vegeta turned his gaze toward them. Aishi also looked curious. What's going on? King Kai said with gravity. Something huge just happened in the other world. One of the ogres in charge of watching the soul-cleansing machine was slacking off. He forgot to replace the jar that stores evil energy. As a result, the machine exploded, and the evil key leaked out and corrupted him. That has led to the birth of the most evil entity in history, an embodiment of all the universe's malice. Janinba. As those words fell, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Goku's face turned serious. I understand, King Kai. King Kai continued, Goku. The fighters sent by the other Quadrant Kais have all been defeated by Janinba. In the North Galaxy, the only ones left we can rely on are you guys. Goku nodded. We'll be there immediately. But then King Kai quickly added, all right, don't forget to bring Aishi. He's the one who can definitely stop Janinba. Hearing that, Goku hesitated for a moment. Aishi, do you want to go? Aishi smiled. He'll go alone. Perfect timing. Janinba, isn't that the guy connected to Gogeta? If he defeats Janinba, his template progress will definitely skyrocket. Goku was stunned. Just you? Aishi nodded. Yes. He'll go alone. You guys should stay here and clean up. Goku paused for a moment and nodded. All right, then we're counting on you. End of chapter 31:31, Aishi nodded. Then, without saying another word, he instantly teleported to the other world. Back on Earth, seeing Aishi leave, Goku and the others immediately rushed toward the city. Their first priority was to protect the living. Everyone split up. Only 21 remained, standing alone in silence. She sighed. She had waited so long just to talk to Aishi, but unexpectedly forget it. She'd just go visit his house directly. With that, her figure also disappeared on the spot. At the same time in the other world, it was utter chaos. King Yema was sweating bullets, looking panicked and anxious. We're doomed. Totally doomed. This time it's really over. That bastard Janemba had imprisoned him and even reversed the laws of life and death across the entire universe. As a result, everyone in the afterlife had been resurrected. Not only had it thrown the order of the other world into disarray, it also released many evil souls back into the living world to wreak havoc. The problem was he had already reported the situation to his superiors. But every envoy sent by the Grand Kai was useless, and right then a figure suddenly appeared beyond the barrier. It was Aishi. The moment he arrived, Aishi immediately spotted the large yellow brute causing havoc Duong. Janemba. At this moment, Janemba's entire body was yellow, tall and fat, with an ugly appearance. Manisli unleashing destruction. Seeing this, Aishi didn't hesitate for a second. Buzz. He raised a hand and began gathering energy. A sudden flash of blue light burst forth. A terrifying wave of energy poured out in all directions. Then he hurled the energy blast forward. In the blink of an eye, the energy blast reached Janemba, and before he could even react, an earth-shaking explosion erupted. Boom! Dust and rocks flew. A colossal mushroom cloud rose into the sky, shocking beyond words. As for Janemba, he couldn't escape the blast. He took the full brunt of the massive energy wave. His massive yellow form rapidly shrank and compressed. The hulking yellow fat figure turned, before everyone's eyes, into a humanoid shape. Seeing this, King Yema's eyes lit up. It worked. Finally, someone useful had arrived. Quick, go. Kill Janemba. King Yema shouted in excitement. Outside, Janemba, having compressed, had taken on a new form. He now had beast-like horns, a demonic long tail like a lizard, and wore purple armor. He stood tall, his gaze fixed on Aishi. Even without moving, he radiated overwhelming pressure. But Aishi paid it no mind. That level of aura wasn't even enough to make him flinch. What? Not convinced? Aishi said calmly. Janemba's face was cold and expressionless, but a small smirk crept onto his lips. He was smiling, and then his right hand slowly lifted and suddenly lunged forward toward the air in front of him. Whoosh! In the next second, his right hand appeared right beside Ace's head, swiping toward his neck. A massive palm stretched to grab Aishi by the throat. But Aishi remained calm. He slightly tilted his head, dodging the attack. Dimensional shift. He could create spatial portals anywhere, teleport himself, or redirect energy blasts. Even absorb and relocate them. At the same time, he could use it to launch sneak attacks with fists or feet. Seeing this, Janemba grinned wickedly, and his left hand suddenly extended toward Aishi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His left arm stretched abnormally far, as if it had no limit. In that moment, Janemba's right hand distorted space, while his left hand extended infinitely. Both hands, left and right, attempted to seize Aishi. But Aishi, faced with such time-space manipulation and limitless stretching, got a brilliant idea. He dodged both deadly attacks, then in a flash grabbed both of Janemba's arms in one go. Then, before Janemba could react, he tied them together, and even made a knot, a dead knot. Janemba's face darkened, and he tugged, only to find he couldn't break free. In a decisive move, his body turned into particles and reformed afterward. His eyes now burning with anger, Janemba conjured a long sword and charged at Aishi. He raised the blade and slashed fiercely toward him. Whoosh! A slash wave surged forward, cutting through everything in its path. But just as it neared Aishi, it suddenly turned into scattered starlight and disappeared. Blocked by his ki. My turn now, Aishi said coldly. After those words, his figure slid forward, so fast it left behind only an afterimage. In the next moment, he appeared above Janemba and slammed two knees right into his face. Bang! Bang! Two heavy thuds echoed through the air. Janemba cried out in pain. stumbling backward. Boom! But just as he retreated, a heavy punch from behind struck his back like a thunderclap. Ace's fist sunk deep into his flesh. Gah! Janemba's pupils trembled, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He couldn't believe it. This guy is so strong. After pummeling Janemba until he questioned his very existence, Aishi didn't stop. He still couldn't use Gogeta's soul punisher yet, so that technique was temporarily off limits. But Janemba was the embodiment of all the evil across the entire universe. Conventional powers might not destroy him. He had to be purified to be truly erased. In that case, let's suppress him by force. Aishi didn't believe the universe's collective evil could overpower him. The next moment his expression turned serious, and he clenched both fists. Huh! A deep roar erupted from his throat. Boom! Suddenly, the ground beneath him shattered into a web of cracks. Golden ripples burst from his feet, spreading out wildly in all directions. Huh! As Aishi's power surged, a column of golden energy burst up around him, shooting straight into the sky. Majestic and awe-inspiring, his hair and eyebrows turned from black to bright golden in an instant. His pupils became emerald green, and his gaze fierce and emotionless. Under that gaze, Janemba trembled. Was he afraid? No. Janemba's eyes sharpened. He was faking it. I'm the strongest one here. With that in mind, he stomped the ground hard. The earth cracked, and he blasted forward at full speed. But in Ace's eyes, it was slower than a crawling snail. He remained calm, placing both hands at his waist, forming a flower-like shape, and chanted deeply. Final came Haim, ha, as Aishi spoke each word, a terrifying blue energy sphere formed between his palms. Janemba approached, raising his fist to strike with all his power. Just as the punch neared H.A., boom! Aishi thrust both palms forward. The final Kamehameha wave shot out like a divine flood. Janemba, right in front of him, took the full brunt of it. The energy wave was massive, its aura overwhelming. With unstoppable force, it gradually disintegrated and annihilated Janemba. Who said Janemba could only be purified? Pure, overwhelming strength works just as well. End of chapter. Chapter 3232. After Janemba was destroyed, the seal covering King Yema's barrier shattered instantly like glass, turning into specks of starlight and vanishing into the void. At the same time, the likes of Frisia and others who had been released by Janemba to wreak havoc on Earth also faded away. One after another, Goku's face lit up with joy. Looks like Aishi already took care of Janemba. Vegeta crossed his arms and scowled impatiently. Kakarot, I'm heading back peacekeeping for Earth? What a waste of time. He, the mighty Prince Vegeta, wasting valuable training time protecting a bunch of Earthlings? Was this a joke? If it hadn't been for Kakarot, he wouldn't have stayed even a second longer. If he had been the one to take down Janemba, then maybe it would have been worth it. Win or lose, at least his pride would be intact. But being dragged here to fight small fries? Not a chance. Goku froze. Huh. Vegeta. You before he could finish, Vegeta's figure had already shot off into the sky. Meanwhile, in the other world, with the crisis resolved, King Enma's face beamed with relief. His wide mouth curled into a constant smile. Looking at Aishi, his expression was filled with admiration. This is my first time meeting you. What a pity we haven't met until now. You're incredibly strong. Ace's mouth twitched. What do you mean? What a pity. Are you trying to jinx me? No need for that ID. Still like to live a few more years. Hearing that, King Enma blinked, then suddenly realized what he meant. His expression turned sheepish. Oh, my bad. I got carried away. You're just too strong. By the way, why didn't they send Goku down? I remember he's really strong too, right? Aishi replied blandly. He couldn't beat Janemba. Sending him would have been pointless. King Enma nodded. I see. After some casual chat, King Enma smiled and said he would extend Ace's lifespan as a token of gratitude for saving the other world. Aishi thanked him, then left. Back on Earth, West City, outside a certain apartment, Aishi thought to himself, System, open my personal status screen. After just defeating Janemba, his progress unlocking the Gogeta template had jumped by another 15. He couldn't wait to check it out. Understood. The system's mechanical voice replied, clear and ethereal. Following the voice, a rectangular blue frame slowly appeared in front of Aishi, listing rows of detailed personal attributes. Host, Aishi Battle Power, 30 Quintillion Bloodline, Pure Blood Scion, Top Tier, Skills, Bujitsu Flight, Key Control, Big Bang Kamehameha, Ultimate Kamehameha, Resonant Explosion, Judgment of the Gods Key, I Beam, Clone Technique, Soul Arbiter. Main Template, Super Gogeta, Unlocked, 65, Secondary Template, Unknown, Unlocked, Backup Templates, Kibito, Mr. Satan, Tao Pai Pai, Shin, Supreme Kai. His battle power had reached 30 quintillion, and he had just learned the powerful technique Soul Arbiter. Aishi looked visibly pleased. But what excited him most was that he could now clearly feel it. He had already unlocked the transformations for Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. His power had surged once again. Aishi thought to himself soon, it'd be time to visit Planet Vampa and face the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Though he hadn't yet unlocked 100 of the Gogeta template and might lose, he wasn't worried. He still had some bug-level skills that he hadn't used, like Critical Hit, Attack Speed, Hypnosis. These were all active skills that he had to manually activate. Once triggered, his hands would glow red and green. Those were Critical Hit and Attack Speed. With that thought, Aishi finally turned his gaze toward the apartment building. No. 21. What was she doing at his place? As he walked into the apartment, Aishi caught sight of the scene inside. On the living room sofa, two women were chatting excitedly. It was his wife, number 18 and number 21. As soon as number 18 saw him, her face lit up, and she immediately stood to greet him. Aishi, you're back. Good work out there. After saying that, she turned with a smile and gestured toward number 21. Aishi, this is number 21. She's just like me. Just like me. Naturally, that referred to what they had both gone through. It seemed number 21 was also someone who had suffered. Damn, that evil Dr. Jero. No. 21 looked at Aishi and smiled. Nice to meet you, Aishi. She extended her hand. Aishi wasn't sure why her attitude had changed so drastically. She had been cold and distant earlier, but he still smiled and shook her hand. Nice to meet you. Number 21, her hand was fair and delicate, with slender fingers smooth as jade like a crafted work of art. But after a few seconds, Aishi quickly let go. Nice to touch, sure, but number 18 was right there. Number 21's outfit was also completely different from when they'd first met. She had taken off her lab coat, now revealing the dress underneath, a sleek black dress that hugged her figure, accentuating her curves. The hem fell just above her knees, showing off her smooth, porcelain-like long legs. With her refined aura, she gave off a cold yet intellectual beauty. Número 18 Smile. Don't just stand there, sit down. Hearing that the three of them sat down on the sofa, Aishi sat beside number 18, with number 21 across from them. After a bit of conversation, number 21 finally smiled and revealed her reason for coming. Aishi, I actually came here today to see you. Aishi blinked. To see me? No. 21 nodded. Yes. I'd like to ask you a favor. Aishi said, let's hear it. Number 21 hesitated a bit, glancing toward number 18. Seeing this, number 18 gently said, it's okay, go ahead. Hearing that, number 21 finally gathered her courage and said, I'd like to ask if I could train with you. The moment she said it, her cheeks flushed with a faint pink. She was clearly embarrassed. Aishi was stunned, looking confused. Why? Aren't you already pretty strong? Why train with me? Number 21's expression turned serious. It's different. My strength only seems strong compared to others, but I'm still far behind you. End of chapter. Chapter 33. After hearing number 21's words, Aishi fell into silent contemplation. What was going on? Why did they all want to train with him now? First, it had been Gohan a year ago. Then just earlier, Goku came, and now number 21. Taking Gohan as a disciple had been for two reasons. First, he didn't want Gohan's talent and potential to be wasted. Second, He truly liked Gohan as a person, his character, his morals, everything. He was a good kid. As for not taking Goku as a disciple, there were two reasons. First, he was too lazy, and teaching Goku would be even more time-consuming than teaching Gohan. His talent wasn't even close to Gohan's. Second, Goku had Whis as a better teacher. He didn't want to mislead the guy. But now, number 21, should he take her in or not? While Aishi was pondering this, number 21's delicate face stared closely at him. Noticing his thoughtful expression, she quickly added, "If you think it's not okay, just tell me. I want push." As she finished speaking, number 18 also turned her gaze toward Aishi. She actually sympathized with number 21 quite a bit. They'd gone through similar fates. Even after escaping the Red Ribbon Army, she still had to live in fear, wanting to grow stronger, so urgently she must be afraid of going back to that kind of life again, being under someone else's control. That must be why she wanted to learn from Aishi. Thinking this, number 18's beautiful eyes glistened faintly. She herself was always cared for and cherished by Aishi. She never had to worry about things like that anymore. But number 21 didn't have that. After a moment of silence, Aishi finally spoke calmly. "It's not that you can't hearing this." Number 21's expression lit up with joy, and she quickly looked up. But the very next second, she heard Aishi say, "But..." Number 21's breath hitched. She pouted at him with a pitiful look. "Come on, don't stop halfway." Seeing her puffed-up cheeks and grumpy face, Aishi smirked slightly and said, "You can train with me, but you need to formally become my disciple." "Become your disciple?" Number 21 raised a delicate brow. Aishi nodded. "Yeah, no free rides. If you want to train with me, you have to officially become my student." Number 21 looked a little hesitant. She hadn't expected this condition. It wasn't that she couldn't become his disciple, but with number 18 around, would it be presumptuous? Noticing her hesitation, Aishi said flatly, "If not, then forget it." Hearing that, number 21 panicked a little, flustered. "And no, of course I can. It's just halfway through." She glanced over at number 18, hesitant. "Would it be rude?" Number 18 just smiled and said, "Of course not. If you become Ace's disciple, we can see each other often and hang out more." She didn't find it awkward at all. In fact, she was thrilled. She got along really well with number 21. They just agreed to go shopping together earlier. Hearing this, number 21 felt a wave of guilt. She had been overthinking it. No, 18 trusted her wholeheartedly. So, number 21 straightened her back and looked at Aishi seriously. "Then I'll be in your care, Aishi-sensei." Hearing that, Aishi smiled faintly. Good. You got on the ship yourself." In the days that followed, life went on as usual. Ace's daily routine didn't change much. Except now, there was number 21 in the house. It added a small shift in atmosphere. But hey, she was invited by number 18. It had nothing to do with him. Though honestly, he didn't mind her presence at all. This weekend, Gohan arrived, as usual, to train with Aishi. He knocked on the door. The door creaked open. He was already used to this routine and casually said, "Sensei's wife, I'm here to train with," but halfway through, Gohan froze. The one who opened the door was number 21. The smile on his face instantly vanished. "You again?" Hearing what he said, number 21's cheeks flushed red. She glared at Gohan. "Gohan, how many times have I told you? That's not the right title." Gohan scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, I'm just used to it, and it's not entirely my fault you've never corrected me either." Number 21 narrowed her eyes. "What did you say?" Gohan quickly waved his hands. Nothing. Damn it. You clearly have feelings for Sensei, but still pretend it's just a master-disciple thing. Using that as an excuse to get close to him. Huh? Gohan was sure had seen right through her act. At that moment, another voice came from inside. "Gohan, you're here early today?" Aishi walked out. Seeing Aishi again, Gohan beamed. "Yeah, my mom made a ton of food today, so I brought some for you and Sensei's wife." As he spoke, he took out a capsule and pressed the top. Pop! A neatly packaged bento appeared in his hands. Aishi smiled, thanks. He accepted the food. Then Gohan asked curiously, "Sensei, what are we training today?" Hearing that, number 21 also looked over. She had to admit Ace's teachings had helped her immensely. In just a month, her strength had undergone a complete transformation. She could now easily defeat her past self with one hand. Aishi said calmly, "No training today. We're going to study a new transformation." Gohan's eyes lit up. A new form? Número 21 blinked. Well, this was probably not about her. She wasn't a scion. How would she have new forms? Still, she followed them to a barren open field. Aishi spoke, "First, Gohan. Let me ask you, have you fully mastered Super Saiyan 3? Gohan nodded. "Yes, I have." Aishi nodded too. "Good. Then what I want to talk about today is a form beyond Super Saiyan 3. Hearing this, Gohan and number 21 both turned to him, stunned. Gohan's voice trembled with excitement. "Sensei, there's a form beyond Super Saiyan 3. Aishi nodded. "Yes, Super Saiyan 4. Right now." He wanted Gohan to complete the Saiyan transformation path before moving on to the divine evolution path. Meanwhile, number 21 was shocked. She hadn't expected Saiyans to have so many transformations. What a monstrous race. Aishi explained, Super Saiyan 4 is a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3. To achieve Super Saiyan 4, first, your base strength must be strong enough to reach the transformation threshold. Second, you must turn into an Oozuru, and then transform into a Super Saiyan, while in that form, finally, regain your rationality. Gohan frowned slightly. Oozuru? Aishi nodded. Yes. Super Saiyan 4 is a primal form. It requires you to revert to an Oozuru state first. Then, without further explanation, Aishi slowly raised his palm forward. Gradually, a burst of white light emerged in his palm, forming into a glowing energy orb. Number 21 asked curiously, "What is that?" Aishi answered plainly, "An artificial moon." Into Chapter 34. Gohan immediately nodded and let out a fierce roar. Boom! In that instant, golden ki flames surged around his body. The black fur covering his body turned golden in an instant, radiating a divine brilliance. After becoming a golden great ape, Gohan almost effortlessly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. A brilliant golden light burst forth, enveloping him entirely. The enormous, mountain-sized great ape began shrinking visibly. Before long, it had fully reverted into humanoid form. Standing there, Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, his expression was one of disbelief. His energy was immensely powerful, his entire body cloaked in a layer of crimson fur with wild, long hair reaching down to his waist. Gohan was still immersed in shock and hadn't come back to his senses. Just like that, he had become Super Saiyan 4. Though it felt rushed, Gohan couldn't hide his excitement. He could feel that Super Saiyan 4 was insanely strong. So strong it made him feel like he could defeat his Shursho. But that thought had barely formed, and he immediately denied it. What was he thinking? He actually dared to think about challenging his master. Gohan wanted to smack himself, utterly disrespectful. At that moment, Aishi and Android 21 slowly flew over. Aishi examined Gohan for a moment, then nodded approvingly. Not bad. Very strong. Upon hearing that, Gohan's face lit up in surprise. Thank you, Shursho, for your praise. Aishi replied calmly, Don't celebrate too soon. Go home and train hard. Within 1 month, I want to see your Super Saiyan 4 at full power. Gohan. Aishi raised an eyebrow. What? Too difficult? Gohan gave a wry smile. Shursho, reaching full power in just 1 month is a bit harsh. But I'll give it my all. Aishi said, I only said that because I believe in your potential. 1 month is more than enough for you. It all depends on whether you're willing to give it everything. Upon hearing that, Gohan responded with resolve. Understood. He'll give it everything. He couldn't let down his Shishi's trust. Aishi nodded. That's enough training for today. You can head back. Gohan froze. Huh? That's it. Aishi smiled slightly and said, If you want to train more, I won't stop you. Gohan. He gave a sheepish laugh. No need for that. He immediately flew off, practically fleeing the scene. But at that moment, Aishi suddenly called out, Wait. Gohan paused midair and turned back, looking confused. What is it, sure show? Aishi said calmly. When you get back, you can share this transformation method with your father and Vegeta. You remember the process, right? Upon hearing that, Gohan nodded. I remember. Tail Moon, regain reason. Aishi nodded. Good. Off you go. Gohan slowly flew away. Left behind were only Aishi and Android 21. Android 21 had a confused look on her delicate face and asked softly, Aishi, what am I going to do today? Aishi smiled. Help you raise your power level to what Gohan just reached. Hearing that, Android 21's first reaction was disbelief. She wasn't a Scion. How could she increase her power level that much in one go? But since it was Aishi who said it, she had no choice but to believe it. How are we doing that? Android 21's lovely face was full of confusion. Aishi smiled, saying nothing. He simply looked at her. Seeing this, Android 21's face flushed red. Instantly understanding, she slowly lowered her head and whispered, sure show, as soon as she said that she already felt too embarrassed to show her face. Aishi laughed. We're supposed to be master and disciple, but you call me sure show so few times. Aren't you taking advantage of me? Android 21 retorted. We both know what's in our hearts, don't we? Aishi chuckled. Who knows? What if you're two-faced? Android 21 felt like she had something stuck in her throat, but she still tried to talk back. I am not. Aishi sighed. Well, if you want to acknowledge me as your sure show, so be it. You'll just bear the loneliness alone. Android 21's expression turned anxious. Don't be like that. He'll say it. Aishi shook his head. I'm not forcing you. Android 21 had a strong sense of pride. He could see that. Just like Vegeta, a textbook tsundere, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. She recognized it in her heart, but couldn't say it aloud. End of chapter 35. This wouldn't do at all. Android 21 shook her head. You didn't force me. I did it willingly. Aishi nodded. That's more like it. Android 21 sighed. Sure show. Can you teach me now? She was eager to know the method Aishi mentioned for boosting her combat power. So much so that she even put on a pitiful, teary-eyed expression. With her cool, intellectual beauty wearing such a face, even Aishi was briefly stunned. Aishi replied calmly, it's simple. I just need to use one of your abilities and take advantage of it. Android 21 was confused. What ability? Her own body. Could it be that even she didn't fully understand how it worked? Hold out your hand. Aishi instructed. Though puzzled, Android 21 complied. She slowly extended her arm, revealing a delicate, fair and soft hand. Palm open, she held it out to him. Here. Aishi nodded. Then he opened his own palm, gathering energy into it. In an instant, a brilliant blue light flared up. A ball of blue energy slowly took shape, and Aishi kept compressing it, making it immensely dense and powerful. Get ready to absorb my energy. Android 21 nodded. A suction force began to draw from her palm. It was clearly her energy absorption ability at work. Seeing this, Aishi flipped his hand and launched the energy ball into her palm. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Ace's energy was fully absorbed by Android 21. This energy was incredibly pure and packed with immense force. So much so that the moment she absorbed it, Android 21 felt her own power swell dramatically. She blinked, slightly shocked. Aishi sure show. You want me to absorb your energy? That actually works? Aishi smiled. You don't get it. That was just an appetizer. Next, I'm going to pour all my energy into you. Absorb it all, and don't let a single drop leak out. Android 21's eyes widened in alarm. All your energy? Aishi nodded. Yes. Without hesitation, Android 21 shook her head. No way. Absolutely not. It'll break. Aishi said flatly. Don't worry. It'll protect you the whole time. After hesitating a moment, Android 21 finally gave a small nod. All right, go ahead. Then she stopped thinking and quietly awaited the energy transfer. The next moment, Aishi flipped his hand again and formed an even more powerful energy orb, refined and overwhelming in intensity. He placed it against Android 21's palm and began pumping energy in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1 minute, 5 minutes. By now, Android 21's initially excited face had turned pale. Even energy absorption had its limits. Too much could kill her. She was already teetering on the edge. Only Ace, his continuous encouragement, kept her going. Seeing her pale complexion, Aishi silently swapped back to the Shin the Supreme Kai template in his heart. He gently said, "Just a bit more, hang in there." For someone like Android 21, who could absorb others' energy and convert it into power, the path to growth was simple. Just keep pumping energy into her. As for why this method wasn't practical, it only worked because it was him doing it. For two simple reasons. 1, no one else could provide that much energy. 2, her body couldn't endure it for long. Android 21's voice trembled. MHM, 10 minutes later, she couldn't take any more. Her petite body collapsed, completely drained of strength. Her mind was foggy. Her legs gave out, and she began falling backward. Aishi reacted quickly, catching her before she hit the ground. A soft fragrance filled the air. Her body was warm and delicate. But Aishi had no time for that. He raised a hand and immediately began healing her, using the Supreme Kai's restoration ability. In no time, Android 21's stamina fully returned. She slowly opened her eyes. A faint glint flashed in her gaze. Whoosh! In the next instant, a swirl of white wind burst out from her surroundings. A powerful gale roared around them. Her energy was skyrocketing. Android 21's face lit up with joy. She threw herself into Ace's arms, excitedly exclaiming, "I really got stronger." With her soft body pressing against him and her arms wrapped around his neck, Aishi looked down and caught a glimpse of snowy white. "Holy huge." Aishi laughed. "Don't get too excited. We're doing a few more rounds." MHM. With experience on her side now, Android 21 eagerly nodded like a pecking chick, adorably obedient. What followed was a series of energy transfusions and healing sessions. Repeat. After doing it more than 10 times, Android 21's combat power had officially reached Super Saiyan 4 Gohan's level. Even Aishi couldn't help but sigh. This was insane. How could someone just absorb energy and instantly become that strong? Android 21's face was glowing with satisfaction. Now, every time she called him Shursho, it was smooth and natural. Not even a hint of embarrassment anymore. "Shursho, one more time?" Aishi twitched. "No. Are you trying to suck me dry?" Android 21 giggled. "Just kidding," Aishi sighed. "All right, training's over for today. I'm going home to eat." Constant energy transfer really was exhausting. Android 21 nodded. MHM. Back home after eating and relaxing, Aishi returned to his room. He chatted with Android 18 about recent events. Time gradually passed into night. Suddenly, Android 18 leaned in close, her pretty face filled with affection as she stared at him. "Aishi, it's time to check in for today." As soon as she spoke, she kissed him without hesitation. After a long, while their lips parted. "Aren't you afraid the neighbor will hear?" Aishi gently stroked her soft white cheek and chuckled. Next door was, of course, Android 21. Upon hearing that, Android 18's face stiffened slightly, a bit deflated. "Then what should we do?" Aishi shrugged. "Dunno." Seeing that, Android 18 angrily bit his arm. "Oh, now you're all smug. What about me? Who told you to let Android 21 move in?" Aishi laughed. Android 18. She hesitated for a moment, then steeled her expression, revealing a bold resolve. "Whatever. If she hears, she hears." Hearing that, of course, Aishi wasn't going to just sit there. MMH, end of chapter. Chapter 36. The next morning, Aishi got up early to make breakfast. Yesterday's intense battle with number 18 had ultimately ended with him using some mysterious technique. He beat number 18 so badly that she couldn't fight back. All she could do was take the hits. Critical strikes, attack speed, charm hand, and strong kidney technique. These 4 combo techniques, even someone with infinite energy like number 18 ended up begging for mercy. Talp, talp, talp. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Aishi looked in the direction of the sound. To his surprise, it was number 18. Aishi raised a brow. "Not sleeping in a bit longer?" Number 18 rolled her eyes. Look at the time. Who's still sleeping? I'm not some lazy pig. Aishi grinned. You begged so long yesterday. Don't you need some recovery? As soon as those words left his mouth, number 18's pretty face visibly flushed, becoming even more seductive. She snorted coldly. That's your fault. Who told you to use underhanded tricks? How else would I have lost to you? Just thinking about it made her irritated. Things had been going fine between them. But ever since she started teasing Aishi, she hadn't won even once. Not a single time. She couldn't even hold back her voice anymore. Número 18 Saif. Sigh. With how loud we were, I bet number 21 heard everything. She's usually up by now. Aishi chuckled. Then let her hear. What's the problem? Come eat breakfast. Number 18 glared at Ace's shameless expression. Her temper flared again. She stomped over to him. Eat what? Go wake number 21. So not cute. Aishi laughed and stood up, pinching number 18's cheek. Get off. Number 18 swatted his hand away in a mix of embarrassment and anger. Oh. Aishi raised a brow. Looks like I was too gentle yesterday, number 18. Just then another set of footsteps came from the staircase. The two looked over. Number 21 was slowly descending the stairs. Upon seeing the two of them, her face turned slightly red on its own, but she quickly composed herself. Gee, good morning. She tried to act calm and indifferent. Number 18 gave an awkward smile. Morning. I was just about to go call you. Aishi looked at number 21 and couldn't help but wonder. She looked strained. At the dining table, the three remained silent in an eerie stillness. The air was heavy. Finally, Aishi broke the silence. I might be heading out for a while. As soon as he said it, both number 18 and no. 21 looked up at him. Number 18 asked with concern, what's going on? Aishi smiled lightly. Nothing big. Just heading out for some training. Number 18's face showed worry. Why? You're already super strong. Aishi shook his head. My strength has been stagnant for too long. That can't continue. There are even stronger beings in the future. I need to prepare ahead of time. Hearing this, number 21 frowned. Master, aren't you overthinking it a bit? It made sense for her to get stronger. She was weak and needed the improvement. But Aishi? Even Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta barely managed to fight him to a draw. Who in the universe could possibly beat him? Aishi smiled. Not really. The power levels are constantly updating like a new patch. I can't afford to stand still. Look at you and Gohan. You're both improving every day. Well, no. 21 was speechless. That was true. Number 18 thought for a moment and then nodded seriously. Then you must be careful. Aishi smiled. Don't worry. You know me, don't you? After breakfast, Aishi wasted no time and immediately departed for Planet Vampa. Over the past month, he hadn't been idle. Through insane training, his Gogeta template progress had risen another 5. It had now reached 70. His power level shot up another 10 quintillion from 30 to 40 quintillion. He realized at this point in the template progression, most of the skill unlocks and transformations were nearly complete. What was left was pure power boost. South Galaxy. Planet Vampa. Swoosh. A man appeared on a towering mountain, standing tall, exuding a mysterious, overwhelming presence full of power. It was Aishi. He looked around, taking in the surroundings. All he could see was wasteland. Everywhere he looked, craters, ruined structures, shattered meteorites embedded deep into the soil. Huh! A violent wind swept by, blowing Ace's hair backward, but his expression remained unchanged, calm and steady. In the distance, a ferocious sandstorm whipped up, tearing through the ground and changing the landscape. Thunder roared above. The sky was dark and ominous, covered in black clouds that occasionally flashed with thick bolts of lightning. Boom! The apocalyptic sight was overwhelming. Even Aishi couldn't help but sigh. Good thing it was Broly who lived here, only he had the willpower to survive in such a place. If it were him, he'd be looking for an escape route every minute. At that moment, a figure came speeding through the sky. Fast, rushing, as if afraid to miss the chance. Aishi looked up. It was a disheveled old man. Paragus, Broly's father. He hadn't suppressed his energy at all, so Paragus was able to find him quickly. Swoosh! Paragus came to a sudden halt in front of Aishi, eyes wide with excitement. Someone had come. Someone finally came. Paragus' face was ecstatic. You, who are you? Aishi. Aishi said calmly. Aishi. Paragus repeated the name a few times, but didn't recall anyone like that. He asked, where are you from? Earth. Earth? Paragus frowned. What kind of planet was that? Had never heard of it, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he eagerly asked, does it matter? Did you come here on a spaceship? Nope, I don't have a spaceship. Aishi answered. Paragus froze, forcing a smile. You're joking, right? Nope, Aishi said calmly. Paragus' expression immediately darkened, as if head just swallowed a bug. No spaceship, he muttered, scanning around nervously. Sure enough, nothing in sight. The hope that had briefly flared in his heart was snuffed out instantly. Paragus narrowed his eyes. Then how did you get here? I just came because I wanted to. Paragus. His face turned completely black, like scorched charcoal. He felt like he was being messed with. No spaceship, how could anyone arrive here? But he didn't dare lash out. This was the first outsider head seen in decades. End of chapter. Chapter 3737. Suppressing his irritation, Paragus asked, judging by your appearance, are you also a scion? Aishi nodded. Yes. Paragus' eyes widened. So it's true, is King Vegeta still alive? He suddenly asked the question that had haunted him for years. That man was a shadow that lingered in his heart. Unless King Vegeta was dead, he would never be able to rest. Aishi replied flatly, dead a long time ago. As for the Scion race, apart from a few lucky survivors, the rest were all wiped out when Frieza destroyed the planet with his planet-busting bomb. Upon hearing this, Paragus' pupils contracted and his expression changed dramatically. Impossible. Say what? The Scions are extinct? King Vegeta is also dead? A whirlwind of emotions flooded Paragus' face. He didn't know whether to feel relieved or heartbroken. All the thoughts he had been bottling up ended with a single sigh. Sigh. Well, it's all in the past now, he said with resignation. Then, his expression softened and he began walking up to Aishi, engaging in small talk, hoping to leave a good impression so he could leave this planet with him. Aishi, let me tell you, my son Broly is the fabled Super Saiyan 1 that appears once every 1,000 years. His power is terrifying. That damned King Vegeta, jealous that my son was more gifted than his own, had him exiled under the pretense of colonization. Paragus' face twisted with anger as he ranted. Aishi nodded casually, replying now and then. Eventually, their conversation brought them to the place where Paragus and Broly had been living. Paragus smiled. So why did you come here? Aishi answered calmly, to fight your son. Paragus thought he misheard. Was this a joke? You serious? Not to discourage you, but Broly's strength is monstrous. Paragus warned, trying to sound gentle. Aishi said, it's fine. Go call Broly. He'll fight him. If I win, they'll take you both off this planet. Paragus hesitated. Fine. This is your own choice. Don't blâme me là-dessus. Immediately, he shouted to the sky. Broly! Just as the words left his mouth, boom. From dozens of kilometers away, a hulking figure with bulging muscles and an overwhelmingly dense aura turned toward them. His gaze was savage like a wild beast of the heavens, exuding monstrous pressure. Broly exploded into the air like a cannonball, his speed so great that it was invisible to the naked eye. A sonic boom tore through the sky, and in less than a second, Broly arrived. His expression was fierce. The moment he saw Aishi, he charged without a word. Paragus, calling him, was already the signal for battle. Seeing that enormous figure, overflowing with energy, rush toward him, Aishi couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. He slammed his foot into the ground. The earth cracked apart beneath him, forming a half crater, and he too blasted forward. Boom! Wait! Paragus panicked, trying to speak, but the two were already brawling. Bang! 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 In the sky, two figures clashed back and forth, each punch and kick causing shockwaves to ripple, shaking the heavens and earth. Fisht met fisht, and the resulting impact made the ground tremble and the skies wail. In just 1 minute, they had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Their fists collided again like blades, striking each other, stirring up 1,000 layers of wind and clouds. And without surprise, Aishi overpowered Broly and sent him flying. Aishi narrowed his eyes. What a madman. After this exchange, he realized Broly had no real technique. He simply swung his fists wildly. What was worse, even knowing he couldn't win, Broly still charged forward. He was relentless, a true brawler with no regard for life. Hark! Broly's aura surged as he let out a roar and charged again. Aishi didn't hold back either. He slid through the air and launched a solid punch straight at Broly's face. Smack! That punch was powerful. Broly, mid-charge, was stunned for a moment, but he recovered quickly. His face twisted in fury. He clenched his massive fists and fired back a blow full of unrelenting force. Bang! Their fists clashed again. Boom! The impact was like two meteors colliding, causing the earth itself to shudder violently. Gales roared. Dust filled the air. Ace's expression turned slightly serious. Broly's power was starting to grow. Though he still couldn't fully handle Ace's punches, he was beginning to absorb the force. Broly's arms tingled with numbness. He looked at Aishi in shock. This guy was insanely strong. But soon, rage overtook him. His father might be in danger because of this man. How could he let him live? HAAA. Next moment, Broly clenched both fists, his forehead veins bulging, his face twisted in fury. Roars thundered from his throat, shaking the earth and sky. Boom! A yellow-green aura erupted from beneath his feet. Rising like a pillar, the whole planet began to tremble. His power soared like a rocket. Visibly, Broly's muscles swelled, his already huge frame becoming even more massive. Ace's expression remained calm. This was Broly's rage state unique to him. It allowed him to maintain human form while tapping into the full power of the great ape. Broly's pupils glowed yellow, his aura dense and wild. Hard! In the next breath, Broly kicked off the ground and rocketed forward. Boom! Like a beast from the abyss. He roared and charged Aishi head-on. The pressure he exuded was immense. His speed tore the air apart, making space scream. Crack! Broly arrived in an instant, swinging a massive punch. The punch carried a powerful yellow-green aura and came crashing toward Aishi like a meteorite. End of chapter. Chapter 3838. Facing Broly's powerful and massive punch, Ace's expression didn't change at all. Without the slightest fear, he threw his own punch straight into Broly's. With overwhelming strength, he shattered the force behind Broly's blow. Immediately after, he twisted his body and launched a fierce kick with his right leg. Bang! The kick landed squarely on Broly's head with tremendous force. Broly spun in place, dazed, but quickly roared and charged again. Bang! 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 The two of them clashed once more in a fierce melee. Below, Paragus watched in utter shock. This kid really is that strong? I thought he was just boasting. Even though he couldn't keep up with the fight's pace, he could tell from how long the battle was dragging on that Aishi was no weakling. In the sky, time passed second by second. Boom! 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 Their figures clashed again in a violent impact and suddenly pulled apart. Aishi frowned. In just this short exchange, Broly's strength had already risen to terrifying levels. At first, he didn't feel any pressure at all, but now, it was getting noticeable. Not only was Broly's power level rising fast, but his combat experience was rapidly improving too. Had already switched up over a dozen fighting styles, and Broly had learned every one of them, and even turned them back against him. Ridiculous. Still, Aishi wasn't shaken. Instead, a small smile tugged at his lips. Since that's how it is, let's see how it feels when I max out crit rate and attack speed. Silently, Aishi activated critical strike and attack speed. His fist began to radiate a red-green aura whoosh. Just then, Broly once again charged at full speed. Aishi grinned. Time for my punching bag showcase. He darted forward, sidestepping Broly's wild haymaker, then leaned forward slightly, closing the distance. BM. A heavy sound echoed through the skies. Ace's fist charged with immense energy and boosted with crits and speed smashed into Broly's gut. In an instant, Broly's eyes bulged as his body doubled over, vomiting bile from the force. He couldn't believe it. How could this punch hurt so much? But soon, fury overtook him again. Damn it. After all this, fighting his opponent was barely scratched. By now, he was getting desperate, no, furious. Broly clenched his fists and, ignoring the pain, swung again at Aishi. Aishi didn't move, his red-green aura blazing. He met the blow head-on. Bang! In a flash, Broly was blown back dozens of meters, completely unable to hold his ground. Aishi smirked. Broly's power was still climbing too slowly. Looks like it's time to make him angry. Without hesitation, Aishi said coldly, Broly, if you don't go all out right now, it'll kill Paragus right in front of you. As soon as the words landed, Broly's pupils contracted. He didn't doubt it for a second. You bastard. Word by word, his eyes turned bloodshot, and rage swallowed his mind. H-A-A-A. Paragus, watching from below, couldn't sit still any longer. He trembled. Broly, enough. Stop fighting. But as he spoke, he suddenly remembered and quickly reached for the shock collar controller. But just as he was about to press it, he looked up and saw Broly had crushed the collar on his neck. Paragus' pupils shrank. His limbs lost strength, and he collapsed to the ground. It's over, everything's over, rumble, rumble, rumble. With Broly's deafening roar, the ground itself began to quake uncontrollably. The skies above twisted, thunder rumbled, and bolts of lightning crashed down in droves. FSSSH. From the massive cracks in the earth, searing magma burst forth. Buzz. Gold, black, blue, white, green within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Colors flashed wildly around Broly. That was his aura. And at the very center, Broly was surrounded by a violent green, jet-like energy flame, a circular barrier encapsulating him. At that moment, Broly's hair shifted from black to golden yellow. His muscles bulked up again. His pupils began to fade, and his body grew over 3 meters tall. A monstrous, humanoid beast. This moment, his ki skyrocketed like never before. His battle power soared to absurd levels. And this was still just a Super Saiyan. Not even the green-haired legendary Super Saiyan form yet. Below, Ace's expression finally shifted. There was a tinge of seriousness now. This is absurd. Then he shook off the thought, narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and let out a deep, resonant roar. Hard. As his power surged, a blue ripple erupted from beneath his feet. Whoosh! A layer of sky-blue aura shot into the sky from around him. In an instant, Ace's hair and eyebrows turned brilliant blue, Super Saiyan blue. He skipped over the basic Super Saiyan form, because although it could handle this, he preferred a full-on, overpowering fight. HAA. At that moment, Broly spread his arms wide and suddenly unleashed a barrage of green energy blasts aimed straight at Aishi. Aishi didn't dodge a single one. He let them hit, but they did nothing. Not even a scratch. He stomped the ground, launching himself forward. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Aishi was already in front of Broly. His speed was so fast that no one could have reacted. Broly's eyes widened. Just as he looked down, bang! A deep, echoing sound rang out. Ace's fist, burning with red, green, and blue energy, slammed into Broly's abdomen, burying deep in his gut. This punch was far more brutal and painful than before. Broly's eyes flared with fury. Ignoring the pain, he punched back with all his might. Bam! Aishi blocked with his left arm. Then with his right hand, he instantly formed a brilliant, glowing orb soul judgment. Without hesitation, Aishi slammed the soul judgment into Broly's chest. Boom! A blinding white light flashed. Aishi was forced to retreat rapidly. A massive boom rang out, deafening like thunder. Broly's body exploded violently. As the smoke cleared, his body was covered in cuts and blood. His aura had weakened significantly. Tough bastard. Ace's lip twitched. By now, he had a solid grasp on Broly's strength. It was time to end this. Any longer, and that green-haired version might show up, and that would be a problem. Right now, his Super Saiyan Blue was only slightly stronger than Broly's current Super Saiyan. If Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, he wouldn't stand a chance. He thought about it. A big reason he couldn't match up was because the last 30 of the Gogeta template was all raw power. Right now, his power level was likely not even a tenth of Gogeta's. So to play it safe, end it quickly. End of chapter. Chapter 39:39. Without the slightest hesitation, Aishi once again launched forward, body like a spring compressed and released. Before Broly could even react, his fists, blazing with red, green, and blue auras, rained down like a storm, mercilessly slamming into every inch of Broly's body. Bang! 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 A barrage of muffled blows echoed in the sky, each strike carrying a sonic boom, causing the very air to howl. Broly howled in agony. It felt as if Ace's fists were laced with some strange magic. Every punch struck with incredible speed and pinpoint accuracy straight to his weak points. He couldn't defend, but more than that, the pain was amplified several times over. Even someone as durable as Broly couldn't take it. As the saying goes, even a Buddha gets angry if you push him too far. And this was Broly, taking a beating like this. He snapped, gritting his teeth through the pain. Broly let out a fierce roar and clenched both fists. In the next moment, a blinding green aura exploded into the sky. Broly used it to power a brutal punch that finally knocked Aishi back. Then boom, boom, boom. Broly's face twisted in rage, his eyes bulging as he let out a deafening roar. Ch. At this point, Broly had lost all rationality. He was like a rampaging beast, mindless, wild, and only capable of destruction. Boom! A deep green energy orb formed at his mouth, radiating a terrifying aura. Without hesitation, he fired it forward. In the blink of an eye, the green blast surged from his mouth like a death ray, racing toward Aishi with overwhelming destructive power. Its glow lit up the sky. The very air trembled and warped in its path. Facing this cataclysmic attack, Aishi remained calm. He slowly brought his hands to his waist, forming the iconic blooming hand pose, and spoke in a low voice. Final. Came hame. Buzz. A brilliant blue glow erupted between his palms, a divine energy gathering quickly. At the same time, Aishi sprinted straight at Broly. Boom! The green energy beam roared past Aishi, just narrowly missing as he leapt into the air. Seeing the beam miss, Broly snarled in fury and tried to redirect it toward Aishi. His roar shook the clouds and the land itself. Aishi narrowed his eyes. Me! Boom! The redirected beam surged after him, closing in rapidly whoosh. But at the last moment, Aishi twisted his body, gliding upside down through the air to evade the blast. He slipped through and closed the gap. And with a thunderous cry, BOM! A blinding blue final Kamehameha erupted from Ace's hands, blasting Broly point blank. The energy beam was so immense it ripped the sky apart and cracked the very fabric of space. Broly's eyes widened with fear. He had no time to react. In the next instant, the blue blast consumed him, his entire body engulfed in pure devastation. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted high in the sky. A towering mushroom cloud covered the heavens. The earth split apart, the terrain forever altered, space itself trembling under the force. On the ground, Paragus felt like his heart had been seized. He gasped, his voice trembling. Broly. For the first time, panic consumed him. He was afraid Broly would die. Afraid that if Broly died, he'd lose his last hope. Afraid he'd be trapped on planet Vampa. Forever. Seconds ticked by. Whoosh! The thick smoke in the sky began to clear. Violent gales blew the lingering dust away, revealing Broly's body fully. From a distance, Aishi could see that Broly's golden hair had reverted to black. His face no longer showed madness or rage. He was slumped over, one arm dislocated, body hunched. His ki was frail, his body wrecked. That final Kamehameha, at full power had not only erased his blank, violent eyes, but also shattered his chaotic, bloodthirsty mind. Aishi finally sighed in relief. Any longer, and had lose control of the situation, fighting someone like Broly, who could endlessly grow stronger in battle, had to be dealt with in one go. No drawn-out fights. Otherwise he'd lose the upper hand quickly. On the ground, Paragus' face softened as he exhaled deeply. Thank goodness he's still alive. He didn't hesitate. He rushed into the sky. Up above, Broly floated, battered and broken, breathing heavily. Huff, he stared directly at Aishi, fear clear in his eyes. He had been utterly shaken. This man was beyond anything he could handle. Broly, now regaining his rationality, realized that there was no way he could beat him. Aishi, please stop. We surrender. We give up. A frantic voice called out. Paragus looked up at Aishi, shouting desperately. Ace's expression didn't change. He simply nodded. That was enough. But Broly's face twisted. Surrender? Him? Impossible. But with his body in ruins, fighting was suicide. Broly, stop, we can't. When Paragus looked at his son and sighed. I refuse. Broly muttered, his voice cold but calm. Broly, don't be stupid. This is someone we can't afford to mess with. Paragus scolded in a hushed voice. Broly said nothing more, but his eyes never left Aishi. He wasn't satisfied. He could feel it. He hadn't shown everything he had, and now it was over. How can anyone be okay with that? Aishi looked at him calmly. You're not convinced? Broly nodded without hesitation. Not at all. Aishi chuckled. Doesn't matter. In a real fight, you don't get time to scale up. Broly's face froze. He had no comeback. It was true. If he was lucky enough to face someone willing to let him power up over time, great. But against someone like Aishi, who ended things mid-fight, he could cry all he wanted, and no one would care. End of chapter. Chapter 40. Seeing Broly fall silent, Aishi didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned to Paragus and said, even though you two lost, I'm in a good mood, so I'll reluctantly take you off this planet. Huh. Paragus had still been looking quite miserable, but upon hearing that, his face immediately lit up with joy. He asked excitedly, really? Broly, on the other hand, frowned slightly. It seemed to have been used as a bet, but thankfully, the outcome wasn't bad. Aishi nodded. Really? The system's progress boost had him feeling pretty good. After defeating Broly, the Gogeta template progress skyrocketed by 20, the single biggest jump head ever had. From 70 straight to 90. He hadn't even gone through all the stat increases yet, but he could already feel that his power had undergone a tremendous leap. At this point, if they fought again, he wouldn't be afraid of Broly at all. Even if Broly transformed into legendary Super Saiyan, it wouldn't make a difference. He'd be completely outclassed. Paragus couldn't hide his joy any longer. He grabbed Broly's arm and whispered excitedly, Broly, hurry up and thank him. Broly hesitated a moment, but still followed suit. And so the two, one old and one young, bowed slightly. Thank you. Aishi responded calmly. If there's anything else you want to do, do it now. Once you're ready, hold on to me, I'll take you off this planet. Hearing that the two exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw the same emotion. After more than a decade on this planet, it was time to say goodbye. Strangely, both of them felt a bit sentimental. Paragus asked, Broly, anything you want to bring? Broly paused, then said softly, I want to say goodbye to Baya. Paragus nodded. Okay, go quickly and come right back. Broly nodded and took off in a flash toward a distant direction. Aishi didn't say anything more. He simply waited quietly and used the free time to check his current stats. System, open my personal status screen. Received. As the system replied, a blue rectangular interface, visible only to Aishi, appeared before him. Host, Aishi battle power, 150 quintillion bloodline, pure blood Saiyan, top tier, skills, Bujitsu flight, key control, Big Bang Kamehameha, final Kamehameha, divine punishment clone, key I-beam, soul judgment main template, super Gogeta, unlock progress, 90 secondary template, unknown, unlocked, backup templates, Kibito, Mr. Satan, Tao Pai Pai, Supreme Kai Shin remaining. 4 secondary template draws. Looking at the new stats, Aishi felt a rush of satisfaction. Absolutely beautiful, especially that battle power stat. It almost made his jaw drop. He hadn't expected that just 20 progress could raise his power this much. Confirmed the further he progressed, the more it was just raw power gains. At that moment, Broly flew back from the distance and landed in front of Aishi. He looked at peace, clearly having said his farewells. Seeing that they were ready, Aishi said nothing else and let the two rest their hands on his back. Then activated instant transmission. Swoosh! Next moment, Earth. Mount Paozu. On a grassy plain, the figures of Aishi, Broly, and Paragus appeared. Broly and Paragus looked around in awe, their eyes filled with disbelief. Paragus was stunned. This is the planet you live on? The environment is incredible. Broly's eyes sparkled with admiration. So beautiful, Aishi nodded. Yes, this is Earth. Paragus was amazed. It's even more livable than planet Vegeta back in the day. Then he looked at Aishi eagerly. Can we live here from now on? Aishi nodded. You can, but no destruction. No conquest. Hearing that, Paragus nodded rapidly. Of course. You wouldn't die. We just want a peaceful place to retire. Broly nodded too. He didn't ask for much, just a quiet life. Aishi nodded, then added as if remembering something. Oh, almost forgot to tell you something. Paragus raised an eyebrow. What is it? Seeing both of them looking at him, Aishi smiled. There are 2 people on this planet you both really hate. 2 people they hate? They were confused. Who? Kakarot and Vegeta. The words landed, and both of their expressions changed instantly. Paragus' face turned dark. Vegeta, I see. The son of King Vegeta. Huh? Vegeta, for can't believe he's still alive. Aishi nodded. He is. Beside him, Broly's eyes narrowed, his voice low and menacing. Kakarot. Seeing their reactions, Aishi said, whatever grudge you have with them, I won't get involved. You can fight them whenever you want, however you want. But you must spare their lives. Paragus' face twisted, but Aishi cut him off calmly. If you can't accept that, go back. Hearing this, Paragus, though clearly unhappy, had no choice but to nod. I understand. As for Broly, he didn't really care. As long as he could beat up Kakarot whenever he wanted, he was satisfied. And just then speak of the devil. They weren't far from the back of Mount Paozu. So naturally, they didn't escape Son Goku's senses. He flew over with a grin, waving as he landed. Aishi, you're here? Paragus narrowed his eyes. That one, he looks like a low-class scion, and he really resembles Bardock. Could it be Bardock's son? Broly's eyes locked onto Goku with intensity. Kakarot. Goku descended slowly, walking straight toward Aishi. He looked curiously at Paragus and Broly. Aishi, who are they? Completely unaware of the hostility, still smiling as he asked. Aishi replied calmly, Paragus and Broly. Goku nodded with a grin. Got it. Hey there, Son Goku. No one responded. Kakarot at that moment. Goku clearly felt a powerful, hostile gaze locked onto him. His expression grew serious as he looked at Broly. This guy is strong, but what confused him was, why did this guy seem so furious? Seeing tension building, Aishi explained the situation to Goku. After learning the backstory, Goku scratched his head with a sheepish grin. So you're Broly, huh? Sorry about that. I couldn't control myself as a baby. Broly blinked. He hadn't expected an apology. Now, he didn't even know what to do. What was he supposed to say? Even his reason for getting mad suddenly felt weak. End of chapter. Chapter 4141. Broly hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Seeing that he was surprisingly easy to talk to. Goku grinned and said, since you two were brought to Earth by Aishi, that means we'll be seeing each other often from now on. I've lived on Earth all my life. So if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Broly paused, then nodded again. All right. Goku continued, and besides, we're all Scions here. Let's get along, yeah? The two. They were silent for a few seconds, and then both nodded. Even though they still harbored some hostility toward Vegeta and Kakarot, the other side was surprisingly friendly and a friend of Ace's at that. Forget it. No need to hold grudges. Seeing that, Goku smiled at Broly. By the way, Broly, how about a spar? Sure. Broly nodded. Perfect. He had been itching to beat up Kakaroto anyway. And now the guy offered himself on a platter. He wasn't going to pass it up. After a short exchange, the group warmed up to each other significantly. No more life-and-death tensions. Naturally, that was all thanks to Ace's influence as a mediator. After settling Broly and Paragus in, Aishi turned and headed in one direction home. West City. The next day, the sun had just risen, its warm light spreading across the land. Like usual, Aishi was the first to wake up, followed by number 18, and lastly number 21. Number 21 came downstairs groggy, rubbing her eyes. Morning, morning, Aishi replied. What's up with you? You look dead. Aishi teased her. Number 21's pretty face flushed slightly as she tried to stay composed. Nothing. I think I was up too late doing research. Aishi didn't call her out, but instead said with concern, then take care of your health. Numero 21. If she weren't so soft-natured, she'd have exploded by now. Research her ass. It was all his fault. She glanced at Aishi with quiet resentment. Last night, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and, under the excuse of using the bathroom, peeked. The result? She didn't sleep a wink. She became a water bottle. Her gaze flickered toward number 18, who was busy in the kitchen. Usually, number 18 seems super proper. How could what she saw last night be? So could something like that really feel that good? Number 21 couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Just then, number 18 walked gracefully out of the kitchen. She looked at the two and calmly said, We're running low on seasonings. Can one of you go shopping? Get some fruits, vegetables, meat, and other daily necessities while you're at it. As soon as she finished speaking, both Aishi and number 21 said simultaneously, It'll go. It'll go. Number 18 blinked in surprise, then smiled. Well, since you both want to go, just go together. With that, she returned to the kitchen. Left behind, number 21's face was flushed. Every time she looked at Aishi, now she'd involuntarily recall that scene from last night. Her eyes drifted downward. No, 21 felt a strange wave of shock and admiration toward number 18. That thing is terrifying. What are you staring at? Aishi said with a grin. Number 21 quickly shook her head, face reddening. And nothing. What the hell is wrong with me? The two strolled outside into the yard. Aishi made his way to a sleek, vibrantly colored maglev car parked nearby. On it was a prominent logo, Capsule Corporation. Aishi couldn't help but sigh. Bulma's brand really is everywhere. You see her stuff no matter where you go. There were many billionaires on Earth, and Bulma's family was right at the top. No. 21 walked up and inspected the vehicle curiously, then said in a crisp voice, It's just a standard maglev car. Nothing special. If you want, I could build you a full-on space carrier. Aishi turned to her. Seriously? Number 21 gave a sly smile. Why would I lie? That's basic stuff for me. Child's play. Aishi believed her. Her scientific skill was definitely the real deal. Awesome. That's my disciple for you. Hearing that, number 21's lips curved into a proud smile. Then they opened the doors and got in. Sure, they could just use Bukjitsu, flight, to get there instantly, but Aishi wasn't in the mood for that. That was too rushed, like going into battle. He preferred a slower pace for daily life. Hence the car. Verum ignition, gear shift, release brake, step on the gas. All in one smooth motion. Boom! With a loud roar, the car took off, jetting through the sky like a fighter jet, leaving behind a trail of sonic booms. Beside Aishi, sitting in the passenger seat, number 21 was dressed to kill today. A sleek black dress up top, and ultra-thin black stockings below. The sheer stockings elongated her legs, making them look even more alluring. Aishi stole a side glance. Damn, those legs are long. Inside the car, aside from the wind rushing past, silence reigned. Neither said a word, until number 21 broke it. You want to touch them, don't you? She spoke calmly, lips curled in a mischievous smile. Ha! Finally caught him red-handed. Payback time for all the teasing. Aishi blinked, then chuckled. How do you know? Numero 21. She froze. Her face turned bright red. Wait, what? That's not how you're supposed to respond. Wasn't he supposed to panic and deny it? Looking at Ace's amused smile, number 21 got flustered. Try touching and see what happens. She was sure Aishi wouldn't actually do it. But Aishi being Aishi a threat, his brow lifted, and he reached out and grabbed her thigh and squeezed. Soft and silky. The sheer stockings made it smooth and sleek to the touch, absolutely satisfying. Still, had only give it a 9/10. It'd be better without the stockings. They look nice, sure, but you couldn't feel skin. Number 21's pupils shrank, her pretty face full of shock. He really touched me. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly trembled. What's wrong? Aishi asked. Number 21's face was flushed, and she quickly pressed down on Ace's hand to stop it from moving. Aishi smiled. Oops. Sorry. I was focused on driving. Her face burned even more red, but she didn't say anything. What is this strange feeling? Number 21 dared not speak now. Aishi really was the type to act on impulse. At this moment, her normally calm and elegant face was completely flushed, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Aishi noticed that she didn't push his hand away, just blocked further movement. So he didn't move it back. If it feels nice, keep touching it. They finally arrived at the mall, and only then did Aishi reluctantly withdraw his hand from her leg. Number 21 let out a breath of relief. Thank God it's over. Never teasing him again. She gave him a resentful glance. You're horrible? You said try touching and I did. Aishi smirked. Number 21. Fair. She couldn't even argue back. Wait, no. She could argue back, but saying it out loud would be way too embarrassing. Into chapter 42. As the two enter the mall, their stunning looks and overwhelming aura instantly made them the center of attention. Every single person turned to stare. After purchasing everything on their list, Aishi and number 21 walked out, carrying bags full of supplies. Aishi looked at her and smiled. Feel like eating anything? Number 21 pondered for a moment. Fuku sushi. All right, let's put this stuff into a capsule. First, Aishi pulled out a universal capsule and, with one motion, stored all the bags inside. Pop! A puff of white smoke, and everything vanished into the capsule. Just as they were about to head off to buy sushi, a short, plump figure suddenly appeared before them. The man was incredibly fat, dressed in a suit, trying to look classy but reeked of sleaze. His long hair covered his eyes entirely, and his whole presence gave off an unsettling, shady vibe. Excuse me, miss. May I invite you to star in a film with our production team? I can offer you a very generous reward. Aishi raised an eyebrow and gave this guy a once-over. Couldn't see his face clearly, short build, greasy demeanor. Honestly, if you extracted all the oil from his body, you could probably fuel a hover car to circumnavigate Earth. Wonderful. He fit the exact stereotype Aishi had in his past life of a Netherare creep or sleazy dojin producer. Aishi couldn't understand it. He had made it all the way to the Dragon Ball world and was still running into this kind of trash. And with someone like him standing right there, how did this guy even dare approach? Where did he get the nerve? Aishi stepped in front of number 21 and calmly said, Scram. Hearing that the man froze, then sneered. You must be this lattice boyfriend, huh? Surely you wouldn't want her to miss such a golden opportunity? Aishi. Suddenly, a few thuggish-looking guys appeared out of nowhere, standing behind the man to support him. Boss, let's just grab her. Yeah, that guy's got an attitude. Let's teach him a lesson. Break his legs. The man's goons barked viciously. Nearby bystanders began stopping to watch. Number 21's expression turned cold. Aishi, want me to, but Aishi raised his hand and smiled faintly. No need. Watch this. With those words, a terrifying aura erupted from Aishi, blanketing the area in an overwhelming force. A staggering 150 Kai of pure battle power exploded outward. It engulfed everything. Boom! The ground cracked and split apart, and the few thugs in front of them were instantly reduced to bloody mist, completely annihilated. He killed someone. He killed them. The area immediately descended into chaos. Panic screams filled the air as crowds scattered in terror, shouting for help. Even after wiping them all out, Aishi still wasn't satisfied. He turned to number 21 and smiled. Wait for me. He'll be right back. Número 21 hesitative. Then nodded. Okay. Whoosh. Underworld. King Yema's palace. King Yema looked down at the latest batch of souls on his desk, sighing tiredly. Man, this job never ends. It's all year round with no breaks, boss. We got a bunch of new ones, and they died horribly. Not even a body left. A small ogre rushed in to report. King Yema frowned. No body left. Burned to ashes? The little ogre shook his head. Not cremated. Not even ashes. King Yema's eyes widened. That bad? Don't tell me there's another big enemy over where Goku and the others are. Yeah, only when something terrifying showed up near Goku's crew did he get souls this mangled. Please, no more overtime, but just then a figure appeared before him. Aishi? King Yema jumped in surprise, then smiled. What brings you here? Aishi grinned. I killed a few people. Came to claim them. King Yema's eyes lit up in realization. So those poor bastards without bodies, that was you? Why'd you kill them so brutally? King Yema wasn't accusing. He knew anyone who could hang with Goku wasn't some villain. Plus, Aishi had helped take care of Janemba last time. He had earned King Yema's respect. Just some trash. Try to act like tyrants, wanted to kill me and kidnap my people, so I erased them. Hearing that, King Yema's face twisted in disgust. Ugh, scum like that deserves to die. Go ahead. You can have him. He turned to the little ogres. Take him to them. Right this way. Sir, the ogre said respectfully. After all, even the boss respected this guy. No way he'd treat him casually. Aishi followed the ogre into a soul collection room. It held every human soul that had died. After filtering, each soul would be judged by King Yema and sent to either heaven or hell. It didn't take long. Aishi spotted several familiar figures. Because they had just died, their souls hadn't yet been converted into post-mortem forms. They still looked like they did when alive. The moment they saw him, they erupted into vulgar curses, raging and swearing at Aishi. But then one of them froze mid-insult. Boss, look over there. A goon pointed at Aishi, face pale with terror. What are you blabbering about? Be a man. What is it? The sleazeball turned to look and immediately started trembling all over. Am I seeing things? Ditsd. How the hell are you here? He pointed at Aishi in disbelief, wetting himself in the process. Aishi smiled. Hey, we meet again. What are you? Human or ghost? I just came to tell you something, Aishi said coolly. Messing with the wrong person comes with consequences. A brilliant 7-colored orb appeared in his hand. The Soul Punisher. Aishi casually tossed it. Boom! A thunderous blast, and their souls were vaporized on the spot, erased into nothingness. As every single ghost in the room sucked in a breath. What a terrifying guy. He's too scary. He chased them into the afterlife just to finish them off. Lesson learned. Never go too far when you're alive or dead. The underworld had just learned a valuable life and death lesson. End of chapter 4343. After dealing with that scum, Aishi instantly teleported back to Earth. At the original spot, number 21 waited quietly for Ace's return. Whoosh. No. 21's eyes lit up as she smiled. You're back. Aishi nodded. Yeah, just went to kill them again in the afterlife. Número 21 froze. Stanth. Kill them again? Aishi nodded casually. Of course. Anyone who dares to touch what's mine deserves to die. Número 21. What's mean? Her cheeks flushed pink. She had lost count of how many times Aishi had tugged at her heartstrings like this. But truthfully, she didn't hate the feeling. Number 21 cleared her throat lightly. Ahem. Well, we should head home. Don't want to keep 18 waiting. Aishi nodded. They had been out for a while. So the two got into the maglev car. Just as Aishi was about to start it up, a blue maglev vehicle came speeding toward them from afar. The speed was extreme. In the blink of an eye, it skidded to a stop right in front of Ace's car. Seeing this, Aishi immediately released a barrier of ki in front of his vehicle to protect it. Bow! A deep collision echoed out, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Let's check it out. The incoming car had completely fallen apart, twisted like a crushed soda can. But the ejection cushion had protected the driver, keeping them safe. Seeing who was inside, Aishi blinked. Bulma? Crack! He yanked off the car door, letting Bulma crawl out. She climbed out and let out a relieved sigh. Phew, that scared the life out of me. Then, looking at her rescuers, Aishi, Número 21, Bulma blinked in surprise, then gasped. She didn't know Aishi well, but his legendary exploits were well known. The man was Vegeta's lifelong rival. As for number 21, she had only heard rumors that her scientific prowess was on par with her own. Whether true or not, she wasn't sure. What were you driving so fast for? Aishi asked, raising a brow. Bulma, still gorgeous and full of charm, too bad she already had Vegeta. She gave a sheepish laugh. Ahaha, sorry, had something urgent to take care of. Then, as if remembering something, she quickly said, "Oh right, my birthday's next week. Would you two like to come?" Birthday? Aishi raised a brow. He had a bad feeling about this. Could it be Beerus? With his arrival in this world, events had begun diverging wildly. Everything was happening ahead of schedule. Still, Aishi nodded. "We'll be there." 3Q. I'm off then. Bulma smiled, pulled out a universal capsule, pressed it, and tossed it onto the ground. Poof! A shiny new jet plane appeared. She hopped aboard, made a few quick inputs, then soared into the sky and disappeared. Seeing this, Aishi and number 21 got into their car and returned home. That night, number 18 stepped out of the bathroom in a soft bathrobe, her pale skin still steaming from the shower. Each step she took with her bare feet was silent yet stunning. Aishi, lying on the bed, lit up at the sight. But then came a devastating blow. Aishi, sorry my period came today. Aishi, number 18 gave him a cool smile. You're not mad, right? Aishi sighed helplessly. Let's just get some rest. Number 18 smiled softly and leaned close to whisper something sweet in his ear. Then Aishi nodded. She slipped into the bed beside him. A while later, number 18 wiped the corner of her mouth. Can we sleep now? Aishi smiled, gently patting her head. Thanks. Go ahead and rest. Number 18 nodded, curled up beside him, and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the room next door, 21 sat blushing, her clothes slightly undone, gasping for air. She looked puzzled. Huh? No sounds tonight? She crept out of bed and tiptoed toward Ace's room. Quietly, she grasped the doorknob and pulled it slightly open. Dark. Pitch black. Weird, wasn't it still early? They usually worked overtime at this hour. She opened the door a little wider, poking her upper body through. They're asleep? Seeing the two lying still in bed, number 21 looked disappointed. She sighed and started pulling back, only to hear a teasing voice. Tiptoeing into my room in the middle of the night, what are you up to? The moment she heard it, 21's body froze. She didn't turn around, just closed her eyes. I'm done for. A complete goner, Aishi chuckled. Trying to rebel against your master, little apprentice? Number 21's lips twitched, and she turned slowly. Sounds more like you want to rebel against your disciple. Aishi looked at her right now. She was clad in a thin, silky purple nightdress. Her long, pale, perfectly shaped legs were fully exposed. Aishi grinned. Correct. Number 21 trembled slightly. What about number 18? He'll tell her, Aishi said seriously. Number 21's brows quivered slightly. She didn't say anything, just gave a light nod. Seeing this, Aishi smiled, stepped forward, and gently picked her up in his arms. A soft, warm fragrance filled the air as he carried her into her room. Not long after, the battle between the pilot and the miner began. Aishi, with his elite piloting skills, rained down bullets on miner number 21. Número 21. Using her incredible excavation experience, carved out escape tunnels to dodge the barrage. But that couldn't last forever. Aishi hurled a massive missile that blew the entire mine to pieces. Next morning, number 18 got up early. After a lazy stretch, she noticed the spot beside her was empty. Nothing unusual there. Aishi always got up early anyway. She went downstairs, and sure enough, there he was. Morning. She greeted him with a smile, then asked curiously, Is 21 still sleeping in? She didn't even do anything yesterday. She seemed genuinely confused. Aishi simply smiled. She's exhausted. Let her sleep. Number 18 nodded and dropped the topic. Well, it's not like 21 isn't always tired after breakfast. Aishi mentioned Bulma's birthday party invitation from the previous day. Number 18 smiled and said she'd be happy to attend. Just like that, a week passed. During that week, Aishi was constantly switching between number 18 and number 21. If not for his super kidney method, honestly, he might not have made it. That night, he spent the first half with number 18, the second half with number 21, then got up early to make breakfast again. And yet nobody noticed a thing. But Aishi was exhausted. Damn it, he barely slept at night, relying on naps during the day to survive. Sure, Scion physiology let him push through without rest. But even so, it was draining his energy and focus. So Aishi made up his mind. He had to find a way to bring both sides into a unified front. Otherwise, he'd die from overwork. In a chapter 4444 today was Bulma's birthday. Aishi wore a sleek black gi, tied at the waist with a white sash. Aside from a few casual outfits, his wardrobe consisted almost entirely of pure black or white martial arts uniforms. He liked the contrast between those two colors. Beside him, number 18 and number 21 had on casual were not the kind of alluring outfits that drew obvious attention. And yet, their unique charm couldn't be hidden no matter what they wore. The three of them left the apartment and headed toward the location Bulma had specified. It was out on the ocean. Bulma had spent a fortune chartering a massive luxury cruise ship, hiring world-class chefs to set up a floating gourmet street aboard. Soon Aishi and the two women arrived on the ship. He scanned the crowd. Most familiar faces were present: Krillin, Yamcha, Tenshinhan, Kame Sennin, Oolong, Vegeta, Majin Buu, even Broly and Paragus were there. The two looked uncomfortable, quietly following behind Gohan, clearly brought here by Goku. Although strangely, Goku himself was nowhere in sight. But no one seemed to mind. It's Goku, we all know he's always late. Krillin and the others greeted them with a smile. Vegeta stood leaning against a tree in the background, throwing a glance Ace's way and smirking faintly. Notably, a tail swung lazily behind him. Unlike the others, Vegeta didn't come forward. He remained leaning against a wall, quietly watching the crowd. When Gohan spotted Aishi, he ran up, beaming. "Sensei." "Sensei's wives. You're here." But just as he said it, he saw three people nodding at once. He blinked in confusion. Why is number 21 nodding too? Still, he didn't ask. Krillin, ever the joker, nudged Aishi. "What? You married both of them?" Yamcha added with a sleazy grin. "Now that's half as cool as I used to be back in the day." Aishi chuckled, but said nothing, neither confirming nor denying that was the perfect answer. Before long, Bulma gave a heartfelt speech, and the birthday party officially began. The ship was soon filled with a lively, festive atmosphere. But then in the sky, a small spaceship appeared, slowly descending. It came down gradually and landed smoothly on the crew's deck. Everyone turned their attention to it. "That's a Capsule Corporation ship?" Bulma blurted out. She recognized the logo instantly. It was her own company, after all. Poof! A small hatch opened from the ship's side. Everyone tensed, holding their breath. Ace's brows lifted. "Who's this?" Heave-Ho, a slender figure, jumped out of the ship. It was a woman. Her outfit was trendy and sporty as snug, casual tracksuit that highlighted her vibrant energy and youthful vibe. Golden blonde hair fell freely behind her, and a colorful cap atop her head added a hint of playful charm. Everyone looked baffled. Who is that? But amidst the crowd, Bulma suddenly smiled with surprise. "Oni-chan, older sister." The crowd gasped. Bulma has a sister. Since when? Aishi took another look at the energetic young woman and finally remembered. Tights. Bulma's older sister. A sci-fi novelist who traveled the universe seeking inspiration. She was such a rare presence, she barely appeared in the original series. "Never thought I'd run into her here." Tights looked around, her eyes locking onto Bulma. "Been a while, Bulma." "You haven't come home in years," Bulma pouted. Tights scratched her cheek awkwardly, then grinned. "Aren't you going to introduce me to your friends?" Bulma nodded and introduced everyone one by one. Tights greeted them all warmly. "Nice to meet you, everyone." But Bulma frowned. "Oni-chan, did something happen?" "You never come back unless it's serious." Tights sighed. "Yes, something did happen. Then she recounted to everyone the terrifying incident Shed encountered during one of her galactic research trips. It turned out that while she was exploring some fringe planets along the edge of the North Galaxy, she ran into a horrifying battle. An entire star system was annihilated. As some people audibly gasped. Krillin's face turned grim. The whole star system? Bulma grew pale. And then, Tights continued. I passed through the area in my ship, just in time to witness it. I didn't dare linger for a second. I ran. Later, Jocko and the Galactic Patrol investigated. They found only one survivor from the battle. His name was Redgar. Boom! Ace's expression shifted. Redgar? The others were confused. But Vegeta's brows furrowed. Something about that name felt deeply connected to him. Noticing the change in Ace's face, Number 21 leaned closer and whispered, Aishi, do you know him? Aishi didn't answer immediately. He merely nodded. His thoughts turned to that time he had attempted to use Time Stop, and it failed. Back then, he suspected it might have been Meru's, the Galactic Patrol trainee angel. But that was impossible. Mera's power was angel tier, far beyond his own reach. Even for a few seconds, there's no way I could freeze him in time. So, could the one he failed to stop back then have actually been Redgar? Aishi didn't know much about him. Only that he was Vegeta's older brother, born with a battle power of 50,000. Even more insane than Broly's legendary Super Saiyan genes. But what puzzled Aishi was why was Redgar even showing up now? Wasn't this the super universe? How could someone from the GT timeline show up? This is making less and less sense. Aishi looked at Tights. If you escaped, it's probably because he let you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it out alive. What? Tights blinked. Vegeta's instinct screamed at him. He stepped forward, scowling. Aishi, who the hell is this guy? Aishi didn't hide it. Scion Redgar, your older brother, born with a power level of 50,000. King Vegeta feared he wouldn't be able to control him, so he tried to have him killed. But before that could happen, Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. Redgar escaped in the chaos, flying off to the edge of the universe in a pod. Similar to Broly, but his fate was arguably worse. The group was stunned. Even Paragus was wide-eyed. 50,000 a birth. Aishi, you're not kidding? The legendary Super Saiyan Broly, born once in 1,000 years, only had 10,000. In a chapter 4545, what Aishi said left the entire crowd utterly shaken. A battle power of 50,000 at birth that was unheard of. Even Vegeta could barely believe it. His lips trembled, and his expression was full of disbelief. He never expected that it really had something to do with him. Redgar the Scion was his biological older brother. Why had he never heard of this before? Vegeta forcibly calmed himself, took a deep breath, and muttered, knowing King Vegeta's temperament, yeah. This to sound like something he would do. He knew his father far too well. Lacking overwhelming power, yet obsessing over dominance and status. Always fearful and paranoid about being dethroned. Suspicious of everyone, never trusting anyone. Paragus nodded in agreement. Exactly. King Vegeta was a petty, cowardly loudmouth with no real power. He said it openly without the slightest concern for whether Vegeta would be offended. After all, what was he going to do? He had Broly. He even looked at Vegeta with admiration. Gotta say, I didn't expect this. You're pretty honest. I figured you'd defend your father. You're way better than he ever was. Vegeta. A vein bulged on Vegeta's forehead. He was a breath away from exploding. But he held it in. You need to know more about Redgar first. I'll let this slide for now, old man. Later, you're dead meat. Piccolo crossed his arms and muttered, I think we should be cautious. Krillin blinked. Huh? Piccolo, what's it got to do with us? Everyone turned to him, puzzled. Piccolo hesitated, then explained his thoughts. Redgar was feared and targeted by King Vegeta since childhood. Not only was he denied the rights due to a Scion prince, but he spent his youth on the run, nearly killed, and hated. He paused, eyes sharpening. Now King Vegeta and Planet Vegeta are long gone. With no one to take his revenge on, Redgar might turn his fury toward the innocent. Krillin scratched his head. Huh? What do you mean? Piccolo looked straight at Vegeta. It's simple. Vegeta gotta live the life Redgar was supposed to have. If he finds out you're still alive, he might come for you. Everyone froze in realization. Bulma's face paled. You mean Hell tried to get revenge on Vegeta? Piccolo nodded. It's possible. Krillin frowned. Come on, Piccolo, that's too much. They're brothers. They haven't seen each other in decades. Shouldn't it be a tearful reunion or something? Yamcha nodded. Yeah, blood is thicker than water, right? Piccolo only snorted coldly. Fools. Saiyans are bloodthirsty by nature. Don't assume they're all like Goku, Vegeta, or Aishi. Even Vegeta wasn't always like this. Did you all forget how badly he used to beat us? Vegeta. Hearing old wounds brought up again, Vegeta's expression darkened. His fists clenched. He growled, Namekian, I've never once said I was one of you. I just haven't bothered killing you yet. One day, if I'm in a bad mood, I might just wipe you all out. Smack! A sharp, resounding slap. Bulma stood with hands on her hips, furious. Vegeta, can't you speak like a normal person? Vegeta. Veins popped on his head as he snarled. You wretched woman. You want to fight me? His energy surged with intensity. But Bulma didn't even flinch. She crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. Go on then. Hit me if you got the guts. Vegeta twitched with rage, trembling with suppressed fury, but didn't say a word. He folded his arms and closed his eyes. I'm not lowering myself to argue with an ignorant woman. Watching this, Paragus clicked his tongue. The proud Saiyan prince getting scolded by a woman truly King Vegeta's son. Like father, like mutt. Vegeta snapped. His eyes blazed. His fists clenched. Golden light exploded from his body as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Foom! His aura flared violently. Power erupting like a storm. UUOLD fossil. I tried to let it go, but you really want to die? Paragus paled and immediately shouted, Broly! In a blur, Broly appeared in front of him, assuming a battle stance. A monstrous energy erupted from him, completely swallowing Vegeta's presence in an instant. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, but showed no fear. The two locked eyes, both ready to explode. Everyone tensed. Gohan looked toward Aishi. Sensei, should we stop them? Aishi replied calmly. They'll handle it. He stepped between the two. I get it. You're angry, he said wearily, but this isn't the time. If you want to fight, do it later. Right now we focus on Redgar. Vegeta growled, Aishi, get out of the way. This old fossil's been mouthing off too many times. They'll kill him today. Aishi looked at Paragus, tone flat. You said King Vegeta was powerless and paranoid. If you're just as weak, shut your mouth or I'll beat you myself. Paragus blanched and quickly bowed. Got it. I get it. He'll shut up. Aishi then turned to Broly. You're not being controlled by him anymore. Stop doing everything he says. Discipline him a little. Broly blinked, then nodded. All right. Paragus. Everyone. They could barely hold in their laughter. The son disciplining the father? Now that's new. Vegeta, seeing Aishi intervene, had no choice but to back down. He snorted and said nothing more. But the grudge was real now. One day, Paragus is getting a royal beatdown. They'll show him why I'm a prince, and he's just a subject. Now that the situation had calmed, the crowd sighed in relief. Aishi said, Piccolo's right. We need to be on guard against Redgar. Then he looked at Tights. Is there anything else you know? Tights, startled that he was asking her directly, quickly replied, No, that's everything. I got scared and wanted to come home and lay low. Aishi nodded. That information helped a lot. Thanks to you. But if Redgar notices you, there's a very real chance he'll come looking. Tights went pale. After hearing the group's earlier discussion, she now fully realized just how terrifying Redgar truly was. And now he might be following me. I'm screwed. In a chapter. Chapter 4646 Tights' pretty face turned pale as paper. Did I just bring trouble to you all? I should have stayed hidden somewhere out in the universe. Bulma quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Innocent, don't worry. My friends are super strong. Everyone chimed in to reassure her. Krillin grinned proudly. Relax. Any one of us here could handle that guy no problem. Tights raised a skeptical brow and said after a moment, Not that I don't believe you, but I seriously doubt you could. Krillin, haha, I meant Aishi, Goku, and the others. Not me. He scratched his head and gave a sheepish laugh. So much for trying to look cool. Yamcha laughed. Yeah, you don't know just how powerful Aishi is. Gohan smiled. Even now, I've never seen Master's limits. Everyone was talking about Aishi now. Tights turned her gaze toward him. Clad in a black martial arts uniform, strikingly handsome, standing tall and composed, his face calm, eyes serene like still water. An aura of depth and mystery surrounded him. So cool. Exactly like the kind of strong male lead she always imagined. All right, her next story's protagonist would be based on Aishi. Tights' affection for Aishi surged rapidly, completely unaware of two strange looks being cast in her direction. Everyone had this unshakable, almost irrational confidence in Aishi, even more than Aishi had in himself. In the midst of the cheerful conversation, the threat of Redgar was brushed aside like an afterthought. Ace's mouth twitched slightly. I never said I was invincible. Why are they putting this much pressure on me? He still maintained a cautious and serious attitude toward Redgar's strength. After all, the guy was supposedly capable of reaching the legendary CH Gauge, Super Saiyan 5. He couldn't afford to underestimate an enemy like that. Someone else who shared that cautious mindset was Vegeta. Vegeta frowned deeply and coldly snorted, "Idiot's a natural power level of 50,000 from birth." Just thinking about it was insane. All these fools putting blind faith in Aishi watched them eat their words later. Nearby Paragus leaned in and quietly asked Broly, what do you think? Can this Redgar beat you? Broly furrowed his brows. I'm not sure. Paragus smiled faintly. I don't think so. All that talk about being born with 50,000 battle power, it's absurd. If that were true, Redgar's bloodline would be even stronger than your Densetsu no Sup Saiyajin, legendary Super Saiyan. Broly didn't respond. Paragus continued, since the beginning, the strongest Saiyan bloodline has always been the legendary Super Saiyan. Where would some mystery bloodline suddenly pop up from? I say if that Redgar really shows up, you take him down in one move. That way Aishi will see us in a new light, and well, finally have some leverage. Otherwise, Aishi always sides with others. Broly frowned slightly. He didn't think Aishi was lying. A true warrior has no need to lie. And if it was true, being born with 50,000 battle power was way more absurd than his own 10,000 at birth. Still, that didn't mean he feared Raish. In fact, he was quite interested in fighting him, not for revenge or anything, but to see for himself what kind of bloodline could be stronger than his legendary Super Saiyan. With that thought, Broly nodded. Got it. Paragus smiled, satisfied. Excellent. With the Redgar discussion behind them, the party festivities resumed. People were eating, laughing, playing, the atmosphere vibrant and joyful. Aishi lay on a recliner under a parasol, flanked by two cold beauty types feeding him snacks. 18 and 21. But just then a hurried voice rang out. Aishi? Aishi, are you there? Aishi pushed up his sunglasses and frowned. What is it? North Kai? That's right. The voice belonged to King Kai. He sounded flustered. It's bad, Aishi, really bad. Beerus-sama, the god of destruction, has awakened. He just wiped out Super Saiyan 4 Goku in a flash. What the hell? Aishi sat up at the start, his expression turning grim. So Beerus had woken up early after all. And this guy was in no way weaker than Redgar. Even if Redgar was that strong, Beerus was still on another level entirely. King Kai continued. He's already headed toward Earth. You guys need to be very careful. Goku wouldn't listen to me and got wiped out instantly. I know you're strong, Aishi, but don't make the mistake of treating Beerus like any of your previous enemies. He's not even in the same category. Aishi nodded. I understand. King Kai finally exhaled. Then I'm counting on you. Just whatever you do, don't piss him off. As King Kai's voice faded away, 18 looked puzzled. What happened? 21 turned her eyes toward him too. Remember I told you about the god of destruction? Yeah. Well, 18 blinked. Then her face froze, expression shocked. No way. 21 looked serious. He's awakened? Aishi nodded. Yeah, and he's coming right to us. He sat upright and turned his gaze toward the sky, silently waiting. Before long, Ace's eyes narrowed. He's here. From above, a dazzling multicolored light streaked rapidly toward Earth. Boom! The next moment, a beam of light landed steadily on the deck of the cruise ship. As the light faded, two figures appeared. Everyone quickly turned to look. Aishi cast his eyes forward, carefully observing the unexpected arrivals. Beerus, the god of destruction, and his mentor, Whis. Beerus scanned the area with a calm expression. His gaze lingered on Vegeta, Gohan, and Broly, nodding in mild interest. Whis, looks like we've come to the right place. Then his attention shifted again, toward Aishi. The moment he laid eyes on Aishi, Beerus narrowed his gaze. Interesting. He stared for a while. Then, ignoring everyone else completely, Beerus took a step forward and walked directly toward Aishi. Wait a minute, who are you? Yamcha stepped up with a frown. Who the heck was this bald cat? No manners at all, just barging into someone's birthday party? The mood instantly froze. Everyone was now watching. End of chapter. Chapter 47:47. Beerus' expression was calm, his tone cold. God of destruction. At those words, Vegeta and the others instantly reacted. Vegeta's face turned grim. No wonder, Aishi said the god of destruction was terrifying. The moment he laid eyes on Beerus, some long-buried memories resurfaced in his mind. So was this guy. He was the one who left such a deep scar on him all those years ago. A god of destruction, huh? Piccolo also wore a grave expression. So this was the one Aishi warned them about? Now that he got a good look at him, he really did seem extraordinary. Paragus, watching everyone like they were facing their worst nightmare, frowned and muttered, "Is it that bad?" "I don't know," Broly said, shaking his head. But his face was unusually serious. "He gives me an insane amount of pressure." This was, without a doubt, the scariest person had ever encountered, second only to Aishi. Even though Beerus wasn't releasing any energy, the pressure and sense of danger were suffocating. Whis chuckled softly. "Lord Beerus, we definitely came to the right place, but do be careful. He'll leave you be for now," he added with a smile, before turning to greet 18 and the others politely. Then, grinning like a kid, he walked off toward the snack booth. His eyes sparkled. Had been eyeing the food here since they arrived. The smell, the presentation. Yes, definitely the right place. Beerus continued walking toward Aishi. But just then Yamcha suddenly stepped up and casually threw his arm over Beerus' shoulder. He grinned. "God of destruction? That sounds pretty cool. You want to join our party?" Unlike Piccolo and the others, Yamcha didn't recognize Beerus. He hadn't been around during the last few fights. Had only heard rumors about Ace's feats, not all the details. Seeing this, the expressions of Piccolo and the others instantly changed. Vegeta's face darkened. This idiot Piccolo and the rest broke into a cold sweat. You're never around for the actual fights, and the one time the scariest guy shows up, you go and make contact. To everyone's shock, Beerus didn't get angry. He calmly asked, "Party?" Yamcha grinned. "Yeah, Bulma's birthday bash. It's super fun, tons of food and games. Wanted to show you around?" "Food?" Beerus' eyes lit up slightly, and he nodded. "Sure." Totally not, because he was a glutton. Besides, he still had the whole Super Saiyan God thing to deal with later. "Norus." He paused. "But what if the food's bad?" Yamcha puffed his chest out and boasted, "No way it's bad. If it sucks, you can blow up the planet." Everyone. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. Daring to use Earth as a wager? That took guts. "Very well." Yamcha beamed. "Come on, follow me. It'll take you to the best snacks." With that, he wrapped his arm around Beerus' shoulders and led him off toward the snack booths. Beerus didn't object. He gave Aishi one final glance, then followed Yamcha without another word. Aishi remained still, calm as ever. "He's gone," 21 said, her expression serious. Aishi replied coolly, "It's fine." Letting him follow Yamcha to eat and relax a bit isn't a bad idea after all. Once someone eats your food, they won't be so quick to destroy your planet. True. 18 and 21 both nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, everyone else was left dumbfounded. Huh, that actually worked? Piccolo was speechless. So being an idiot has its perks? Vegeta's mouth twitched. Unbelievable. Then he flew toward Aishi. Seeing that, the others followed quickly. Krillin spoke up, tense. "Aishi, What do we do now? So the god of destruction you mentioned, he really came. Aishi smiled. Don't worry. Just act normal. He'll handle the rest. Vegeta frowned, eyes sharp. What's the deal with that guy? I couldn't sense a single trace of energy from him, but the pressure he gives off is overwhelming. Krillin nodded. Yeah, I've never seen anyone with zero detectable energy. Isn't that something all living things have? Piccolo thought for a moment. Maybe it's because he's a god, that feeling he vaguely remembered something similar when they met Shin, the Supreme Kai. Listening to them, Aishi explained. That's right, it's because he's a god. We can't feel his ki because he's surrounded by divine energy. Kami, no, Chikara, god ki. God ki? Vegeta blinked. I guess I never told you guys. Aishi paused, then continued slowly. You can think of it as a purer form of energy, more refined than regular ki. But it's fundamentally different. It's denser in both spirit and power to control it. The user needs extreme precision and incredible stamina. That's how they keep their energy perfectly stable, whether in battle or at rest. That's also why we can't sense them, because their energy fluctuations are nearly zero. Everyone finally understood. So that's why gods don't have detectable energy. Their energy was so stable and refined, it was basically invisible. Krillin asked, is God ki stronger than regular ki? Of course, Aishi replied. Vegeta nodded. In that case, God ki sounds like a solid new training path. Aishi nodded again. It is. Krillin suddenly lit up. Wait, Aishi, does that mean anyone can learn God ki? You can. Everyone's eyes sparkled at once. But the next thing Aishi said crushed their excitement. However, you need a powerful god as your teacher. And you need extreme willpower and determination. Mastering God ki isn't easy. If it were that simple, everyone would be doing it. Krillin's face fell. Damn, I thought I finally found a path that suited me. Just the first requirement was already too much. Forget finding a strong god willing to teach him. Hood even want to train someone with his level of talent? Science really were the favorites of fate. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Aishi, you've already mastered it, haven't you? You explained it way too clearly. Yes. Aishi smiled and didn't hide it. Had already learned to use God ki, and he had both Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue under his belt. Vegeta clenched his teeth and snorted. So that's how it was. No wonder Aishi had Gohan tell him about Super Saiyan 4's evolution path. Had already taken an even stronger route. End of chapter. Chapter 48. Aishi smiled as he looked toward Vegeta. He could tell exactly what Vegeta was thinking. Thinking I gave you a weaker Super Saiyan 4 route, while I went and trained in stronger God ki. Huh? Aishi said. Don't go thinking your Super Saiyan 4 path is weak. Scions have many possibilities. Just take your time and walk your path. Vegeta nodded. He could agree with that. The future of Science was limitless. And he, Vegeta, would carry that to the end. With that in mind, Vegeta grinned. In that case, he'll walk both paths. Aishi chuckled. Sure. Both routes? Super Saiyan 4 and God ki? Now, that was interesting. Just then a thunderous boom echoed, and a figure was smashed into the ocean, sending waves surging sky high. Everyone turned toward the sound. Boom! The figure that had been flung into the sea was Majin Buu. Up ahead, not far off, Beerus floated midair, surrounded by a dark, swirling purple aura that glowed with a strange and ominous light. The pressure was overwhelming. Beerus' face was cold. If I can't eat anything, then no one else will. Ace's expression remained calm. Looks like no matter how big the butterfly effect, the story's gravity always corrects it in the end. Majin Buu still ended up clashing with Beerus. But this time, there was no Mr. Satan around to calm Buu down. This time, it would all come down to Ace's strength to keep him in check. If Buu didn't behave, just wipe him out. Nearby, the faces of Vegeta and the others changed drastically. Vegeta scoffed. I knew those guys were useless. Piccolo's expression was grim. We need to stop him. Ahead, that terrifying purple aura continued to swirl around Beerus like a vortex. Yamcha looked confused. Had only looked away for a second, and they were already fighting. He rushed forward without thinking. What the hell? You dare attack the great Yamcha? Beerus glanced at him dispassionately, raised one hand, and gently tapped Yamcha's neck with a finger. Pow! Yamcha's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Damn it! Seeing that, Piccolo and the others immediately charged in. No matter what, Yamcha was their friend. They couldn't just sit and watch. Whoosh whoosh. Multiple figures shot forward in the blink of an eye. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and the others. Beerus didn't flinch. Calmly, he lifted his hand, and with a few effortless gestures they were all taken out in an instant. Just moments later, the deck was littered with bodies. All asleep. Uncle Piccolo Gohan's expression turned cold. Seeing Piccolo knocked out, he couldn't stay calm any longer. H-A-A-A. He clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, and let out a deep roar. Whoosh whoosh. Golden ripples rose from beneath his feet, spreading like waves. The next instant, a blazing golden aura exploded skyward, engulfing him completely. A brilliant light burst forth, radiating in all directions. An overwhelming surge of energy spread out across the area. As the golden light faded, Gohan had transformed. That was Super Saiyan 4. His black hair had grown long, reaching down to his waist, and his body was covered in a layer of red fur. A crimson tail swayed behind him. His build was tall and powerful. Every movement exuded pure, explosive strength. Dominant. Overwhelming. Those were the only words to describe him now. Beerus' eyes locked onto Gohan, his expression shifting slightly. Another one of those Super Saiyan 4 forms? I just saw that other Saiyan Goku use it. Didn't expect to see it again so soon. He eyed Gohan with mild interest. You feel stronger than he did. I hope you can entertain me, Gohan growled. Enough talk. Take this. He slammed a foot into the deck. Boom! The wooden boards cracked and shattered beneath him. His body launched forward like a bullet, engulfed in a blazing golden aura. Beerus remained still, watching Gohan approach. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Gohan appeared before Beerus and threw a straight punch. The strike carried the overwhelming force of Super Saiyan 4, wild, ferocious, unyielding. But Beerus casually raised his left hand and blocked it with ease. He said calmly, "Your spirit's not bad, shame your power is." Boom! He immediately countered with a punch of his own. Boom! A heavy thud rang out like thunder. GHH. Gohan's pupils shrank. He barely had time to react before the punch landed squarely in his gut. It nearly caved his abdomen in. Beerus retracted his fist and, with a slight tilt, lifted his right leg. Bang. A brutal kick slammed down on Gohan's head. His eyes widened. So fast. Why can't I keep up? Before he could react, he was sent flying through the air and crashed straight into the ocean. Boom! Another explosion of water erupted. Beerus calmly lowered his leg. You're strong, but not the one I'm looking for today. Under normal circumstances, maybe he would have played around with Gohan. Had a little fun. It's rare to find a decent opponent, after all. But right now, there were two people here he found very interesting. So Gohan was just the appetizer. There were stronger ones waiting. If he got knocked out, it just meant he wasn't worthy of the main course. On the other side, Vegeta's expression twisted. His face had gone pale. Had just seen Gohan go Super Saiyan 4, and it had already blown his expectations away. But then Gohan got one shot by Beerus. That shattered everything he thought he knew. Vegeta's fists clenched, his teeth gritted tight. Was it his turn? Just then, Beerus turned toward them. His gaze calm. Anyone else? Everyone. So arrogant. Damn it, Vegeta's pride boiled. There was no way the prince of all Saiyans could retreat now. His pride wouldn't let him. He stepped forward. Let's do this. End of chapter. Chapter 4949. As the rising aura surged, golden flames of ki enveloped him entirely. In the next instant, golden light erupted from Vegeta as he transformed from base form to Super Saiyan 4. His long, wild hair, constantly suppressed, now flowed behind him like an untamed mane. The upper half of his body was covered in crimson fur, and his physique had become noticeably more muscular, radiating a sense of overwhelming power. Vegeta took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Without hesitation, his figure blasted forward. Boom! With one loud explosion, the deck beneath his feet cracked open like a spiderweb. Vegeta's speed was lightning fast in an instant. He was already in front of Beerus, golden ki blazing around him, fists clenched as he struck out with full force. But Beerus's face was calm, unmoved. With just a slight tilt of his head, he easily dodged the punch. Each of Vegeta's subsequent attacks, kicks, punches, flurries were swift and vicious, forming an airtight storm of strikes. But Beerus remained composed, his gaze tranquil, unshaken. No matter how fierce Vegeta attacked, he couldn't land a single blow. Beerus spoke calmly. Though your attacks seem fast and powerful, they're not nearly enough to corner me. In truth, they're not only lacking in power, but your speed is far too slow. Shaking his head slightly, Beerus murmured, "You're even weaker than those two Saiyans just now." Those two Saiyans, of course, he meant Gohan and Goku. You're saying I'm weaker than them? Vegeta gritted his teeth. He couldn't accept that. You're just a mere god of destruction. Don't get so full of yourself. With a furious roar, Vegeta clenched his fists tighter, channeling every last drop of energy from within. His golden aura flared, thicker and brighter, surging violently around him. Vegeta leapt back to widen the distance, then extended his arms wide and with a sharp motion, clapped his palms together, aiming at Beerus. Golden light gathered rapidly at the center of his palms, forming a dense sphere of energy. Final shine attack! Vegeta roared. With a deafening boom, the golden energy beam shot into the sky like a pillar of destruction. Its terrifying might felt like it could obliterate the heavens themselves. But faced with such an overwhelming attack, Beerus didn't even move. He just let it hit him directly. Kaboom! A massive explosion erupted, blasting into the sky and shaking the battlefield with shockwaves. Vegeta, panting hard, kept his eyes locked on the explosion's center. But then there was no one there. Vegeta's expression changed. This is bad. He instinctively tried to move, but it was already too late. Thud! A dull slap rang out. Beerus had somehow appeared behind him, and with a casual tap to the back of his neck, rendered Vegeta unconscious. The blow wasn't even heavy, but it was enough to knock him out cold. Vegeta didn't even last one round. His teeth clenched, face full of unwillingness. But his eyelids were too heavy. He collapsed onto the deck. Seeing this scene, Paragus looked grim. Broly, this guy is terrifying. Neither Vegeta nor Gohan could last a round against him. Broly nodded solemnly. There's no doubt about it. No matter who it is, they'll get one shot. After finishing off Vegeta, Beerus yawned, then lazily turned his gaze toward the remaining people. Only the two of you left. Are you coming together or what? Beerus chuckled lightly. Don't be shy now. On the other side, the remaining group looked extremely serious. Tension filled the air. Now only a few were left: Bulma, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Launch, and Tights. Tights' expression was extremely solemn. This is too scary. He's not someone we can even hope to stop. Bulma grit her teeth. Damn it, it's my birthday party, and he beat everyone up. She was about to rush forward, but Chi-Chi quickly grabbed her. Tights scolded with a serious face. Bulma, are you crazy? Bulma protested. Then what do we do? Chi-Chi replied sharply, just look. Aishi is still here. Let him fight. She pointed toward Aishi. The others also nodded. Master Rose's face grew solemn. I haven't seen how strong Aishi is yet, but judging from the situation, Chi-Chi interrupted. Don't jinx him, you perverted old man. Master Roshi shook his head. I'm not jinxing anyone, fine. He'll shut up. Let's just wait for Goku. Chikai's eyes lit up. That's right. Goku's still coming. Hearing that, the crowd felt a bit of hope. Meanwhile, Aishi smiled and stepped forward. He'll fight you. Beerus looked over, a grin forming on his face. You're stepping up already? As a god of destruction, he could tell of everyone here. Only this Scion and one other had the potential. And between those two, this one was clearly stronger. Aishi nodded. If I step up now, you'll just wipe us all out. Beerus gave a non-committal response, then added, I won't bully you guys, you can both come at me together. Use the numbers advantage to try and beat me. Aishi chuckled. You're that confident you'll win? Beerus remained calm. Aishi didn't say more. Let's settle this with our fists. He took a step, and in the next instant, he was already beside Beerus, swinging a heavy punch. Beerus' pupil shrank. He hurriedly blocked it. So fast. A trace of joy flickered on Beerus' face. This is the opponent I've been looking for. He no longer cared about Super Saiyan God. What mattered was someone who could fight him head-on. With a spin, Beerus raised his arm and launched a strike. Boom! The sky exploded as shockwaves rippled outward, centering around the two. It was like a Category 10 storm had erupted. The two held their ground. Neither yielded. Aishi withdrew his hand, slightly adjusting his stance. Not bad. He nodded. Power and speed are solid. Beerus smirked. You sure know how to state the obvious. Then he laughed. You were the first one to talk to me like that. Aishi grinned. Guess I'm a bit special. That was the last straw. Beerus couldn't hold back anymore. Whoosh! He charged forward, fists flying straight toward Aishi. Aishi wasn't fazed. He met the blows head-on. In the blink of an eye, their silhouettes blurred, trading blows across the sky at high speeds. Each clash triggered booming shockwaves, rippling through the sea below. The ocean churned beneath them. Watching the battle from below, Broly muttered, Ace is stronger than before. What? Paragus was shocked. Broly explained, I think he wasn't using his full strength the last time we fought. Paragus' eyes widened. How is that possible? Broly added, compared to how he's fighting now against a god of destruction, it's clear. He's using way more power than before. Looking back, he realized that Aishi must have been holding back before. Back then, he thought Aishi couldn't keep up, that he had to use the Kamehameha to end the fight. But now he knew the truth. Aishi wasn't fighting seriously then. And as for Beerus, he felt like a bottomless abyss. The more they fought, the more terrifying he became. Boom! A thunderous quake erupted. In the aftermath of a powerful exchange, Aishi and Beerus slowly separated, pulling apart by nearly 100 meters. It was clear. The first round had ended. In a chapter 50-50, Aishi nodded. Yes, indeed, he seemed untouched by mortal affairs, but gods, and those beyond gods, how could they be considered ordinary beings? Such immense base battle power, could it really come from transformation? Aishi chuckled. Who told you I couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan? What I said was, I can't use Super Saiyan 4. Beerus raised a brow. You meant Super Saiyan 3? That's useless. I've seen it on Son Goku. His tone chilled. If that's all you've got, then there's no need to fight anymore. Aishi shook his head and smiled faintly. You're rushing. I said I can't go Super Saiyan 4, but I never said I couldn't use other forms. Beerus narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Alive. What? Super Saiyan God. Wait, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. What kind of form is that? But Beerus didn't dwell on it. Had heard something crucial. He caught the name he had long been searching for. He had thought that possibility had vanished, but now it stood before him. Beerus' eyes locked onto Aishi. Kulme, let me see for myself. Aishi didn't respond. The next moment, his eyes snapped open, both fists clenched tightly. Gra! A deep, resonant roar erupted from his throat. Boom! Instantly, heaven and earth changed colors. Winds howled for hundreds of miles. Crack crock-a-boom. The sky turned dark like midnight in the blink of an eye. Kaboom! A stream of brilliant sky blue ki erupted upward, spiraling into the clouds. Aishi was now cloaked in a powerful white and blue aura. Next second, the mist shattered into a flurry of glowing fragments. A figure slowly emerged from within. Ace's hair and eyebrows had turned sky blue, and his pupils now glowed with an azure brilliance. The divine sky blue aura burned around him, and waves of Kami no Chikara, God Ki, radiated outward in all directions. Seeing this, Beerus' pupils shrank sharply. That was God Ki, such a powerful divine force. There was no doubt this was the aura of a god. Beerus' gaze grew more serious, examining Aishi closely. He was so young, and yet, to master Kami no Chikara as a human, no mentor, no divine guidance, Beerus couldn't believe it. All these questions swirled in his mind. He was completely overwhelmed by the power emanating from Aishi. And not just Beerus. Even Son Gohan and Vegeta, who had just awoken, as well as the rest of the Z Fighters, Bulma's group, and even Son Gok hiding atop the cruise ship, all were equally stunned. Even the Supreme Kais, watching from their far-off world, were shaken. Was casually popped a tasty snack into his mouth and smiled lightly. It seems Lord Beerus is going to suffer this time. Meanwhile, Vegeta had just regained consciousness and caught sight of Aishi in his Super Saiyan Blue form. Vegeta furrowed his brow. So this is Super Saiyan God, just like Aishi said. I can't sense his ki at all. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. It was infuriating. He could see the power but couldn't sense it. He had no idea how strong it truly was. Beerus glanced at Son Gohan. Gohan, did he teach you this? Gohan shook his head. No, he only taught me Super Saiyan Blue. I see. Beerus sounded disappointed. He had hoped to learn more of the form's secrets. Meanwhile, on Bulma's side, Gramps. Tights turned to Kame Sennin, her eyes sparkling. She was completely smitten with Aishi. That sky blue hair really suited his noble aura. Today was definitely not wasted. Kame Sennin, back to Aishi and Beerus. Beerus narrowed his eyes and asked calmly, What's your name? Aishi. Aishi. Beerus repeated it quietly, as if etching it into memory. Then he continued, Beerus. Aishi nodded slightly, saying nothing. Beerus stared at him. Of all the humans I've fought, you're the strongest. Aishi smiled. You're also the strongest I've fought so far. Beerus chuckled quietly. That's because I'm a Hakai Shin, God of Destruction. God of Destruction. How terrifying indeed. As his words fell, Beerus' expression turned cold. Boom! From beneath his feet, a layer of dazzling violet Kami, no Chikura, God Ki, erupted upward. It crackled and churned violently around him. The pressure it emitted was beyond terrifying. Just looking at it, SSSHHH. The sheer divine energy screamed through the air as Beerus' power skyrocketed. At that moment, he exploded forward toward Aishi with speed too fast for the naked eye. Aishi narrowed his eyes, his sky-blue aura surging. He immediately assumed a fighting stance. The space around them trembled, bending under the pressure. Bone collision. Bang! Their fists clashed violently. Whoom! From the epicenter, a shockwave of unimaginable power exploded outward, knocking everyone present off their feet. The entire rooftop was obliterated. Beerus stared at his fist in disbelief. SSSHH. Aishi hadn't moved an inch. Clear difference in power. Down below, Whis narrowed his gaze, watching Ace's hand. HSSSHH. What was that energy? He had just noticed Ace's physical form hadn't changed, but his speed and power had multiplied exponentially. Crockaboom. Interesting. Whis smiled. Looks like Lord Beerus really was in for a hard time. Beerus gritted his teeth and launched at Aishi again, even faster, now surrounded by even more enormous purple energy. Aishi looked at the incoming Beerus, the corner of his lips lifted, and he clenched his right fist. SSSH. In an instant, a brilliant, multicolored energy condensed and burst outward, pushing away the surrounding ki. Boom! Beerus' pupils shrank. What was that? He transformed into Super Saiyan Blue just now. He didn't dare hesitate. Beerus quickly crossed his arms in defense. But Aishi didn't give him a second. He hurled them away, not giving Beerus even a breath to react. Whoom! The soul energy crashed into Beerus, erupting in a violent explosion. A shockwave of soul force burst from the arena, riddling Beerus' body with impact marks. Beerus roared in rage. Hakai! Destruction! Boom! At that moment, a ring of violet Hakai energy tore the air apart, blasting toward the edge of the arena. Ace's eyes sharpened. Hakai energy, he could swap it out, but there was no need. Too tiring, too time-consuming. SSSH. Boom! Without hesitation, Aishi teleported. He reappeared behind Beerus and smashed his fist into Beerus' face. Bang! A heavy impact echoed. Beerus' pupils contracted, and he flew backward, hurtling toward the ocean. KRAK kaboom! His body split the sea like an axe of nature, slicing the ocean in two. Under Ace's fist, the sea poured like a broken dam. Aishi gave chase, sky blue Kami, no Chikara bursting from him, diving into the water. Shush! Beerus emerged from the split sea, standing at the center. There was a visible gash on his left cheek. Beerus rubbed his face. At that moment, Aishi approached. Beerus' voice turned icy. "You are the first to injure me." As he spoke SSSHHH, an overwhelming divine aura surged out of him. Beerus was now using almost 80 of his full strength. Ace's expression shifted, and he quickly stopped moving. Purple divine flames curled violently around Beerus, cocooning him in the center of a radiant sphere. "Rah!" Beerus roared, and his hand snapped open. Boom! Ace's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and slapped the oncoming blast aside with ease. Seeing this, Beerus' expression tightened. His hands slammed together. "Then try this one." Boom! A beam of red-orange energy exploded from his palms. It blazed and expanded, its firelight scorching the sky, distorting space with heat. It was terrifying. In an instant, the beam ballooned to the size of a small moon. End of chapter. Chapter 5151. Seeing this scene, Ace's expression tightened. He swiftly raised both hands to his forehead, forming a flowerbud shape. SHII. A brilliant blue energy flared up suddenly. From his hands surged forth a mass of divine energy, immense and overflowing high in the sky. Beerus floated with a calm demeanor, supporting a massive, scorching energy bomb with one hand. Beerus stared at Aishi. "Let me see how you'll block this." He lightly bent a finger. The next second, that scorching energy sphere, even larger than the moon, came crashing toward Earth at terrifying speed. It was incredibly fast. The energy bomb drew nearer and nearer. Everyone's expressions darkened, and it hadn't even landed, yet still tens of kilometers away. Yet already, the sheer oppressive heat had nearly caused them to faint. Goku's face was grave. One intense heat wave, the god of destruction, really is overwhelmingly strong. He turned to Aishi, eyes filled with hope. "You have to stop this." In that moment, Goku had to admit it. When Beerus fought him, he definitely held back. And not just a little. He was lucky Beerus didn't kill him. Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others shared the same thought. "Damn it, all I can do is watch." Vegeta clenched his teeth, staring at the falling energy bomb with wide eyes. He really was only able to just watch. That's all he could do. Even just enduring the heat wave was exhausting him, let alone trying to block the thing. Paragus looked up at the bomb blotting out the sun, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He quickly turned to Broly, his face full of panic. "Broly, if Aishi can't stop it, you've got to help him." Broly's face was somber. "I will, but I might not be able to stop it either." Meanwhile, a deep growl came from Aishi's throat, his muscles bulging violently. "Sash! Kamehameha! Final Kamehameha!" In the next moment, an enormous energy beam surged forth, wrapped in crackling blue lightning, radiating an unstoppable, destructive force. It collided with the scorching bomb. Boom! The moment they clashed, the explosion was stronger than a planetary impact, shaking all of Earth violently. And not just Earth, the entire North Galaxy trembled from the shockwaves. The residual energy waves spread outward like a storm. Ace's eyes were locked on Beerus, pouring every ounce of energy into his beam as if his life depended on it. Boom! The final Kamehameha began to overpower the scorching bomb, pushing it back ever closer to Beerus. Beerus narrowed his eyes. "Still have that much energy? Then take it all." He raised both hands, his energy erupting in a violent surge. He released his full power, 100 of his base form. No more holding back. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. In an instant, the scorching bomb expanded dozens of times over, becoming incomprehensibly massive. From Earth, it looked like a second sun equal in size to the planet itself, was crashing down. Everyone was terrified. This scene, it wasn't just like the end of the world. It was the end of the world. Already, ordinary people were being vaporized by the heat. The oceans were visibly evaporating. The entire world was engulfed in dense, scalding vapor. Down below, everyone stared up at the sky and fell into despair. Vegeta's face twisted. Damn it, it's over. Aishi can't hold out. Krillin was in despair. No way, my kid's only a year old. Piccolo's face was dark. Damn it. Gohan stared at Aishi, face filled with anxiety. Sensei, the air was heavy with hopelessness. Beside them, 21's face was tight with worry. Her delicate fists clenched so hard they dug into her palms. She stared at Aishi in the sky, face pale beyond control. 18 noticed her state and quickly pulled her arm. Dungu, trust in Aishi. Even though 18 was anxious, she kept calm and spoke gently. But 21 was on the verge of tears. She didn't believe Aishi could survive this. The heat alone was overwhelming for them, and Aishi was taking the full brunt of it while clashing with Beerus. 18 stared at her. If you go, you'll only distract him. Hearing this, 21 fell silent. She really couldn't do anything. If she went, she might actually hurt Ace's chances, but could she really just stand by and watch? Whis watched the sky. After observing Beerus for a moment, he furrowed his brow. Lord Beerus, he hadn't expected it. Beerus had lost control. He was now using full base power, but Whis looked toward Aishi, still desperately holding on. Could he survive this? Should he intervene? After a moment of thought, Whis gently shook his head. Forget it. He'll respect Lord Beerus' wishes. He turned to the others, who were struggling to endure. Come stand by me. You'll be safer here. He tapped his staff on the ground. Duong! Duong! With a few ethereal echoes, a massive circular barrier expanded from Whis' staff. It blocked out all wind, heat, and pressure. Everyone hurried into the barrier. Whis chuckled softly. He had taken their food. After all, he should protect them once at least. Whether Earth survived, that was now up to Aishi. Off to the side, Paragus clung to Broly, barely protected from the heat. Without Broly, had have already been fried alive. He looked to the sky, and after a long pause, muttered, Broly, go help Aishi. If you don't, we're all doomed. Broly's expression was grim. He nodded gently. Okay. And with that, he flew toward Aishi. Above the cruise ship, Goku looked down at his hands, already parched from the heat. His face was intense. No, I can't just watch. He looked up at Aishi, brows furrowed. He might not hold on the earth, might be destroyed. Sweat poured down his face. He had never faced such an overwhelming enemy. Worst of all, he couldn't even help. What should he do? What could he do? He was desperate, sweating, panting, helpless. He had never wanted more strength than he did now. Meanwhile, the energy was pushing back toward Aishi. His expression darkened. And after a brief pause, looks like he'll have to use that move-restricted time stop. He would limit the time stop to only himself and Beerus. If he succeeded, it would become super time stop. Everything hinged on this moment. A fierce glint flashed through Ace's eyes. He growled, time stop. Whom. The moment the words left his mouth, time froze across a limited area around Aishi and Beerus. 3 seconds. That was enough. Aishi poured out all of his remaining energy. Sanyupai Keiken. 30x Kaioken. Boom! A crimson aura, over 100 meters tall, erupted around him. Within the gray, frozen world, a blaze of blood-red light burst forth. Under the force of 30x Kaioken, the final Kamehameha swelled to over 10 times its original power. In an instant, Beerus' scorching bomb was annihilated. Crack! At the same time, the frozen world shattered into countless fragments back in reality. BOM! The final Kamehameha, empowered by 30x Kaioken, appeared without warning from Beerus' perspective. To everyone else, it was equally baffling. All they saw was Aishi erupt in crimson energy. His Kamehameha, swelling several times in size, and effortlessly pierce through Beerus' massive energy bomb. Beerus' pupils shrank. He stared at the enhanced Kamehameha in disbelief. What happened to his bomb? When did it disappear? Why was the Kamehameha so much stronger than before? Just moments ago, it wasn't even close to this powerful. He had too many questions, but no time for answers. The Kamehameha was only millimeters away. He didn't even have time to release a destruction wave. Crack-a-boom. A deafening roar rocked the heavens. The entire earth shook violently. As if about to explode, Beerus took Ace's full power strike head-on. It happened so fast he didn't even react. The explosion created a massive mushroom cloud that blanketed the sky. Huff huff, Aishi panted heavily, eyes fixed on the smoke cloud. His whole body ached. Burn and sore, he had poured everything into that last attack. He hadn't expected the time stop to work so well. If it hadn't, he might not have made it. Ding! Congratulations! You have defeated Beerus. You've earned 10 Vegeto progress. Vegeto has been fully unlocked and merged with the host. A mechanical voice echoed through his mind. The next moment, a warm surge of energy washed over him, erasing all exhaustion. Heavenly music. Aishi had never felt so happy to hear the system's voice. He could feel that his base strength was skyrocketing. He glanced at his stats. His pupils shrank. 500 undecillion. And that wasn't all. He could now sense a new transformation. Deep blue. Ace's expression lit up. This is amazing. At the same time, silence. Deathly silence. No one spoke. Only after a long while, Krillin broke the silence, looking dumbfounded. What just happened? Was the battle over in an instant? Piccolo was equally stunned. I don't know either. Vegeta looked shaken. All I saw was Aishi suddenly overwhelming Beerus' attack and landing a hit. Gohan exclaimed with joy. I don't know about the rest, but we're safe now. Hearing that, everyone snapped out of it. Their faces brightened with joy. We survived. End of chapter. Chapter 52, 52 whoosh. Whoosh. At that moment, two figures approached Son Goku and Broly. Both wore expressions of confusion and shock. Kakarot? Goku. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Son Goku explained why he hadn't appeared earlier, and only then began to analyze the situation. With a puzzled look, he said, it seemed like Aishi just now exploded with Kaiken, King Kai Fist. In an instant, pierced through that scorching energy sphere and struck Beerus directly. Krillin nodded. Yeah, we couldn't tell what happened either, but whatever it was, it worked. Number 21 and number 18 both let out a breath of relief. As expected of my husband, too, was furrowed his brow, thinking deeply before finally speaking seriously. It seems it's related to time. Time! Goku froze for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed as if recalling something. I remember now. Everyone turned toward him. Time stop. The time stop Aishi told us about last time. Goku said. Vegeta's eyes lit up with realization. No wonder. That explains how Aishi turned the tide in an instant. Whis narrowed his eyes, staring at Aishi with a meaningful look. This scion, how mysterious. Meanwhile, Aishi had already fully recovered thanks to a wave of system rewards. Now, he felt even more confident about fighting Beerus again. As the dense mist in the sky slowly dispersed, Beerus' figure was revealed. Aishi looked up. At this moment, Beerus was covered in various wounds, with a big tear on his pants. He looked absolutely battered, gasping heavily. How sensing someone watching him, Beerus slowly raised his head. He glared intently at Aishi. Just now, what did you do? Aishi replied plainly. Time stop. Time stop, huh? Beerus paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, his expression calm. Didn't expect that I got played. He no longer looked frenzied as he had before. His gaze at Aishi was filled with unhidden admiration. Huh, no more fighting. I lost. Ace's pupils shrank in disbelief. What? Down below, Whis also looked slightly shocked and quickly turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus? He conceded? That's not like Lord Beerus at all. No one was more battle-hungry and power-obsessed than Beerus. So why would he concede after taking a beating? Beerus raised a brow. What? Aishi shook his head. Nothing, just a bit confused. You clearly haven't used your full strength yet. Have you? Beerus chuckled. I've already gone all out, and still lost. Aishi stared at him silently. Gone all out? Not really. Aishi suspected the reason Beerus gave up the fight was because even after using all his base power, he still couldn't win. And, considering Aishi was just a human, even if Beerus won by pushing further, there wouldn't be any sense of achievement or pride. So he simply conceded. The battle came to an end. The two slowly landed on the deck. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Everyone was on guard against Beerus, their eyes filled with undisguised hostility. Beerus looked around at the crowd, then after a moment of thought, calmly said, "I concede." Everyone froze. Concede? Goku stepped forward with a smile, looking at both Aishi and Beerus. "You two were amazing. I learned so much just watching that fight." Beerus smiled at Goku. "You're strong too." Goku shook his head. "Compared to Lord Beerus, I'm still too weak." Beerus gave a small smile, but didn't say anything more. He looked around at everyone. "Sorry for all the trouble I caused." Everyone was stunned. Did the god of destruction just apologize? Bulma stepped forward with a sigh. "Forget it. I forgive you. Just promise you'll behave next time." Beerus chuckled. "I will." "So, does that mean I can still come visit Earth?" Bulma nodded. "You can, but no more destruction." Beerus turned to Whis and said coldly, "Whis, we're going." At that, Whis quickly walked over, carrying a food box and an ice cream. Whis hummed, coming, Lord Beerus." Beerus' mouth twitched, resisting the urge to explode. He looked at Aishi. "In that case, you'll take my leave." Aishi nodded. "You're always welcome." Beerus gave a light nod, placing his right hand on Whis' back. Whis glanced at everyone and smiled. "Farewell, everyone." "Goodbye," everyone said in unison. Whoosh! A rainbow-colored light burst around Whis and Beerus, enveloping them both as they soared into the sky. In a flash, they disappeared, leaving only a glimmering starlight in their place. Everyone exchanged glances. Goku sighed. As expected, there are still so many powerful beings in this world. Then he looked at Aishi. "If it weren't for you, Aishi, we might really be done for this time." Piccolo agreed. "That's true." Vegeta stood with arms crossed, his expression complex. He deeply realized just how insignificant he still was. Goku smiled. "I've got to train twice as hard now. But before that, Aishi, I really want to know, what was that super blue transformation just now?" Aishi smiled. "It's a form you can attain after mastering Kami no Chikara, God Power." Goku pondered. God Power? That kind of divine energy was definitely difficult to master through personal training alone. Aishi seemed to sense his doubts and added, "You could ask Whis next time he visits, maybe bring him some food." Goku blinked. "Whis?" Everyone looked at him. "That guy who just kept eating?" Vegeta looked puzzled. "If you're going to ask someone for guidance, why not ask Beerus?" Aishi laughed. "Whis is both Beerus' master and his butler. He's also an angel. His power is absolutely overwhelming." "What?" Everyone shouted in shock. Krillin was wide-eyed. "You're telling me the guy who just stuffed his face the whole time is Beerus' master?" "Yes." Several people sucked in a cold breath. Vegeta's brows furrowed. "If Beerus is that strong, then Whis must be—" He didn't finish his sentence. Everyone knew what he meant. At that moment, everyone had to admit today had truly been a surreal experience. Goku stared up at the sky, clenching his fists. "I have to get stronger." That feeling of having your fate in someone else's hands, it was the worst. Vegeta snorted, stepping forward. "Kakarot, he'll surpass you." End of chapter. Chapter 53:53. After the battle with Beerus, a week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Son Goku and the others gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron to revive everyone who had died in the fight between Aishi and Beerus. Beerus and Whis stayed on Earth for 2 or 3 days longer. The reason? No need to ask. After all, in their billions of years of life, it was the first time they'd ever tasted such divine food. With food this delicious, how could they not come back for seconds? Taking advantage of this, Goku roped in Vegeta and Broly to seek training from Whis. Whis, seeing the 3 so eager, agreed on one condition. They had to regularly pay tuition. Thus, the 3 followed him back to Beerus' residence, the god of destruction's planet. On this particular day, Aishi, bored at home, invited number 18 and No. 21 to play poker. Looking at the 2 sitting to his left and right, Aishi gave a mysterious grin. "Call landlord." Next up, number 21's pretty face lit up, and she quickly said, Pass. She kept her cool, but her eyes sparkled with obvious scheming. Then it was number 18's turn. She furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her cards for a while, and then grumbled. What kind of hand is this? Garbage. She looked over at Aishi and said helplessly, pass. Aishi smiled at the two of them. Want to play for higher stakes? Higher stakes? Both women turned to him. Aishi cleared his throat. Loser removes a piece of clothing. Number 18 narrowed her eyes, glancing at Aishi, then at number 21. You didn't secretly plan this, did you? She had a gut feeling number 21, and Aishi had definitely done something sneaky beforehand. Number 21's face turned red, and she glared fiercely at Aishi. Now you bring this up? You're just begging for 18 to find out. Trying to play it off. She said, aha, you're overthinking things. Number 18 didn't look away, continuing to stare at the two of them. Aishi smirked. Just as he was about to enjoy himself, number 18 suddenly said, to make it fair, he'll share cards with 21 from now on. Also, you must always play as the landlord. Aishi looked at 18. You're bending the rules now. But she completely ignored him and sat close beside number 21. Aishi narrowed his eyes. So that's how you want to play, huh? Don't blame me then. First round. Unsurprisingly, Aishi won. He looked at the two of them with satisfaction. Trying to team up against me? Goo. Number 18's face twitched. She glanced at 21 with a complicated look, silently saying she'd done her best. 21 stayed silent. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We're playing as a team now. Doesn't that just mean we're both stripping together? 21 looked at 18's outfit, then at her own. Not bad. I'm definitely not the first one out. Number 18 removed her denim jacket. Number 21 took off her black stockings, revealing her smooth, slender legs. 18 glared at Aishi. Again. 3 minutes later, 18 seconds' face turned slightly red. Another 5 minutes, she was getting annoyed. After 10 minutes, she was completely defeated, face full of despair. What kind of rotten luck is this? Trying to maintain her composure, she glared at Aishi. You're cheating, aren't you? Aishi remained calm. Absolutely not. 18 narrowed her eyes. I don't believe you. Why are your hands always so good? Aishi shrugged. Maybe divine favor? Achimepich, divine favor. Eh? She snorted coldly. Aishi casually reached out again. As expected, they lost again. 21 twitched and looked at 18. Pure light. Then looked at herself few. I'm still safe, for now. After a few more rounds, Aishi deliberately lost a couple hands, letting the two regain a shred of dignity. But naturally, in the end, they still lost everything. Aishi grinned. Want to raise the stakes again? The two locked eyes. 18 glared at Aishi. Bring it on. 21 sighed. You're such a jackass 3 nights later. Aishi, feeling refreshed, walked into the kitchen. After eating breakfast, he sat down on the sofa, finally opening the personal stats menu had recently unlocked through the system. As the system's voice fell, a blue rectangular panel appeared in front of his eyes. Host. Aishi Battle Power. 500 Cutie Bloodline. Pure Blood Scion. Top tier skills. Bujitsu Flight. Kaiken Kinkai Fist. Ki Control. Big Bang Kamehameha. Final Kamehameha. Kamafuku. Divine Punishment. Clone Ki-I. Soul Annihilation. Main Template. Super Gogeta. Unlocked and fully integrated. One main template draw remaining sub-template. Kaishin, unlocked, backup templates. Kibito, Mr. Satan, Papaya Man, unknown 5 sub-template draws remaining. Looking at the list of attributes, Aishi couldn't help but get excited again. No matter how many times he looked, it was pure eye candy. He took a deep breath. System, use all 5 sub-template draws. Understood. As soon as the system replied, the interface faded. 5 treasure boxes descended from the sky in front of him. Aishi didn't blink. White, red. A flash of crimson. Ace's eyes lit up instantly. Subtemplate draw tiers. White, blue, purple, gold, red, white was the worst. Red was the best. He shouted, open all of them. Confirmed. All 5 boxes exploded in dazzling light. The results were Yamcha, Oolong, Dend, Unknown, and Cronoa. Aishi instantly skipped over the first 4. Cronoa? He paused. Who's that? System. Display Cronoa's details. Affirmative. A character image appeared before him, with a description underneath. Cronoa abilities. Eternal lifespan, instant transmission, time travel, dimensional travel, telekinesis, time manipulation, time scroll, control. Holy crap. Upon seeing the name, Aishi immediately remembered. No wonder it was so broken. System. Expand ability descriptions. Affirmative. Eternal lifespan. Immortal through time. Not bound by aging. Instant transmission. Same as Kaishin technique. Allows teleportation anywhere. Time travel. Travel to any point in the current timeline. Dimensional travel. Move across timelines, universes, and different worlds. Telekinesis. Manipulate objects with mere thought. Time manipulation. Close space-time rifts and pause time itself. Can be countered by stronger beings. Time scroll control. Edit timeline information. Merge or restore timelines. Seeing all of this, Aishi was genuinely impressed. All of these powers were centered on time. He couldn't help but grin. Now I'll never get lost again. These abilities were genuinely, absurdly good. After absorbing Cronoa's data, Aishi immediately equipped her as a sub-template. As for the other four, he didn't even look at them. 3 whites and a blue with there to see. Only Den had healing potential, but he already had Kaishin's powers. No need for duplicates. Into the storage they go. With the sub-template draws completed, Ace's expression grew serious. Now came the real deal. Main template draw. This would almost certainly decide the direction of his future. If he drew poorly, he'd have to rely on himself for everything. Failure was not an option. Taking a deep breath, System begin. As he spoke, Aishi slowly closed his eyes. Boom! Draw successful. Congratulations, host Scion acquired. Aishi opened his eyes. Scion? The name sounded familiar. Next second his eyes widened. Holy shit. Scion. Could it be the ancestor of all Scions? System. Show me his profile now. Access granted. Voice rows of text appeared in front of Aishi. Scion. Yamoshi bloodline. Primordial bloodline skills. Migat no Goki. Ultra instinct. Hakushin Goki. White God Ultra instinct. Space-time evasion. Starfall. Smash Yamoshi's martial arts background. Born in ancient times, the first Scion ever to achieve Super Scion transformation. He ruled multiple universes, overthrew the power of Xeno,